Apocalypse, my items upgrade infinitely. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 326, Recovery, Source of Life, Recovering Min's How. As two purple crystal brains of the mid-stage Mother Queen were delivered to the scientific research ship, Long Yi also left Lin Feng's brain. The conversation during the connection just now, in which Lin Feng told her what he had seen and heard, made Long Yi unable to calm down for a long time. After all, that is the great insect god, the mother of life who controls and guides the entire insect civilization. And his appearance in Lin Feng's spiritual world and the fact that he left behind the power of laws all confirmed that the mother of life wanted to escape the fate of being manipulated and enslaved in this way. Long Yi was even more certain that he was the escape route arranged by the insect god. Promotion to the fourth order insect king is a foregone conclusion by then. Even if he fails to break free and becomes a fourth level insect king, Lin Yi will be able to follow Lin Feng to escape from the blue star, take root in the Milky Way, and rebuild the spark of hope for the Zerg. Thinking of this, Long took a deep breath and began to process the two huge golden bone balls. Because of its huge size, with a diameter of more than 10 meters, it is difficult to move when stuffed into the scientific research ship, and it cannot be integrated into the biological flesh nest. Now Lin Feng is unconscious, with only consciousness remaining. He is unable to mobilize any power of artistic conception. The infinite reproduction artistic conception of Long Yi has no reaction to the golden bones. After thinking for a while, Long Yi turned his gaze to the girl beside him. Miss Liu, do you still have some power left? Liu Yuki was stunned for a moment, still wondering why Lin Yi had to stick to the egg chamber before. After hearing what the other party said, she nodded. It has been partially restored. What? Do we need to cut open the core of this golden ball? Did Lin Feng say that this thing is very valuable and cannot be scratched at all? Long Yi hummed and walked towards the golden bone ball. That's right, because what's inside is the core of the Zerg Queen, the source of her spiritual and artistic power, and the deepest part is a purple geometric crystal. Even the slightest collision will cause damage to the structure and accelerate the dissipation of spiritual energy, so we need to be very careful. But it is also a tonic. It is very helpful for recovering from overdrawn spirit and artistic conception. It can be directly absorbed to help Lin Feng wake up completely, but now there is an outer layer of golden bone blocking it. So the absorption efficiency is very low and a lot of energy will be wasted, so I need your help to cut it. Liu Yuki nodded, then drew out the 2-meter-long sword from his waist and walked to the golden sphere. Although the two were made of the same material, with the blessing of the shattering artistic conception, the long sword cut through the cervical vertebrae like cutting tofu. How much do you want to cut and where do you want to cut it from? Ling Yi smiled slightly, and after a moment of induction, he quickly gave an answer. The purple crystal brain in the center is 4 meters wide, and the plate bones are 3 meters thick on both sides. So, you only need to cut off 2.5 meters, and reserve half a meter. Liu Yuki nodded, swung the long knife, and began to cut it piece by piece. He didn't dare to destroy it with one sword. After all, it was difficult to control the force. If he used too much force, the entire dreadnought would be cut in half. Then half an hour and exhausting all the shattered artistic conception in his body, Liu Yuki put away the long sword with a golden blade, and the golden sphere in front of him became a polyhedron with a diameter of 5 meters. After Long Yi stuffed them into the meat nest, he started Lin Feng's second mental repair. It seemed like just yesterday that he last recovered. The pure spiritual power like ocean waves flowed into Lin Feng's brain, and like the waves of the tide, it surged and receded over and over again. 2 hours later, Lin Feng recovered to 5% and barely regained perception and control of the head, able to open his mouth and speak, and see and hear what is happening outside at this time. Chen Yannian, who had finishing up the war outside, also rushed over without stopping, entered the cabin of the scientific research ship, came to the outside of the meat nest, and looked at Lin Feng, who was floating quietly in the egg cabin in front of her. Have you recovered? Chen Yannian asked on the side. Lin Yi was concentrating on controlling the two purple crystal brains of the Queen Mother to help Lin Feng recover his mental power. So Liu Yuki, who was guarding here, quickly replied, it's much better now. Although he regained consciousness before, he couldn't even open his eyelids. Now he can open his eyes and speak. He should recover quickly in the future. After listening to Liu Yuki's report, Chen Yannian breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the man in the egg chamber in front of her with a smile. Although Lin Feng inside could not detect the situation outside, he could hear faint voices, so he opened his eyes slightly and smiled at Chen Yannian in front of him. Tell the other person not to worry. After confirming Lin Feng's condition, Chen Yannian turned to look at Ling Yi, who was transforming and controlling his mental repair. If there is anything else you need, I can ask the people below to prepare it as soon as possible. Ling Yi did not open his eyes, but spoke softly. We will also need a large amount of organic nutrient solution and some second-level insect eggs to repair the colonization armor and to transform Lin Feng's physique to the 4th level. Chen Yannian nodded, and then prepared to arrange someone to handle the matter. Before leaving, he reached out and touched the membrane of the egg chamber wall, and whispered in comfort, "Leave the things outside to me, you can rest well here, don't worry." Commanders of the various regiments below, as well as the reports from more than 30,000 combat soldiers and dozens of combat regiment commanders. At the same time, in terms of logistics, after cleaning up the battlefield, he also had to provide various material guarantees, plan for the wounded, contact the transport troops in the rear, arrange personnel, and open up contact with the Jinchang base and Wuchen base. Transport the spoils of this battle out. In addition to these, it is also necessary to organize the personnel who still have the ability to fight, divide them into 4 armies, and march towards the 4 Zerg nests in Minshao. Although according to reports from spies at the front line, 4 mid-stage queens in Minshao and their Zerg armies have gathered in Mingcheng. A large number of low-level Zerg swarms are still living in their original habitats, including tens of thousands of red beetles and a considerable number of black-backed beetles. Although these insect swarms have become ownerless, they still have value and can be sold to base forces in the rear. At the same time, there is a part of the meat nest under the insect nest, which allows the cicada to extract life energy from it and convert it into organic nutrient solution, etc. Although the Battle of Mingchang lasted only an hour and Lin Feng and his 4 companions completed the decapitation mission, the casualties on the front line are still not optimistic. After all, the 5 Queens Alliance is formed by 5 mid-stage queens, and the Zerg army under their command is really too powerful. It can even be comparable to the 3rd stage Late Queen Mother. Under this wave of attacks, the loss rate of the Golden Fleet exceeded 20%, and even the 50 dreadnoughts, which were the backbone of the fleet, suffered serious casualties. 4 of them were completely destroyed under the siege and concentrated fire of hundreds of second-order Zergs. Fortunately, the driving crew escaped inside in time under the cover of the second-order regiment of flying wing tanks, which had weaker defenses, had a damage rate of over 30%, with more than half suffering varying degrees of damage. Now the combat effectiveness of the Golden Fleet is less than half of its original level. Half of it was provided by the Golden Battleship. The fleet's true strength was only 30% left. So in the next few days, Chen Yannian had to deal with various things. Not only was she overwhelmed, but she also had to organize people to go to Yuzhou to investigate the situation there. In order to prevent the late queen in Gizhou from invading Yuzhou, the 3rd-level Zerg was sent to Minzhou to collect intelligence. After this battle, the only 2 most powerful forces left in the entire southern part of the continent were the Humanity's Savior Army and the Southern Late Queen Mother. The expansion space between the 2 sides is becoming smaller and smaller. There is very little buffer zone left. The Queen Mother in the later period, and taking advantage of the situation, the post-war arrangements, which were more torturous than the short war, lasted until the next night, when the logistical support from Jinchang base and Wuchen base finally arrived at the outskirts of Mingchang. In addition to sending away the seriously injured and fallen members, they also have to provide a batch of new members for the Savior Army, including tens of thousands of new soldiers, as well as rotating second-level combat regiments at the same time, in order to cooperate with the final decisive battle. The Wuchen base also needs to seize power and control so that it can devote all its efforts to providing logistical support for the decisive battle in the near future. While everyone was busy, a special member who came from Jinchang base came into the research ship. It was the director of Jinchang Biological Research Institute, Ling Feng. After arranging the personnel in the temporary camp, Ling Feng rushed to the scientific research ship where Lin Feng and Long Yi were. When she saw Ling Feng's heart tightened. She adjusted her mentality and walked into the cabin with a teenage girl behind her. On the biological meat nest, he saw Lin Feng himself, who was wrapped in the egg capsule, and Ling Yi, who was developing electric-driven cells. There is also a girl whom I haven't seen many times. I heard that she has grown into 3rd-level strongman. So Ling Feng asked Liu Yuki to accompany the girl she brought with her, and walked towards Ling Yi, Miss Lin Long had noticed her arrival early in the morning, and roughly guessed her intention of rushing here, so she spoke directly. Something went wrong with the project underground at the research institute? Ling Shui's words suddenly stopped. She nodded and continued, I followed Miss Lin's advice and injected the scarlet beetle gene into different life forms, but the ones that can accept it the most are us humans. Perhaps it is due to the physical defects and the talent of mental strength that humans are extremely tolerant of foreign genes and rarely have rejection reactions. Even if they are only late-stage enhanced humans, they can withstand the genetic fusion of the Red Clan. In order to ensure the safety of the experiment, our test samples are divided into two types, death row prisoners and volunteers. The former is used for large dose tolerance experiments, while the latter is for small dose, batch-by-batch fusion experiments. Therefore, the volunteers have been living in peace. At most, their skin has turned red, and they have awakened special abilities such as strange fire, but those prisoners who are locked up in the underground lab, in the deepest part, have big problems. They feel extremely cold for no reason, especially in the dark deep inside the environment. The temperature is clearly around 27 or 28 degrees Celsius, and the humidity is fine. Why does this happen? There are still many awakened ones inside, and their strength is not low, but the stronger they are, the colder they seem to feel. They even curl up in their blankets all day, shivering. It doesn't seem like they are pretending, but according to the test, their body temperatures are not low. Some of them even have a fever of over 45 degrees. If it were an ordinary person, their brain would be burned out, but for them, it's like being in an ice cave. Having said that, Ling Shuian took a deep breath because what happened next was a little beyond her understanding of the world. Later, we also discovered similar situations in volunteers. So we speculated that the Red Tribe is naturally intolerant of low temperatures and is very adaptable to high temperature environments. After all, for some planets, if they are too close to a star or if there is no atmosphere to block them, the surface temperature will definitely exceed 70 or 80 degrees, or even higher. They are able to survive in such hot and harsh conditions. Their genes and physical health have been alienated and cannot adapt to the environment of Blue Planet. After we got the conclusion, we took corresponding measures. Prisoners in the underground laboratory cannot be released after integrating the Red Tribe genes. Although they are delirious and confused, their physical fitness has increased rapidly. Just like the gene warriors who have integrated the cells of the Spinosaurus, with an increase of more than 50%. In addition, their physical properties will be further improved in an environment with rising temperatures, so in order to avoid giving them a chance to escape, we finally decided to throw the test subject directly into the deepest part where the flesh and blood tissue had been stored, let them fend for themselves in there, and see if we can screen out the samples with the highest adaptability and stability. Anyway, there is no heating system in the laboratory, so there is no need to worry about them escaping. This way, we can free up beds and space for the next batch of new test subjects. Everything was going well, but just 2 days ago, our researchers went to check on the situation as usual. Although they were moved to a large bunk bed, there was no shortage of food in the inner sky, so not many people died. That day, our researcher was burned to ashes by the raging fire that inexplicably ignited, according to the footage captured by the surveillance camera inside before the short circuit shut down. This damn group of experimental subjects. I don't know when they gathered together to keep warm. It's fine if it's just like this. After all, it won't have much impact. But the day, when the researcher opened the door and window and brought them food, he saw a face covered in blood. Then, a raging fire suddenly ignited from the meatball that they were wrapped in. The flames were so large and intense that they directly ignited the researchers outside the door. Just a little spark of fire could not be extinguished. The members who rushed to rescue him could only watch him burn to ashes, and in the huge flames of the laboratory, a demonic face appeared. At this point, Ling Shuian had already used up all her strength. She leaned on the table beside her, somewhat exhausted. She took out her cell phone from her pocket and played the entire process and scenes captured by the camera for Long Yi. After reading it, Long Yi showed a strange smile and slowly said, I warned you at the beginning that you must be extremely careful when researching this kind of alien civilization, because you don't know how strange and unpredictable the power of artistic conception they inherit is. The Red Clan, but this is one of the strongest enemies the Zerg have ever encountered, their home planet. Chapter 327 Red Star, Red Clan, Red King, Source of Life. The Red Tribe's home planet is located in the outermost spiral arm of the Milky Way, known as the Perseus Giant Spiral Arm. Their ancestral planet is similar to the location of Mercury in the solar system. The temperature can reach 200 to 300 degrees during the day. Even at night when it is dark, There is still a residual temperature of 100 degrees, considered very low. They may have been exposed to ultra-low temperatures of more than 10 degrees in their lifetime. Longai explained why the Red Clan cell fusion subjects felt a comfortably low temperature in the basement was abnormally cold. Then he continued, regarding the history of the Zerg's war against the Red Tribe, these guys were born in high temperatures and their bodies were red. After they awakened as adults, both the abilities they mastered and the artistic conception they created after their evolution were related to high temperatures and flames. The red god they worship is a fire god. The appearance of this tribe is like the demons described in human legends, Yakshas. The entire red star has been hollowed out by them, and they have dug out a complex underground network that is extremely difficult to capture. So the red tribe is the toughest bone that the Zerg has encountered since it landed in the Milky Way. In order to destroy the entire red tribe, plunder the biomass resources on their planet, and the energy and materials in the entire star system, the Zerg launched a general attack on them, but the Red Clan's cosmic life, the Fourth Order Red King, is extremely difficult to kill. When the insect god cannot take direct action, in order to solve this thorny problem, the Zerg finally chose to hatch the Fourth Order Spine King. The Red King's most powerful skill is unlimited temperature increase. He can raise his own temperature to tens of thousands of degrees, not to mention the Third Order life forms. Even the Insect King can't stand such a scorching heat. The Scarlet King, who has transformed into the Soul of Flame, can take away countless high-level Zergs simply by charging at dozens of times the speed of sound on the battlefield. Until the Fourth Order Spine King was born, the Zerg had no way to deal with it, as a life form living in the magma for many years. The Spine King's ability to adapt to and absorb heat energy is no less than that of the Red Clan born from the fiery Mars, but in the final battle, the three Zerg Kings surrounded the Spine King, but eventually let it escape. The Spine King and its king were both injured. Then the Zerg won a tragic victory and relied on the resources of Red Star to start the second interstellar expedition. These are all the memories passed down by the Zerg. Last time I warned you not to study the Scarlet Beetle genes without permission. It was because of this incident that the Fourth Order Scarlet King survived. The Spine King is not dead yet, no matter where in the Milky Way, as long as the Red Clan's state of mind is stimulated. It can sense it. Then we just need to follow the clues to find the current location of Blue Star. Ling Shuyan was a little puzzled. If we couldn't do it at the beginning, why did we end up? Long pointed at the egg chamber nearby, where Lin Feng had already recovered most of his energy. With his previous strength, he couldn't get involved in the battle in the universe. Summoning the Fourth Order Red King would only increase the burden on human survival. But things are different now. When the great expedition to the south is over, we will kill the late-stage Third Order Zerg Queen in Gizhao and advance to the late-stage Third Order. Then we will have to start making final preparations to ascend to the Fourth Order throne. This includes how to deal with the attack of the Fourth Order King of the Zerg. In this way, summoning the Fourth Order Red King to interfere can distract the attention of the top Zerg, thus buying time for Lin Feng's promotion. At this time, the mental power in Lin Feng's brain has recovered by 70%. After only one more day, it will grow on its own and return to its heyday. In order to reduce the consumption of the two midterm brain marrows, after discussing with Long Yi, he ended the mental power replenishment treatment. Lin Feng's spiritual attribute value increased from less than 100 to more than 4,000. Reaching the level of the middle stage of the Third Order. Although there is still more than 2,000 gap from the original middle stage perfection of 6,009, the thicker the base reserves, the faster the recovery speed, and no additional absorption is needed as the nutrient solution in the egg chamber was drawn out. Lin Feng slowly walked out of it while talking. Longai did not forget to control the biological flesh nest in front of him, extending its leaf-like soft tentacles to cover Lin Feng's entire body, absorbing and cleaning the remaining mucus on the surface. Ling Shuyan, who was standing by, saw this scene and showed an envious look on her face. She also wanted such a smart and convenient flesh and blood biological experiment device. For this reason, she has even participated in the Federal Research Institute's Mother Fusion Plan and become a Mother Queen gene fusion body like Zhang Yuner, who can control the Zerg's advanced biological meat nest. This can greatly help her improve her understanding of the mysteries of human evolution, as well as absorb and transform the blood genes of other ethnic groups. It's a pity that the research funding is tight now, and we are unable to allocate more manpower and resources to restart the Queen Mother assimilation plan. After Lin Feng walked out, he looked at the people present. So the spontaneous combustion of that human ball is a ritual for the Red Clan to activate the power of their mind. The Scorpion slightly, that's right. The Red Tribe's artistic conception is fire, and when they are in desperate situations, they will hold a fire worship ceremony, using the method of igniting oneself, burning flesh, blood, and soul to activate the power of artistic conception. This is the instinct of the Chi people, and it has a bit of primitive belief. After being summoned, these flames even have the ability to burn souls, and they will never go out until all the living things they are infected with are completely burned. So you know how terrifying that interstellar war was. The self-detonation of a third-level red ghost could instantly cover the battlefield within a 5-kilometer radius. With the eternal fire in its body, even a third-level Zerg would be burned to the point of near death, and the demonic face that appeared in the flames is the flaming soul of the 4th-level Red King, which is also one of its artistic conceptions. As it burns, the 4th-order Red King hiding in the cosmic channel will be able to clearly sense the location of the blue star and come back to seek revenge, or take the survivors of the tribe here back to the current habitat of the Red Tribe. In any case, it won't take long, at least half a month, at most half a year. The Scarlet King will definitely arrive in the solar system. When it smells the Zerg's scent, it will be furious and vent its hatred for the extermination of the Zerg opinion, except for the mother of the insect god. The other high-ranking Zerg leaders, including the 4th-order Zerg King except her in the future, are just enslaved puppets. Lin Feng nodded, and then asked Ling Shuiyan, 2 candidates for the 3rd-level promotion have arrived. Is she one of them? Experimental subject of the Superman project with superpower fusion for further research. Ling Shuiyan nodded, took Eleven's hand, and walked in front of the 2 of them. She knew very well that whether this girl could change her fate depended on this meeting, so when she came, she specifically asked the other party to be more enthusiastic and kind. Under the dim light, Lin Feng could see the girl's appearance clearly. She was bald at first, but now she has grown more than centimeters of hair, but it is yellowish and white, and many places are already silver, which is exactly the same as her pale skin. It seems that carrying multiple superpowers has put a heavy strain on her body, at least taking away more than half of her lifespan. In Lin Feng's eyes, the attributes of the 11th experimental subject also improved rapidly. Number 29, LV29, weak condition horsepower 650, VT 750, SPR 990 superpower awakening, telekinesis additional abilities, teleportation, mental spy telekinesis, the materialization of spiritual energy, which can affect real matter. The current maximum force is 10 tons, and it consumes 50 spiritual attributes per minute. The weight of the controlled object can be reduced to reduce consumption. Teleport, burst out extremely fast 3 times the speed in a very short period of time. The current fastest is 900 meters per second, lasts for 5 seconds, consumes points of physical and mental attributes each, and has a cooldown of 5 minutes. Into an invisible spiritual thorn, can break the mental interference of the body, or attack the target's brain, causing death or dizziness. Each use will consume 200 points of spiritual attribute value. Evaluation, an unnatural experimental synthesis, extremely powerful, but her multiple abilities have increased her burden, causing her health and physical attributes to drop sharply. She is in a weak state all year round, and overuse will accelerate her physical exhaustion. Note, in the current state, your vitality has been severely overdrawn, and your remaining lifespan is less than 20 years. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and listened to Ling Shuiyan pulling the girl aside to start introducing her. In fact, this was not the first time he had seen a researcher's superhuman experimental subject. Back then in Land City in the rear area, they encountered more than a dozen experimental subjects from the research headquarters. Among them was the first-generation codenamed Zero, who was the strongest but also the most unstable. He even wanted to provoke me and test me. In comparison, the girl number 11 in front of he was much more stable in emotion and state apart from being a little dull, shy and fearful. She is no different from an ordinary teenage girl. She doesn't have many years left to live. Her vitality is overdrawn. It's really too serious. Before Lin Feng could say anything, Long Yi, who also saw through everything, told him the truth directly upon hearing that he would soon die. 11's expression suddenly became agitated, and his breath became increasingly unstable, rising and falling as his breathing became heavier. Yuki, who was standing next to her, looked at the experimental subject, who was only a few years younger than herself, and showed a trace of pity. If he had not met Lin Feng, he would probably have received the same treatment due to the special nature of his awakened abilities. Lin Feng nodded, and then comforted, "Don't worry. The lifespan of a human second-level awakener is probably less than 1,000 years, and the increase in lifespan is based on the level of evolution. Once you become a third-level awakener, Your lifespan will be increased to an upper limit of 10,000 years. Also, the biggest advantage of being a third-level awakener is that you can adapt to multiple powers. You don't have to use your power every time like before, which would cause a continuous overdraft of your vitality. Once I complete my third stage promotion, my lifespan limit will probably double to around 2,000. Even if I subtract the current consumption, I will still have 1,000, at least in your lifetime. You won't be able to see your body age. After saying that, Lin Feng looked at Ling Shuyan again. Does the Research Institute want to verify the relationship between multiple superpowers and awakening the power of artistic conception? Perhaps the fusion of multiple superpowers is the key to the artistic conception. Ling Shuyan nodded and admitted directly, that's right. 11 is the one with the most stable emotions and state among all the test subjects. But the price is also high. Her aging speed cannot be remedied even if she absorbs more second-level insect speed eggs, so I want to take this opportunity to see if I can save him. Lin Feng hummed, no problem. In the upcoming Battle of Yucheng, we will most likely be engaging in close combat with a third-order Zerg under the command of the late-stage third-order Queen Mother. We don't have to worry about not having the chance to kill them then. Go and rest now. You are exhausted from the journey. As for the Red Tribe, let's put it aside for now. Even if they really come, the Zerg will be the first to worry. After arranging for Ling Shuyan and the other two to leave, Lin Feng, who had recovered, also asked Liuyuki, who had been guarding him for 2 days and 1 night, to go and rest. He took 2 queen brains with most of their spiritual energy left, along with the cut pieces of bone, and followed Longai to another warship where the colonial mecha was stored. At this moment, the colonial mecha has been shattered. If it weren't for the tenacity of the fourth-order electric-driven cells, it would have been shattered the moment it cut through the white bone claws and rushed out of the divine realm. Under the command of Long Yi, Lin Feng threw all the materials in his hand into the biological meat nest and started the formal repair of the colonial mecha. Looking at the colony suit whose spine was broken into 3 pieces, Long Yi couldn't help but sigh. Thanks to your previous investment, coupled with the enhancement of the fourth-order electric drive cells, this biological colonization suit has been made into the strongest existence below the third-order late stage. Otherwise, it's hard to say whether we can escape this dangerous experience of God's coming. Lin Feng nodded. Golden light appeared in his eyes, showing the identification result of the colonial mecha. The durability was less than 15%, and it was difficult to even wake it up. Especially in the last reminder, it also said that the intelligent central control system of the colonial mecha had suffered serious damage and lost a lot of combat data. The initial intelligent consciousness that was originally produced may have disappeared. Its injuries are too severe. Repair the skeleton first. Lin Feng spoke in a deep voice, squatted down, stretched out his hand to touch the heavy bone fragments at his feet, and a layer of golden light appeared on his palm. Although the power of artistic conception replenished in the body is not much, it is only used to transform the shape of objects, so very little is consumed. Only 1/10 of the fusion upgrade and 1% of the energy collapse. Soon, the built-in golden quality bones that made up the biological mecha were forged and replaced the original broken parts. Under the control of Long Yi, Lin Feng also used his own third-level cells to fill the flesh and blood organs attached to the golden bones of the biological colonization suit. When everything is completed, only the reintegration of the fourth-order electric drive cells remains. Lin Feng looked at the new abilities displayed on his personal attribute panel and decided to use the power of the insect god to perfect this brand new colonial mecha. Only 90 seconds of percent fusion state. It is still too dangerous in actual combat. Chapter 328, Complete Fourth-Order Body, Purple-Blue Divine Power. The new fourth-order electric drive cells had already been prepared by Longai in advance. However, before transplantation and assimilation can be carried out, the colonization mecha must be activated first to awaken its central control nerves program, that is, the reaction nerves. Otherwise, when the electrically driven cells enter, they will not be able to grasp the resistance level of the third-order cells, and it will be easy for an overly intense rejection reaction to occur, resulting in an intense and rapid resistance process without sufficient cooling time. The assimilation effect and degree of fusion will naturally be unsatisfactory. Lin Feng handed this part over to Long Yu to complete. He stood aside and observed the other party using the power of infinite reproduction to manipulate living organisms. At this moment, the source of life energy in Lin Feng's body was already stirring when he sensed the existence of his own kind. However, The oasis left in the spiritual world is obviously more advanced and perfect than the infinite reproduction artistic conception part of the laws of the Mother of Life's divine realm. Lin Feng, who has experienced the second form of the divine realm, knows better than anyone else the horror of the laws of the divine realm. Now Lin Feng is planning to use the source of life in his body to fuse the fourth-order electric-driven cells of the colonization mecha to perfect fusion degree of over 90% in one fell swoop. All flesh, blood, tissues and organs except the central control system are strengthened into fourth-order cells. In this way, the duration of activating the 90% fusion state will definitely be greatly extended. No longer the previous pitiful 30 seconds. Otherwise, Lin Feng would not have the confidence to face the final battle with the third-stage late queen. The transformation of Ling Yi was very fast. The previous part of the central control brain spinal cord damage was directly removed, and then two new parts were integrated into it. 36 colonial mecha popped up in front of him, and reality had completely returned to normal. Except for the cosmic power attribute, which is still in a gray and cannot be activated, the rest has basically recovered. The next step is the final step, implanting the electrically driven cells. As Long Yi manipulated the meat nest, clusters of blue-green active flesh were attached to the surface of the colonial mecha and rushing inside. They now need to plunder the energy of other cells to expand their own size and share the injection of electrical energy. Otherwise, the rising temperature due to the idleness will eventually lead to their own rotting. In contrast, the third-level cells originating from Lin Feng in the body of the colonial mecha also began to fight desperately. Lin Feng outside was controlling the machine to launch an effective low-intensity counterattack, while thinking about how to use the source of life in his body to replace the flesh and blood inside the colonial mecha. The previous 30% fusion degree mostly came from the skin and muscles of the limbs and back inside the colonial mecha, the deeper nerve transmission system, as well as the brain senses, blood vessels, abdominal compartments, etc., all of which needed to be strengthened, especially the sensory organs in the brain. The hearing, smell and vision of the ears, nose and eyes, must also be upgraded to the fourth stage. Otherwise, at the speed of Mach 90 when percent fusion is reached, even if the colonial mecha can burst out, the body's sensory system will not be able to keep up with such a fast speed. Soon, the replacement and assimilation of the surface skin and the internal muscles by the electrically driven cells was completed. Thanks to the remaining assimilated electric-driven cells that assisted Lin Feng's third-level cells, the transformation progress was accelerated. But simply restoring the original appearance is far from enough. Lin Feng needs stronger transformation and improvement. Seeing that Lin Feng had no intention of calling for a stop, Long Yi realized that the other party's idea was to make a concerted effort to increase the assimilation and fusion degree of the colonial mecha to the maximum. So he replied, "With my current third-order artistic conception, I am still far from being able to control the proliferation and expansion of fourth-order cells. If you can use the power given to you by the insect god, you should be able to do it. Electric-driven cells are the basis of life in the universe. The third-order artistic conception power that Long Yi possesses can only barely make fine adjustments to the cell clusters that have not yet been fully formed, and cannot achieve fine-grained control. Otherwise, the crude fusion method of direct collision attack would not be adopted." Now Lin Feng wants to replace all the third-order cells in the body of the colonization mecha with fourth-order ones. He can only do so by using the same cosmic power or energy that is more advanced than the life level of the electric-driven cells. The power of laws and powers divine left by the mother of the insect god obviously satisfies this requirement very well. Seeing Lin Feng nod in affirmation, Ling Yi smiled, walked forward slowly, and held Lin Feng's hand. "You release it, and I will guide and control it." Lin Feng took a deep breath, preparing to use his new power, the source of life, while reminding, "It only lasts 3 minutes, use it sparingly." Ling slightly, his expression extremely solemn, "Don't worry, I have provided enough organic matter for the colony to consume." The expansion speed of the fourth-order electric-driven cells under control is faster than you can imagine. They can regenerate severed limbs in an instant. 3 minutes is enough. Lin Feng nodded and no longer hesitated. With the release of the law energy and the source of life from the insect god, an extremely pure purple-blue energy was slowly released from Lin Feng's body. Wrapped in the golden energy of the particle control state of mind, it flowed along the tendons of the body and appeared on the palm. At this time, Long put his palm on the back of Lin Feng's hand, with his 5 fingers crossed and tightly connected, placed together on the chest of the colonial mecha. The power of artistic conception from within the dragonfly began to guide Lin Feng's particle control, entering the body of the colonial mecha, activating and controlling the electric-driven cells, and starting to proliferate and expand. For a moment, the active fourth-order electric-driven cells frantically absorb electrical energy and nutrient solution, splitting their own tissues while engulfing and squeezing the living space of other homologous third-order cells. And Ling Yi mobilized the power of the mother's law of life to control the fourth-order electric-driven cells, causing them to express characteristic mutations after division, so that they could replace the functions of the original third-order cells. In this way, the capacity of the original organs can be retained and greatly enhanced while they are completely replaced. Time passed by minute, and the two people who controlled the source of life were under increasing pressure both physically and mentally, and were sweating profusely. About 2.5 minutes had passed, and the electric-driven cells in the colonizing mecha, under the stimulation of divine power, completely replaced all the body's cells except the brain of the central control system. Includes the various sensory and perceptual organizations of the brain. As the two of them let go of their hands, a complete fourth-order early biological colonization suit appeared before their eyes. Particle control artistic conception. Once this power leaks out, at best Lin Feng's body will be twisted into a deformed monster, or at worst it will cause serious genetic radiation pollution, affecting the Savior Army. Lin Feng originally wanted to take it back into his body, but he found that this thing seemed to be disposable and could only go out but not in. This means that Lin Feng must use up 3 minutes of his source of life power each time, and he only has 10 chances. You can't stop halfway, nor can you release more if one time is not enough. Damn it. Longai, we can't take back the remaining power. Can we continue to use it on the colonial mecha? Lin Feng's face was pale. He had not yet fully recovered his spiritual attribute value, and artistic conception were only 70% of the original level. In addition to the artistic conception he had released before, the transformation of the golden plate bones, and the divine power of the source of life, there was less than 30% left now. This thing is just like the battery in your mobile phone. The lower the remaining power, the faster it is consumed. When Ling Yi noticed something unusual in his body, he frowned slightly. No, 2.5 minutes is the perfect stimulation time. If we inject more into it, it will only cause the electric cells to continue to spread, endangering the central control system and causing irreparable damage to the crystals in the brain. We don't have the ability to transform the power of laws into pure spiritual energy. Even if we do, it's not a powerful power that a mere third-level Mother Queen's purple crystal brain can withstand, unless there is a special blessing from the divine realm. At this point, an idea suddenly occurred to Ling Yi, and he quickly pulled Lin Feng to another cabin of the research ship, saying as he walked, "Since the mecha suits don't work, let's change the station anyway." Biological mecha suits are not intelligent life forms and have no independent consciousness to withstand the mental impact of mutation. It just so happens that the Queen has been mother repaired. We can use this remaining power to help it improve. Lin Feng nodded, and the two of them came to the other side of the Queen Mother and repeated the previous operation. Because the two forces come from the same source, the Queen Mother has a strong rejection reaction to the injection of the power of the source of life, and there is no need to prepare for assimilation first. However, the remaining blue-purple energy, after entering the Queen Mother's body surface, quickly merged with the Queen Mother's cells and formed a sapphire shining with purple light on the chest and nearby vascular tissue, connected to the blue-purple energy crystals condensed by the power of the law of life, was beating vigorously, and the operation of the entire body instantly soared to full capacity. Suddenly, steam dissipated everywhere, and the energy liquid beads that could not be released began to condense around them, just like the summoning ritual in the divine realm. With the influence of the divine gem, it gradually transformed into a phantom of the divine realm. At this time, Lin Feng had already drained all the source of life from his body, and alarm bells immediately rang in his heart, which came from the psychological trauma left by his previous second form in the divine realm. Yes, he instinctively entered combat mode in an instant. The LV-36 golden battle armor covered his entire body. At the same time, the colonial mecha had completed a thorough fourth-stage enhancement transformation. Under his control, it broke free from the infusion hose connected to his back and strode towards this side. Fortunately, at this moment, the long-awaited Long Yi quickly boarded the Queen Mother and said to Lin Feng before the hatch closed, "This is the instinctive performance of the Queen Mother being unable to control this divine power. I will take it away, and you can follow. This matter involves the subsequent decisive battle and the promotion of the 4th-level Insect King." As soon as he finished speaking, the deck above his head opened, and the Queen Mother turned into a stream of light and soared into the sky. The energy mist beads left in the cabin had already bred blood-colored insect eggs. Lin Feng waved his hand, releasing a particle to control the artistic conception, turning them into blood. He then boarded the arriving colonial mecha and caught up with the Queen Mother, which was in full condition. The appraisal result just now in his eyes showed that the Queen Mother, implanted with a crystal of the source of life divine power, had entered the pseudo-fourth order state, just like the mid-stage Queen Mother who had integrated into the statue of the insect god in the divine realm and the underground mother nest. However, her momentum is far inferior to that of the mid-stage Queen Mother blessed by the divine realm. Now she can stably release a 90% fusion state colonial armored mecha, which can easily solve the problem. Colonial Mecha LV34 out of 39, Gold quality, complete the 4th level body strengthening transformation, basic physical attribute value plus 500 upgrade points 0/6, horsepower 4.9k, pH 4.5k, SP 4.9k. Additional attributes, synchronization, superposition, self-absorption, mass energy shield, guard mode, cosmic force. Note: the minimum level requirement for the driver is the early stage of the 3rd stage, LV30 and above. Power of the universe, activate the 4th order electric drive cells in the colony, enter the 4th order state, and last for half an hour. Basic physical attributes, additionally increased by 90%. Level 4.9 basic attributes, HP 8.5k, pH 4.9k, SP, K. Note: the 4th stage's physical attributes increase, ignoring the 3rd stage's attribute cap, and currently increases by an additional 4k. Note: exceeding the current upper limit of the tolerable time will cause irreversible permanent damage to the body. The extra growth after completing all the strengthening and transformation made Lin Feng's frowning brows slightly happy. This is an increase in basic attributes, and it is even more effective than the increase in fusion degree. Now the duration of 90% fusion degree has been extended from the original 30 seconds to half an hour, which is enough for Lin Feng to kill the Zerg Queen who has entered the pseudo 4th level state in the divine realm. After the attributes are superimposed, the physical attribute value is as high as 14,000, reaching the threshold of the middle stage of the 4th order. A casual punch can generate a force of 4 to 5,000 tons, condensed in a fist that is less than half a square meter, which is as powerful as thunder. Lin Feng then looked at his personal attributes again. It's a pity that the original plan for this decapitation operation of the underground mother nest was to kill 3 mid-stage queens in order to accumulate 3 evolution points. Together with the 3 points accumulated before, it is great to be able to put them together, to further upgrade the colonial mecha and improve the basic value of its physical attributes, so that the 4th order state of cosmic power can release stronger power. However, the combined strength of both sides is now able to completely sweep away any other 3rd order Zerg except the late stage queen. When the army marches into Use Hao, Lin Feng will be able to easily accumulate enough upgrade points to upgrade all 4 pieces of equipment on hand to the midterm perfection. Thinking of this, the Queen Mother, which Lin Feng had been following all the way, stopped flying and landed on the sea at the coast of Minzhou, thousands of miles away from Mingchen. At this time, the condition of the Queen Mother had not improved much. The entire colonial body and biological tissue seemed to be controlled and swallowed by the purple-blue crystal embedded in its chest. On the cockpit cover on the chest, deep scarlet explosion-like lines appeared. The 3rd-level cells infected by the power of the law were gradually transforming into 4th-level insect king cells and continuously spreading to the surroundings. At this moment, Ling Yi was in the cabin of the Queen Mother. I am also going through my own spiritual test. Chapter 329, Divine Power Blessing, Level 4 Insect King Cells, Mobilization. Ling Yi's condition was not good. Even though he was the incarnation of the Zerg Queen and possessed the strength of a mid-3rd stage, he could not withstand the invasion of the power of laws. Of course, if she were given another chance to choose, she would still enter without hesitation and accept this test of the laws and divine power. From the moment Lin Feng released the source of birth and saw the blue-purple light wandering on his arms and palms, Ling Yi knew very well that he must obtain this most refined law energy from the insect god in order to improve himself and increase his chances of becoming a 4th-order insect king. The Mother of Life gave it to Lin Feng, obviously wanting ability to use Lin Feng to set the current test for herself. The purple-blue crystal stone condensed on the chest of the Queen Mother contains 1/10,000th of divine power, which is equivalent to the arrival of the divine domain summoned by the Queen Mother in the early stage, but the latter has the blessing of tens of thousands of life energies, coupled with the dilution of the huge shrouded space, and the convergence of the laws of the Mother of Life statue. Therefore, the pressure of the laws covering the Queen Mother is actually less than 1/10 of what it is now, times 10 the pressure and 10 times the intensity of the invasion are madly burning the vitality of the Queen Mother and Lingai. As the chest hatch spread, it had absorbed more than half of the biological body's vitality. At this moment, a golden light flashed in the eyes of the colonial mecha driven by Lin Feng, and the appraisal results of the Queen Mother appeared. While its health points continued to decrease, its physical and mental attributes were rapidly soaring at an incredible speed. The original health value of 6,900, equivalent to the perfect state of the third stage, has now dropped rapidly to below 4,000. The entire Queen Mother has knelt down on the beach, her whole body is red and hot, and steam is rising. Its physical and mental attribute values, one originally over 6,000 and the other 6,900, have already broken through the upper limit of 7,000 and reached the late third stage, and continue to approach the value of 8,000. It won't be long before the combat effectiveness of the Queen Mother will soar to 9,000, and even break through the upper limit of 10,000 and enter the pseudo-fourth level state, just like the second form of the divine statue possession in divine descent in the divine realm. When its life energy is not enough to sustain this process, it will either spread out and turn the area of more than 10 kilometers into no man's land, or invade the cab and drain her together. At this time, Lin Feng slowly drew out the Hunter King chainsaw sword from his waist, ready to strike. If the opponent fell into an irreversible dangerous situation, or like the Queen Mother in the God's domain, summoned the dead bones of the gods, Lin Feng must act as soon as possible to rescue Long Yi, or kill him directly to calm the situation. And the Ling Yi inside is releasing all the power of his artistic conception, fighting a desperate battle against the constantly invading power of laws and divine power, trying to control it and use it for his own benefit. Assimilated fourth-order electric drive cells. The remaining 1/6 was just the tail of the law of the source of life, and the divine power contained in it was actually not much. This is why Ling Yi dared to take the risk. According to normal procedures, an ordinary queen must first summon the ceremony of the descent of the divine domain, and then overdraw the accumulated life energy in her body to obtain the fourth stage genetic sequence of the Zerg, which is the gene bank. The so-called divine power is actually composed of these unlike primitive races on the planet, almost like humans. The gene pools of the races that gave birth to cosmic life, especially the more advanced gods, are all collected and monopolized by the head species. For example, as descendants of God, if the Zerg want to make the leap from low-level life to cosmic life and advance to the fourth stage, they must gain recognition from the Zerg god of fourth level. Then other third-level beings of the same era will almost block their own evolutionary path. No matter how gifted or talented you are, you will only turn into a pile of bones 10,000 years later, full of regret and unwillingness. Humans only need to collect their own racial gene trees, build a gene bank, and then carry out fusion cultivation to develop advanced cells with fourth-order strength much lower than that of the Zerg or other cosmic races. Of course, the research and exploration part was also accelerated by Long Yi using the Zerg's biotechnology. Now it is the turn of Long Yi, who needs to absorb, accept, and subdue the fourth-order insect king cells assimilated by the laws of the divine realm. Once successful, it means that Long Yi has already obtained the key ticket to the fourth level in advance. This ticket is usually available only to the Zerg queen who has reached the late third stage and is at level 39. As the fourth-order cells were assimilated by the power of the laws, they further invaded and consumed their own flesh and blood. They passed through the hatch cover of the Queen Mother and invaded into the chest of Long Yi, attacking the heart inside. Once the infection and assimilation of the heart is completed and spreads along the arteries to the entire body, Ling Yi will irreversibly lose his sanity and become a pseudo-fourth-level monster. Or simply disintegrate and collapse on its own of the Queen Mother, and the Ling Yi cannot withstand the arrival of a fourth-order body. At this moment, Long Yi had already used all his strength, but in the turbulent attack like a raging storm, the third-level cells in his body, which were blessed with infinite reproduction, were still defeated and difficult to resist. Just when Ling Yi was almost in despair, a hot current suddenly came from the energy reserve behind the Queen Mother. As soon as Long Yi regained consciousness and turned around, he saw that it was the colonial mecha driven by Lin Feng that was injecting its reserve nutrient solution into the Queen Mother. At the same time, a strong electric current also entered the Queen Mother's body from the organic nutrient solution input pipeline, and began to resist the spread of the fourth-order insect king cells and the penetration of the law of divine power. Lin Feng's strong intervention was like an insurmountable high wall, spanning between the Queen Mother and the main body of Ling Yi, blocking the continuous attack of the power of laws. With his isolation, the attack of the fourth-order insect king cells that had been uprooted in Ling Yi's body gradually slowed down at the same time, without the support of the Queen Mother and the purple-blue divine power crystals. The strength of these fourth-order insect king cells is gradually decreasing. This brief but precious respite allowed Ling Yi to gradually gain the initiative and gain a firm foothold. Previously, with the assistance of the power of the laws, the offensive of the fourth-order insect king cells was too swift. Now they have lost their continuous support and have no motivation to expand. Even though they have occupied half of Ling Yi's body, they can only stay where they are, retreating again and again in the face of the relentless pressure from the main consciousness of this body. After half an hour of agony, as the power of artistic conception within the dragonfly was almost exhausted, it finally gave birth to a batch of fusion cells that absorbed the fourth-order insect king and were able to use them for its own benefit. Under their fierce attack, the fourth-order insect king cells were trapped and defeated. Finally, after more than an hour, Ling Yi completed the cleaning and subjugation of the insect king cells in his body. At this moment, her level of evolution is even faster than Lin Feng's. The remaining task is to take back control of the Queen Mother from the purple-blue divine crystal gem. Thank you, we're ready. We can unblock both sides. Lin Feng, who is outside the biological colonization suit, shouted, using his mental power to pass on the message. Lin Feng, who received the notice, also temporarily postponed the intervention of the colonization mecha. At the same time, he discovered that the duration of the mecha's cosmic power and the fourth-order state could be extended to 3 hours at 60% fusion degree, and up to 30 hours at 10%. He had only maintained the 90% boost for 5 minutes before he discovered that the fourth-order insect king cells created by the divine power of the law had no power to fight back under the electric current attack of the electric drive cells. At one point, the spread was even suppressed to the chest of the Queen Mother. In order not to directly wipe out this part of the power, Lin Feng took the initiative to reduce the output power and drop the fusion degree of the electric-driven cells to about 60%. Until this moment, after being completely released, the insect king cells, which had lost their restraint, returned with the blessing of the divine power of the law, spread out quickly, and re-invaded the cockpit inside the Queen Mother. However, this time, they were about to face the pseudo-fourth-order life-form Ling Yi, who had already made all preparations and returned with great success. The tug-of-war between the body and the outside world continued until late at night. As the sun set, a full moon slowly rose above the horizon. 4 hours later, the purple-blue crystal of divine power that had taken root and parasited on the chest of the Queen Mother slowly sank into it. And after that, the overflowing fluctuations of the laws and divine power were quickly restrained. Lin Feng, who was waiting on the side and was familiar with the new state of the colonial mecha, noticed this keenly. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and the right hand of the colonial mecha was consciously placed on the hilt of the Hunter King chainsaw sword, ready to take action at any time. Judging from the Queen Mother's restrained aura, this long tug-of-war that lasted for several hours should have entered the most critical moment. Ling Yi is launching a final challenge to the energy gem condensed by divine power. As the divine power gem was integrated into the cockpit, Long Yi looked at the crystals floating in front of him as if they were treasures. Then slowly apply it to your forehead. In an instant, a huge stream of information flooded into my mind. Countless information images washed away Long Yi's cognition. At this moment, she has to accept the blood inheritance of her race, which is not only the 4th level physical strength, but also the spiritual level leap. The danger here is even greater than before. Fortunately, Long Yi is already familiar with the use of the power of artistic conception and can control it with ease, and her spiritual world is also deeper than that of an ordinary Queen Mother. The reason comes from her independent consciousness after being liberated as an incarnation. Unlike other queens, she has been shackled since birth and has become a war machine without independent emotions. This also causes their spiritual world to be too single and rigid. Faced with a surging influx of information, they do not have enough rich experience to carry the accumulation of these Zerg populations over billions of years. The final result is likely to be that his thoughts and self-awareness are distorted, and he will become an empty shell of the king's consciousness projection. Fortunately, Long Yi has absorbed all the past information of mankind, including her own experience with Lin Feng. At this moment, She is steadily receiving the power of the laws in the crystal of divine power. Turn them into your own spiritual source and make your own spiritual attribute values continue to increase. Lin Feng, who is in the colonial mecha outside, could clearly feel the spiritual power that the Queen Mother exuded after she restrained her breath. The spiritual attributes of Long Gai have broken through the upper limit of the middle stage of the third stage and have begun to enter the late stage, but this power only lasts for a short time. After just a few minutes, everything returned to calm. When the hatch of the Queen Mother was slowly opened, a woman with a dull look was revealed inside. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, and the ion laser cannon in his left hand was fully charged. On the woman's forehead, there was a purple-blue divine power gem that had been integrated into her before, just like when she was on the Queen Mother. It was located above her eyebrows, and blue veins stood out nearby. Fortunately, after a few seconds, the woman came to her senses and woke up from the spiritual world. The flashing blue-purple light in her eyes was replaced by normal pupils. After waking up, Long Yi looked at Lin Feng. It succeeded. Although it is only 30% of the way, it has broken through the upper limit of the third stage. Now that I am in the state of the Insect King, I can gain the power of the third stage. As he spoke, a look of excitement appeared in his eyes. It's a pity that this amount of law power is too weak. It's only enough for me to enter the pseudo fourth level state of God's Descent, which lasts less than a minute. How much power of law do you have left? Lin Feng did not reply to her, but silently raised the gun and pointed it at the woman in front of him. Give me a reason not to do it. Ling was stunned for a moment, then replied with a smile. The power of the law in your body is the key to becoming a fourth level Insect King. This is the signal from the Mother of Life. Only by following you can we escape the fate of being enslaved by the insect race. We use each other, but more importantly, we are together for warmth in this cold world. Only the strong are qualified to be pitied. Lin Feng slowly lowered his left arm and looked at the Queen Mother, which had become tattered after being invaded by the power of the law. She can still fly? Ling Gai looked around and shook his head. The body is damaged by more than 60%, and it's difficult to run. Only 30% of the fourth order Insect King cells are left to maintain it. I can only trouble you. Lin Feng walked forward speechlessly, hugged the Queen Mother in his arms, and then activated the power of the universe. In the fourth order state, he relied on magnetic levitation to offset gravity and soared into the sky. On the way back, Lin Feng asked where the energy remaining of the dead queen had gone in the mother nest underground in Mingcheng. Now he has only obtained the life energy of the original queen, which has been transformed into a third-level evolution point, which has only been accumulated 4 times. It is only enough to upgrade the LV-32 Hunter King Chainsword or the LV-31 Ion Laser Cannon. Ling Yi pointed at the divine power crystal on his forehead that was gradually sinking under his skin. It's all become like this. There were 3 mid-stage queen corpses in total, as well as a large number of second-stage Zerg. In the end, only a skeleton and 1 insect arm were formed. We need at least 6 times more life energy to achieve a true fourth-order divine descent. The remaining power should enter your body and be given as a blessing from the Mother of Insect God. I stayed. You are the only one who has direct bloodline from a god and is qualified to directly receive divine power. After Long Yi finished explaining, in just a few tens of seconds, everyone had crossed hundreds of kilometers and arrived at Mingcheng. Back on the research ship, Lin Feng threw the scattered Queen Mother into the biological meat nest for recovery. Long Gai jumped out of the cockpit, stretched his muscles, and looked at the second-level insect eggs sent by Chen Yannian. There were still some left, so he walked forward and controlled the meat nest to absorb them. While injecting energy into the Queen Mother, he also restored himself. Seeing that the matter here was resolved, Lin Feng immediately drove the colonial mecha towards the golden battleship. Not appeared in public for many days. It is inevitable that people are uneasy. It's time to start the final pre-war mobilization. Chapter 330, War Declaration, Reports and Logistical Issues. As Lin Feng drove the colonial mecha and appeared at the bow of the golden battleship, he instantly attracted countless eyes nearby. The second-tier regiments in the Salvation Army and countless ordinary soldiers all cast admiring glances at him. As the hatch of the colonial mecha slowly opened, Lin Feng's figure was revealed, and the shadow hanging over everyone's heads finally dissipated. Underground, the mother nest in the deepest part of the ground, which had been blocked by Liu Yi, Shen Ji and others, became the main reason for suspicion. What exactly happened inside? Why has the leader never shown up since the war? For a time, people were in unrest and rumors were spreading. Fortunately, Chen Yannian came forward in time and summoned the 6 early-stage third-level strongmen in the team. She announced that Lin Feng was just injured and needed to rest. At the same time, She arranged them and quickly organized the manpower go ahead and perform the cleanup mission for the battle. At the same time, he led 4 armies to the remaining 4 Zerg territories in Minshao, captured the Zerg nests there, and wiped out all the remaining Zerg swarms to prevent future troubles. The remaining energetic teams were dispatched to ensure stability in Mingcheng. Now, almost 2 days have passed, and the 4 armies that had gone out have basically returned, carrying full loads of supplies. Fortunately, Chen Yannian had already received the news that Lin Feng and the research ship had woken up successfully and met with Ling Shuian and others who had just arrived. So she stopped taking emergency measures. In fact, there are many examples in history of great expeditions that fell apart and dispersed due to the unexpected death of the supreme commander. Especially in today's apocalyptic era, the Zerg invasion also brings about the beginning of evolution, which infinitely enhances the effectiveness of personal force in war. Lin Feng's artistic conception not only represents the only supreme leader of the Savior Army, but also means that he is the strongest awakener among all the Savior Army and even the entire human race. If even he were to meet with misfortune and die in the action of killing the Zerg Queen, in a sense, it would mean that humans simply could not defeat the Zerg. The establishment and significance of the Salvation Army would also be denied. By then, people will inevitably be faced with a situation of panic. Fortunately, Lin Feng woke up in time and recovered most of his original strength, which was enough to stabilize the current situation. At this moment, as Lin Feng drove the colonial mecha in a form that went against common sense, he slowly descended from mid-air, instantly attracting the attention of all the saviors in Mingcheng. The colonial mecha weighing hundreds of tons and covered in golden armor shines with moonlight like a god descending from heaven under the full moon and the dark night. The golden warship. He looked down at the tens of thousands of soldiers at his feet, then he slowly opened his mouth and said, "There is one final battle in this great expedition to the south, and this final battle is also the most intense and dangerous one. The leaders of the second-tier regiments may have heard that an accident occurred during the Battle of Mincheng during the decapitation operation against the 5 Emperors Alliance. That's right, because there are not only 5 mid-stage third-order Zergs inside. There is also one more. A third-order spiny worm that has never existed before, called the third-order King Spiny Worm. Its appearance disrupted the original action plan, putting the decapitation mission in jeopardy. Although we defeated the Zerg once again in the end, the price we paid was not low, and in this final battle, we are about to face the Zerg Queen who has swept across Dianzhou and Gizhou and is dominating the tropical rainforest in the southwest of the Federation. She was officially promoted to the late 3rd stage not long ago. It is also the first entity in the world to be promoted to the late 3rd stage. A late-stage 3rd stage queen can breed 3rd stage Zerg on her own. The 2nd stage Zerg you are facing now, including warrior hunters, pulse scorpions, and even new types of Zerg adapted to tropical environments, will all be promoted to the 3rd stage and become a high wall of obstacles blocking our way. But all this is not the reason for us to retreat. The appearance of a late-stage 3rd stage Queen Mother means that this global Zerg invasion has entered its final acceleration phase. As long as we gather enough late-stage Queen Mothers, we can promote the birth of a 4th-order Insect King, and the 4th-order Insect King is a high-level existence that even a nuclear bomb cannot destroy. Once it appears, humans will be powerless to save the situation. And everyone will die. It is precisely because of this news that this great expedition to the south is so anxious and hasty, because there really isn't much time left for us humans. After explaining the reasons behind the great expedition to all the soldiers, Lin Feng paused and then continued, "Only after we kill this late-stage queen can we get a chance to catch our breath and make adequate preparations for the future human-insect war, and the swarms of 3rd-order Zerg and 2nd-order Zerg. For everyone, it is also a feast to kill the Zerg and complete elite level promotion because it is difficult to kill the 2nd level Zerg. How many members of the 2nd level peak chapters are there? Those chapter leaders who have followed me from the beginning have already entered the late 2nd level perfection through bravely killing enemies time and time again before the great expedition to the south. However, due to the scarcity of Tier 3 Zerg and the extremely strong Queen of the Zerg, there has been a long queue for promotion to Tier 3. Until now, there are only 11 3rd-level warriors in the Salvation Army. In the upcoming Battle of Yuzhou, we will most likely engage in close combat with a 3rd-order Zerg under the command of the late Queen Mother. When we face a large number of 3rd-level insect swarms, it will be the key for everyone to advance to the 3rd-level strongmen and gain the power to protect themselves in this doomsday. After explaining the benefits after the risks, Lin Feng immediately announced the most exciting highlight. In addition to these, once we win the final battle, It also means that there will no longer be any Zerg forces that can threaten us in the entire southern part of the Federation. At that time, the Salvation Army, as the most important and strongest resistance force of mankind, will also usher in a special era that belongs to us. I will represent the entire Salvation Army and establish the last pure land for mankind. Forming the Empire of Hope for mankind, I will ascend the throne and become emperor based on our recovered homeland, the 11 southern states of the former Federation. As these words were spoken, everyone present was instantly excited. Human nature is always greedy, and the long battle has exhausted a large number of Salvation Army soldiers, not only physically exhausted, but also mentally numb and tired. They yearn for rest and for the rights and status that match the strength they have evolved through hard work. This is an inevitable problem after all forces flourish. Lin Feng was also aware of this, which was why he chose to establish a kingdom after the final battle and rule the survivors in the southern states under his command system. Soldiers were recruited continuously to fight, and the public was conscripted to provide logistical support and supplies. Organize the surviving humans to stand up and preserve the spark of hope in this battle between humans and insects. Instead of being like the current chaotic Federation, with each base on its own fighting against the Zerg expansion and invasion as much as possible. But human beings cannot survive by retreating again and again, and retreating to the Gobi Desert in the center of the continent. Those late queens had no interest in this group of weak and pitiful insects. As long as the 4th level insect king was born and commanded the queens in all insects in the world, it would no longer matter whether humans existed or not. What they desire is the entire blue planet. By using the body of the 4th level spine king to absorb the core energy deep in the Earth's core, the entire blue planet will lose its endogenous power source, and the magnetic field that protects the atmosphere from direct bombardment and radiation from the sun's high particles energy will no longer exist. The blue planet will gradually turn into a dead star. There is no possibility of life anymore. The Zerg Spine King, who is promoted to the 6th order meteorite level, is so large that it is hundreds of kilometers wide. Once it breaks free from the protection of the blue planet's crust and breaks out of its shell, it will inevitably tear the current surface of the blue planet into pieces eventually. Perhaps a small number of humans will serve as experimental subjects or pets raised by the Zerg, and as low-level existences like the red beetles, they will follow the Zerg to leave the solar system and head to the next galaxy for colonization and conquest. This is the tragic ending that Lin Feng does not want to see. As a third-level awakener of the human race, he is the child of destiny who has the greatest hope of being promoted to the 4th level. If the final battle between man and Zerg fails, the best outcome for him will be eternal imprisonment, becoming a subject of experiment and a slave of the Zerg in their wars. Therefore, now, they must rely on a peak battle with the late Queen Mother of Gizhao to show the momentum of the Salvation Army. As a war to establish a nation, its significance is not just about how many more third-level warriors and second-level battle group members there are. Instead, it is to instill in the tens of millions of survivors today and the hundreds of millions of subjects of the Empire in the future the belief that mankind will prevail. Even a late-stage third-order queen cannot resist humanity's unyielding struggle against the fate of destruction. After completing the most meaningful pre-war mobilization, Lin Feng ordered the colonial metro to return to the stern hangar of the Golden Battleship, while he himself went to the command tower of the battleship. Listen to reports from each branch. Understand the current specific situation of the Salvation Army, the post-war collection and organization, the changes in personnel numbers and strength, and how much war potential the Salvation Army still has after this war. The strategic deployment has been completed. Next comes the implementation phase of specific tactics. At this moment, in the combat command room of the command tower, all the senior officials of the Salvation Army sat upright, ready for battle. Seeing Lin Feng coming, they all stood up and saluted. After Lin Feng sat in the main seat and took the report handed over by Chen Yannian behind him, he waved his hand to signal everyone to sit down. A circle of third-level powerhouses and second-level peak battle captains then slowly took their seats and officially started the meeting that he had been in a coma for a long time during his recovery. All kinds of data statistics had been compiled into a written report by Chen Yannian, so there was no need for his soldiers to report one by one this time. At the same time, in order to speed up, Lin Feng looked directly at the report in his hand. In terms of battle damage, a total of 10 dreadnoughts were lost this time, of which 4 of their core power reactors were hit and completely shut down, collapsing in the city. More than half of the remaining flying wing tanks, more than 100 in number, were also damaged, and more than 30 were directly scrapped and could not be repaired. In terms of casualties, There were more than 30 first-level soldiers, more than of whom were seriously injured and died. Awakeners have strong recovery abilities as long as they replenish enough organic nutrient solution and enter the biological egg cabin for recuperation. They can even regenerate severed limbs. Strength and lack of combat experience. Their mortality rate is somewhat high, reaching over 10%. But it is also within the acceptable range. After all, the second-level growth does not rely on shotguns, hiding behind the front line and pulling the trigger. As a member of the battle group, they need to rush to the most dangerous battlefield. The elite troops are tasked with tearing through the Zerg resistance line, fighting deep into the underground Zerg nests, and achieving a breakthrough effect. If you are not careful in close combat with the second-level tiger spine worms and warrior hunting worms, you will be seriously injured. After reading the battle damage report, the personnel's strength and status statistics for the next day gave Lin Feng some unexpected surprises. This large-scale military operation was decisive because of the Queen Mother's decapitation operation, which made the final result very fruitful. Among the 28,000 surviving soldiers, 2,000 completed the cross-level promotion and became second-level awakeners. This data is reasonable considering that the Five Emperors Alliance has a million-strong Zerg army, including more than 5,000 second-level Zerg swarms. In addition, the remaining 26,000 soldiers also achieved advancement to the late first stage in this hunting feast, and more than 10,000 reached the 19th level. They will be the reserve force for future second-tier battle groups and the cornerstone for defending the long-term survival of the Empire. In addition, other harvests included hundreds of thousands of first-level black-backed live insects and more than 500 second-level insect eggs. Today, the Savior Army, excluding casualties, has more than 4,000 second-tier combatants and 20,000 battle-hardened soldiers. The seriously injured and the remains of the dead were loaded onto ships and vehicles carrying supplies and returned to Jinchang Base and Wuchang Base in the northwest at noon today. The subsequent rotation of first-level combat soldiers have also arrived at the Mingchang battlefield on the ship. There are a total of 20,000 members. Mix and match with the old soldiers to form a new corps of warriors in the Savior Army. After this great war, although the Savior Army suffered heavy casualties, its post-war strength grew at an extremely rapid pace. The reborn Savior Army will also demonstrate its ferocious fighting power in the next final battle. But before that, Lin Feng had to solve a problem that was getting bigger and bigger. As the great expedition progressed, the battle line was stretched several times and was already 1,000 kilometers away from the Jinchang base. In addition, the terrain of Minzhou is rugged, and that of Yuchang is even more so. In the same period of time, only one-third of the original transportation capacity remains. However, the Salvation Army's demand for supplies is increasing exponentially. After this battle, many seriously injured soldiers suffered lifelong disabilities or died due to the shortage of medicine and equipment. Now combat casualties are becoming increasingly serious. There is also food supply, which cannot rely solely on organic nutrient solution to supplement consumption. This problem must be solved as soon as possible. Otherwise, if it is dragged on to the Battle of Yuzhou, it will easily become the fuse of defeat under the higher intensity combat pressure. Lin Feng looked at the map on the screen, turn your attention to Wuchang Base. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331 Ganchang Temporary Base, War Preparation and Clearance Plan. It is no longer practical to rely on the Jinchang base to provide support thousands of miles away. The loss on the road is greater than the materials transported. Although reaching Minzhou by land and sea along the coast could solve the immediate problem, the fine steel that the Salvation Army urgently needs to be transported from Wuchang in the heart of the Federation to Jincheng, and then from the port of Haicheng, it needs to be transported by sea for more than 2,000 kilometers to the Minzhou coastline, finally transported to Mingchang. After all the hassle, it's even slower than land transportation. The only way is to send Wuchang's fine steel and other medical and food resources directly to the vicinity of Mingchang. Unfortunately, as for the water route, the Xiangjiang River that passes through Xiangzhou ends about 600 to 700 kilometers away from Mingcheng, and is just above Yuchang. It may have become the expansion direction and target of the third stage Lake Queen. If I go there rashly, I will probably fall into its ambush. After all, The Savior Army is in a very bad state right now and cannot continue to fight against the millions of insect hordes, so Lin Feng turned his attention to the middle reaches of the big river below the big lake in Ganzhou. There was a long river flowing through Ganchang at the bottom of Ganzhou. It is about 100 kilometers away from Mingchang. It is entirely possible to transfer part of the team there, board the cargo ship that delivers supplies, and go to Wuchang or Jinchang base for rest. At the same time, Lin Feng can also use local materials to copy and synthesize a number of dreadnoughts or flying wing tanks, and send the remaining medicines, rations and other supplies back to Mingcheng. Now that Lin Feng has successfully advanced to the middle stage of the third stage, the farthest sensing distance with abound equipment has exceeded 200 kilometers. Even if the golden battleship continues to stay in Mingcheng, it can ensure the smooth use of all equipment replicas. Thinking of this, Lin Feng announced the plan to everyone. At the southernmost part of Ganzhou, in Ganchang above Minzhou, a temporary base relying on river transportation was established. This ensures that the Salvation Army can recover its combat effectiveness and reach a higher level in the shortest possible time. As the command plan is issued, each department begins to be responsible for the specific implementation steps. Soon they came up with preliminary arrangements. After listening to this, Lin Feng announced that the entire army would be reorganized for 5 days. 5 days later, the army marched into Yuzhou days. The 7 third-level strongmen except Chen Yan'an need to lead their respective teams and soldiers to Guangdong City to investigate the situation and conduct actual combat exercises. The other 4 cities near Minzhou were also carefully explored to search for remaining supplies. Lin Feng was responsible for repairing the Golden Fleet and adding a batch of new ships to match the additional 10,000 soldiers and 2,000 second-level combatants. Make sure that the next time the Savior Army faces a swarm of millions of insects, they won't suffer as much damage as this time. After the plan was announced, the first high-level meeting ended immediately. Lin Feng asked Chen Yan'an to contact and make arrangements as soon as possible, and to cooperate with Wuchang and Jinchang bases. The volume of river transportation is very large. Even if it is just a small boat of 100 tons, as long as it can reach the destination within 1 day, subsequent deliveries will continue. As replaced with fine steel, it can be copied and synthesized into more than 19 level 29 flying wing tanks, or level dreadnoughts. This volume of transportation, even with the addition of food and medicine, can meet the needs of the entire Salvation Army for the next week within 4 days. So Lin Feng gave 5 days to reorganize. It's best to be fully prepared for the final battle in Yucheng. After completing his duties and work as the leader of the Salvation Army, Lin Feng returned to the captain's bedroom of the Golden Battleship after a long absence and lay down on the bed to rest. Now he needs enough sleep to fully recover, but it consumes a lot of mental and artistic energy. Previously, he helped Long Yu to defeat and control the Fourth Order Insect King's cells, and a part of them had been consumed. Now there is less than 60% left. After a good night's sleep, it will be almost fully replenished tomorrow. At 10 in the morning, after Chen Yan'an finished her layout and arrangements, signed a bunch of documents, stretched her body, and came to the only living area inside the Golden Battleship, walked through the familiar living room and into the bedroom. At this time, Lin Feng was already fast asleep. This is the first time Chen Yan'an has seen Lin Feng sleeping so deeply since he was promoted to the third stage. She took off her captain's uniform, went into the bathroom to take a shower, and then walked to the bed wearing only a translucent gauze nightgown, lying quietly beside Lin Feng. Looking at her man's sleeping face, she smiled. Lin Feng seemed to instinctively sense that someone was approaching. So he turned around and hugged the woman in his arms. Chen Yan'an leaned on his chest, closed her eyes, and fell asleep together. In Lin Feng's spiritual world, his consciousness can already actively enter and exit it. At this moment, Lin Feng slowly woke up from the big bed in the bedroom of the Golden Battleship, 100 meters long, is now docked in the endless oasis. It was the power of laws and gods left behind by the mother of the insect god's birth last time that spread out a vast oasis that almost covered 1/5 of the planet's area. At this moment, Lin Feng flew into the air to check the situation of the oasis. Sure enough, after using the source of life skill once, the area of the oasis was reduced by 1/10. Then he lowered his hovering altitude and found the core of the oasis, where the mother of life appeared. When Lin Feng arrived at the core garden, to his surprise, the place was already full of birdsong and flowers. Not only did plants grow, but many small animals evolved, such as birds and squirrels, as well as some insects. However, it is still evolved and reproduced basically according to the contents of Lin Feng's memory. The power of laws from the gods can allow Lin Feng to break free from the shackles that prevent him from upgrading and controlling flesh and blood life, but unfortunately he only has 10 chances. Otherwise, with the blessing of the power of the source of life, Lin Feng could resist easily the pseudo-fourth order Zerg Lei Queen with a blessing from the divine realm. He even relied on the shield of the same divine power to stimulate the fourth order electric-driven cells and easily completed the kill. But there are only 9 uses left, and each lasts only 3 minutes. Considering that there will be a series of human-insect wars in the future, as well as the mission of going deep into the end of the world to rescue this gift from the insect god cannot be wasted easily. While thinking, Lin Feng came to the center of the garden and saw the man who lost his crown and the woman who was transformed by his biological mother, sitting on the throne in the pavilion, holding hands tightly. The body is woven by vines, and the empty eyes silently watch everything in front of it. Thinking back to the unusual behavior of his biological mother, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel curious, but he couldn't complain about this too long. After all, for her, even if she just knew about it, it was a great disrespect. However, Lin Feng himself also has some speculations. For example, the protagonist of this dark fairy tale, it is very likely that he is the Dark Lord who is above the true God and cannot be mentioned in words. However, when he met the Mother of Life, he certainly had not yet ascended to the throne of God King, and when he took the initiative to approach the Mother of Life, who had become a god at that time, he must have had some ulterior motive. The key is the crown that was taken off the man's head by the mother who gave birth to him and crushed into powder. Perhaps it was the Dark Lord God King who used the power of the Mother of Life to seize the opportunity to be promoted to the God King that should have belonged to the first generation insect god, and then killed it instantly. He passed the throne to the Mother of Life, and asked her to become the new insect god to assist him in completing the control and enslavement of the entire insect civilization and transforming it into a war machine. Relying on the wormhole, we can cross the 190,000 light years and reach the edge of the Milky Way. Then began the expedition to the Milky Way, and for the Mother of Life, what King Krishna did afterwards could be described as a ruthless betrayal. Therefore, it is reasonable to find myself in the hope of bringing a glimmer of hope to the enslaved Zerg. After all, Lin Feng also has a background of gods. He himself is the direct descendant of the gods, which guides him to save his father Lin Yu. And then the two of them go out together to get reinforcements, or report the invasion of the Milky Way by the God King Darkness. There is always a way to curb its expansion. At the very least, they can escape from the solar system with the remaining surviving humans and some Zerg, and wander for a long time in other galaxies. It's much easier and freer than staying and fighting numbly until death. Thinking of this, Lin Feng felt it was more and more reasonable. It's a pity that there is no way to find anyone else to verify this matter except the insect god. The only person who might know about this is Ling Gai, and it is estimated that he cannot even mention it before he is promoted to the 4th level insect king. After revisiting the old place and confirming the source of life for the power of laws and divine powers and consuming it normally, Lin Feng immediately returned to the golden battleship to think about his future arrangements. In addition to the obvious deployment of personnel and replication of warships, there are more important things, such as clearing out Zerg Queen forces in the small countries on the subcontinent below Gizhao and cutting off the logistical support of the Queen in the later period. At the same time, it can also help Chen Yan'an continue to upgrade and evolve flying wing tanks will reach. Chen Yan'an must have stronger mental strength to be able to easily control them and take control of the situation on the entire battlefield. The power of the million-in-number insect swarm also forced the Golden Fleet to require stronger firepower. Only by stabilizing the tug-of-war confrontation on the surface can we create opportunities for hundreds of strong confrontations and decapitation operations deep underground. From now on, the upgrade priority of the Golden Battleship is higher than that of the Colonial Micha. After all, the latter can improve its strength by harvesting the remaining 3rd-level Zergs, while the Golden Battleship must have a crushing advantage before the war breaks out. Otherwise, the tragic casualties this time will happen again. And it will get even worse. After all, in the later period, the Zerg forces under the Queen Mother controlled 3 states, and also included a number of small tropical countries outside the Federation. Bread was no less than that of the 5 Emperors Alliance in Minshao. Lin Feng planned to take Chen Yan'an around the world after all the battleships and weapon replicas were completed, visit the surrounding small countries within 2 days, harvest a Zerg Queen there, accumulate enough evolution points, and then come back for the decisive battle. The only trouble is that if Chen Yan'an and I leave, the force defense of Minchang will become extremely weak and its combat effectiveness will plummet. At that time, only Ling Gai, who is driving the Queen Mother, can help defend Year and Error anyway. The Zerg Queen couldn't arrive in time. It could only be a few other third-level Zergs, with a swarm of Zergs, who had marched straight in to test the strength and threat level of the Savior Army with a genetic regiment led by Shenji in charge. Even if a third-level King Spiny Worm that possesses the power of artistic conception comes, they have the strength to fight against it, so it should be feasible to have a weekly cleaning plan. In addition, the Colonial Mecha has already obtained 90% of the full state of cosmic power and can last for half an hour to recover. It only needs to continue charging in the 90% fourth order state. The speed reaches Mach 8 km per second. Even if it is 5,000 kilometers away, it will only take 10 minutes to return. Thinking of this, Lin Feng decided to carry it out secretly. Then he stood up and flew into the sky, entering the outer space of the planet, and walked towards the black star that was quietly absorbing all matter and energy. When Lin Feng returned to the real world, his consciousness was still lying in the spiritual sea in his brain. Looking at the gradually recovering spiritual energy, a layer of golden light appeared on the sea surface. This is the power of artistic conception that represents particle control. They are condensed from spiritual power and are extremely rare. One day, after entering the cosmic life, all spiritual powers will be transformed into artistic conception one by one. Feng's consciousness floated in this spiritual sea until around 9 o'clock the next morning, when he woke up naturally after sleeping for 14 hours. The spirit and artistic conception have all returned to their heyday. I briefly mentioned the cleaning plan around the world to Chen Yanyan, and she nodded excitedly and agreed. Then Lin Feng led a fleet full of wounded soldiers and ship pilots to Ganzhou. Even before this was done, several second-order regiments led by Liu Yu had already set out in advance, carrying the biological materials collected after the war. They established a temporary base and set up patrol posts at their destination, Gancheng. At 10 o'clock noon, Lin Feng and his party arrived safely. And on the ship he said he lived in, there were also 3 brains of the early Queen Mother, which came from the corpse of the Queen Mother of Zhejiang. This is a spiritual power replenishment prepared in advance for the large-scale replication of ships and weapons. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, we received a notice at midnight yesterday that a small cargo ship with fine loaded steel had traveled hundreds of kilometers from the port of Wuchen to the port of Gancheng, watching 300 tons of fine steel being carried and unloaded by members of the second-level regiment. In just a few minutes, Lin Feng walked forward and started his own battle. One after another, flying wing tanks, shotguns, armor-piercing cannons, and electromagnetic cannons were born. After unloading the cargo, the empty ship returned to the Wuchen base, carrying some biological materials as cargo, as well as some wounded and sick soldiers. Together with Notter's second-level regiment, they will assist Zhang Yurao, the president of Ganglion Group, to seize power and control of the entire group. In order to provide full support for the upcoming Battle of Yucheng and the final battle with the late Third Order Mother Queen with the cargo ships coming and going, by noon on the third day, Lin Feng had already produced 50 dreadnoughts, 200 flying wing tanks, 10,000 shotguns, and 2,000 armor-piercing guns and electromagnetic guns, enough to arm the Salvation Army to the teeth. And then, it is the southeast side of the continent, Queen Mother Clearing Plan. Chapter 332, Tier 4 Cell Advancement, Sweeping Southeast Asia. Before setting off again, Lin Feng, who returned to the temporary camp in Mingchang in central Minzhou, had to deal with another matter. It is the subsequent fourth-order electric-driven cell propulsion plan. When sending the colonization mecha into the scientific research ship for a comprehensive and detailed inspection and charging, Lin Feng found Long Yu to discuss the arrangements for this matter. Zhou Di's body starting with him, we can find a breakthrough in fusion at the fastest speed. I have arranged for him to come and collect samples today. We will start with in vitro experiments first. Once everything is okay, we will move on to the local transformation stage. Also, you should inform them about this matter to avoid any misunderstandings. They may not believe what I say. Lin Feng nodded. No problem. They have long coveted the amazing performance of the colonial mecha. Tell them that with its technological transformation, they can become like the colonial mecha, able to fly into the sky and hide in the ground, and be omnipotent. I think they will try their best to squeeze in. And they all want you to perform transformation surgery on them first. Ling Yi smiled and suddenly said, not all of them in Southeast Asia are early-stage queen mothers. There are still some mid-stage queen mothers. Be careful. Lin Feng nodded. Don't worry, I know my limits. This 3-day cleanup plan will probably be my last relaxing trip on Blue Star. It's better to experience it more. There won't be many opportunities like this in the future. Lin Feng seemed to have some feelings. As he became stronger and stronger, he had a feeling that he had no control over himself. Many things happened as if there was an invisible hand behind him, pushing him to move forward as quickly as possible. There is no respite in his body. Lin Feng could also clearly feel that the blood of the gods flowing in his body was gradually awakening. The human part that his mother, He Yuan, left to him was also disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This trip to the southeast accompanying Chen Yan'an may be Lin Feng's last trip that he can control at his own pace. Long Yi seemed to have noticed the inexplicable changes in Lin Feng's heart at this moment, but she was more aware of the powerlessness of an individual in the face of the general trend. I could only say comfortingly, some things comfortingly have to be done. Learning to accept is also a kind of growth. Once you have completed all of this and entered the fourth stage, if you feel tired, you can leave the conflicted blue planet with a spark of hope for mankind. The universe is so big, there must be other suitable habitats. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. Blue Planet is the home planet of mankind, the birthplace of human civilization, the humans who left here, or the humans, just like the Zerg. If you leave your own small Magellanic Cloud, are you still the founders of the once glorious Zerg civilization? In the Milky Way, is there really a habitat suitable for your survival? For me, either humanity becomes extinct or all invaders are completely defeated otherwise. This struggle to save the nation will never stop. As he spoke, Lin Feng's expression became more and more solemnly. Gradually determined his choice and direction, he turned to look at Ling Yi. If we cut off the coordinates of the wormhole and conceal the existence of the solar system, we can eliminate the trouble. The dragonfly nodded slightly, then shook his head. Most of the territories in the Milky Way are owned by someone else, and each spiral arm is strictly supervised. This is because we are worried that foreign gods will come to raid and plunder the material resources of the Milky Way. So, currently the mother of the worm god, including the one behind him, has a strength of over rank 6. Once they pass through the wormhole, they will inevitably attract the attention of the high-ranking beings in the Milky Way and be besieged then targeted, and the previous few battles were basically fought by 4th and 5th level cosmic Zerg. It's just that divine power can pass through the wormhole and affect the space of our galaxy. Of course, on the day of the solar eclipse when the sun disappeared, that being used powerful force to temporarily erase all information particles in the solar system that led to the outside world. This is to cover the arrival of the space Zerg. After that, the energy from the God King continued to shield the outside world from exploring the solar system. Now, apart from the basic cosmic properties such as gravity, other cosmic civilizations outside can no longer observe the solar system. Just like the Dragon civilization, they need to send out a popular class warship for reconnaissance and exploration to come to Blue Star to investigate and find out the situation for the fleet to land. So in the end, we only need to close the entrance and exit of the wormhole to greatly weaken those space insects. If it still doesn't work, just run away first. It is impossible to do anything. Rather than staying here and dying, it is better to be like the Red King of the Red Clan and run away first to show respect when there is a chance. Come back to take revenge later. Besides, you are not a pure-blooded human, and you only bear half the responsibility for the future of humanity. The specific outcome and direction of humanity's future still depends on their own fourth-order human king. Lin Feng sighed, looked up at lightly the colonization mecha, skipped the topic, and asked, have you checked it out? We're almost gone. The scorpion slightly, no problem, the reserve energy is full. Afterwards, the organic nutrient solution is directly absorbed, and the cells assimilated on the back can automatically convert it into electrical energy to supply the entire body. Not worried about whether it can stand it, but you. Lin Feng was a little surprised. Me? What could go wrong with me? Long Yi looked at the Arc 4 overflowing mecha. After wearing the complete colonization armor for a long time, the fourth order cells in its body are one level higher than the third order cells in your body. What do you think will happen if this continues? Once you encounter an unexpected situation similar to what happened in the underground mother nest during the Battle of Mingcheng, continuing to use the fourth order state at 90% fusion will put more and more strain on your body. If you fall into rampaging unconscious state, the fourth order electric cells in your body will not only assimilate your body surface, instead, it will melt and devour you directly, become their nourishment and a part of them. Obtaining the dominant control of the colonial armor, it becomes a flesh and blood machine without self-awareness and only knows how to kill, similar to the corpse slaves created by the fourth order cells. I remember telling you about it before. Lin Feng nodded and said comfortingly, don't worry, I have a measure. Besides, with the killing and movement speed of the colonial mecha, it is estimated that the group of queen mothers will not have enough time to unite. It's just an ordinary summon from the divine realm. It has no effect on me. It's just a matter of one more blow. Okay, it's about time. I'll leave this place to you during my 3 days away. After saying that, Lin Feng controlled the colonization mecha and flew back to the golden battleship. Chen Yannian had been waiting here for a long time. Lin Feng then summoned 7 third-level warriors under his command. Shenji, Liu Yuqi, Liu Yi, Zhou Di, Zhang Yuang, Wang Lei, and Chen Yannian, a total of 7 people. In a secret office, he announced to everyone that he would quickly travel across the southeastern region of the continent and cut off the logistical supply lines of the late Queen Mother of Gizhou in order to ensure the stability of the situation in Mingcheng. Except for Chen Yannian, who went with Lin Feng, the other 6 people needed to rely on the fortifications built by the Zerg to resist possible exploratory attacks from the Yuzhou Zerg. At the same time, Lin Feng also informed Liu Yuqi, Liu Yi and other pure-blooded humans about the 4th-order electric-driven cells. The most excited ones are Liu Yi and Wang Lei, who are the most ordinary 3rd-level awakeners who have not yet condensed their own artistic conception during the 3rd-level promotion. Now with the blessing of 4th-order cells, one can obtain physical strength beyond the current level limit, which is a state of mind. In addition, the combat performance of the colonial mecha has already impressed everyone present. Even Liu Yuqi and Zhou Di, who have mastered the power of artistic conception, began to be tempted after learning about the powerful strength of the 4th-order state. The first person to get involved was Zhou Di, after all, the last piece of the puzzle to complete the 4th-order cell research comes from the cells in his body that have integrated artistic conception. They can release powerful electric currents and can directly drive cell movement with electrical energy. Zhou Di is the most suitable candidate for the first experiment. At the same time, it has the strongest tolerance to experiments. Zhou Di was overjoyed. He couldn't wait to use his ability of flying and hiding to kill the Zerg army. Guaranteed to complete the mission, arranging staff for the temporary camp, Lin Feng immediately got up and left. At the tail of the golden battleship, Lin Feng took Chen Yannian and said goodbye to everyone. Be effective for Lin Feng. The Hunter King chainsaw sword is more direct and easier to use than the ion laser cannon for decapitation operations deep underground. After making the final arrangements, Lin Feng entered the cockpit of the colonial mecha, lifted up Chen Yannian, who was wearing golden armor, with his left hand, activated the 30% 4th-order state, and interacted with the magnetic field of the blue planet, generating a powerful light-pole repulsion force to offset the natural gravity of the blue planet. With the 6-winged membranous wings behind, gently tap. The colonial mecha weighing hundreds of tons flew into the air at lightning speed. The speed is so fast that it reaches 7 times Mach 2.5 kilometers per second. And some 3rd-order warriors didn't even see the flashing figure of the colonial mecha, which disappeared in just a blink of an eye, 0.1 second. However, the colonial mecha that arrived in mid-air did not move forward to the south, but headed towards the northeast. Chen Yannian was sitting in the palm of the colonization mecha, and asked Lin Feng loudly with some doubt, "This direction is to return to Jincheng? Why do you have to go there again? Is there something you forgot to bring?" The colony mecha gradually slowed down, and Lin Feng used his mental strength and body to answer, "That's right. Let's go back to Jincheng first and pick up something before setting off again. Otherwise, it will be difficult to speed up the killing if we just rush in like this." Arrived at the Wuchen base. The once dilapidated and deserted Jincheng base has regained its vitality under the management of Han Yuxin and Princess Betty. The number of permanent residents there has rapidly soared from 200,000 to 1 million, and more food and jobs are needed to meet their needs. This is also a daunting challenge for Han Yuxin and her husband. Soon, the level 34 colonization mecha landed on the helicopter platform on the roof of the city lord's mansion. Was originally a 5-star hotel built along the river when the Jincheng base was first established. It was used as a temporary office later. It was officially used as the city lord's mansion so that Lin Feng could report daily work progress. At this moment, Zhang Yuner sensed Lin Feng's arrival, put down the experiment in her hands, and quickly rushed over from the biological warehouse at the dock. She drove the Queen Mother and docked next to the colonial mecha. After walking out of the cockpit, she waved to Lin Feng. Chen Yannian removed her full body armor and contacted Han Yuxin and Betty, who were there. Soon, the office on the top floor of the city lord's mansion was opened, and the 4 women gathered together. Lin Feng introduced what happened during this trip. The main purpose is to take this guy Zhang Yuner away. After all, if you want to sneak into the Zerg's underground hive quietly, you must have auxiliary personnel who can master the relevant artistic conception and hide everyone's breath. Long Gai couldn't get away for the time being. The first person Lin Feng thought of was Zhang Yuner. In addition to the other party's previous identity, as a federal superstar, he is well known internationally and has toured in many countries. She knew more about the foreign world than Lin Feng and the others, and this could help her solve the difficulty of communicating with local survivors along the way. After the announcement, Lin Feng asked the two not to relax, in case the queen in Tehu Lake, the original form of Ling Yi, found an opportunity to attack and steal their home. The two nodded and watched Lin Feng and the other two leave. Before heading to the first destination, Zhang Yuner took out a map of the southeast corner of the continent and began to plan today's schedule. Strive to eliminate all Zerg queens as quickly as possible without leaving any behind. In that case, then this is the only one. At this time, the colonial metro was floating in the air, drifting with the current at an extremely slow speed. After hearing Zhang Yuner's plan, Lin Feng opened the cabin door and took a closer look. The direction and location she pointed to was the narrow island country next to the Federation, Neon Country. A country that still maintains an imperial system. Lin Feng vaguely remembered that after the apocalypse broke out, Japan seemed to have lost any news after a month. It only lasted less than a month. Today, Japan has completely become a paradise for the Zerg to develop and grow. Okay, let's go check it out. Put the things away, and stand still, armored, and hugged Lin Feng's big hand tightly. The colonial mecha held the level 33 Queen Mother in one hand, and protected Chen Yanyan with the other hand. It then activated the fusion degree of 60% and reached a terrifying speed of 5 kilometers per second. Across the entire ocean, more than 1,000 kilometers away, in less than 3 minutes, it has already appeared in Japan. Looking at the swarms of Zerg on the surface, Lin Feng's mouth corners slightly raised, and the hunt began. Chapter 333 Neon Journey, King Spinosaurus in Fuji. Before the apocalypse and the Zerg invasion, Neon Japan had a huge population of 125 million, making it a populous country even in Southeast Asia. But its land area is only the size of 3 of the federal coastal states, and more than half of it is rugged, hilly and mountainous area, which is not suitable for living. In addition, it is surrounded by the sea on 2 sides, has many islands, and is located in an earthquake zone with cracks in the Earth's crust, so there have been many natural disasters here since ancient times. Things like typhoons, earthquakes, and tsunamis occur every few years or even decades and have become commonplace. Even hundreds of years ago, there were natural disasters such as volcanic eruptions that caused mass extinction. Until now, there are still dozens of volcanoes standing in Neon Country, and the largest and tallest one is still active. This also makes this place extremely rich in hot spring resources. If the environment were a little worse, it would be very suitable for the original habitat of the spiny worms. Perhaps the black-backed worms and tiger-backed worms here will grow and evolve even faster. In addition, the huge population base will also become an excellent place for the Zerg Queen to plunder biomass and enhance her own strength. More importantly, Japan, with its weak military power, is simply unable to organize a proper large-scale battle, let alone a large-scale regional war involving hundreds of thousands of troops like the Federation. Naturally, it is impossible to stop the Zerg invasion and expansion. At this moment, Lin Feng was floating in the air. As far as he could see, the surface near Hakao was covered with densely packed black-backed insects patrolling everywhere. Below them were countless red beetles, collecting and carrying food everywhere. Even the rough seashore is swarming with insects looking for food. But these are not Lin Feng's goals. So he controlled the colonial mecha and continued to advance into the interior of the island. Soon, he found more than a dozen large pits in a ruined urban building complex. It is large enough for a 20-meter-tall second-level tiger spine worm to move in and out. At this moment, the Queen Mother, which was being controlled by Lin Feng and held in his hand, could also hear Zhang Yuner's voice. Right below, I can feel that there is a stage 3 early Queen Mother less than 500 meters underground. Lin Feng nodded, and then said, well, you put on a mental shield to block the Queen Mother's perception, and leave the rest to me. The purpose of bringing Zhang Yuner along is that Chunjin is just a tool. If Lin Feng wasn't worried about something happening on the front line, and if Long Yi's strength wasn't growing too fast, he would basically not consider taking her with him. But the good thing is that after supporting Zhang Yuner, the Savior Army's dependence on Long Gai will be greatly reduced. The restraining relationship between the two sides is like that between the Gene Corps and the Guards Corps, which is a gathering of elites. As the Queen Mother released its spiritual energy, it wrapped up the colonial mecha and Chen Yannian in its hand. The Fourth Order colonial mecha flashed and rushed directly into the pit on the surface. Before Zhang Yuner and the Queen Mother could react, the colonial mecha had already penetrated deep into the underground and arrived in front of it before the Queen Mother discovered it 90%. And rushed towards the target in a pseudo-fourth level state with points of physical attributes. He raised his sword and slashed it directly, cutting the Queen Mother's neck in half before she could react. Queen Mother and deliver the final blow to the Queen Mother insect head while Chen Yannian was absorbing the life energy of the insect head. Zhang Yuner, who was driving the Queen Mother, was also absorbing the remaining life energy from the huge insect body. The life energy provided by an early-stage Queen Mother is limited, and even if Lin Feng killed it himself, he was unable to absorb any of it. Fortunately, the killing process was quick and did not consume much of the colonial mecha's reserve energy. While absorbing the life energy of the biological nest, Zhang Yuner said, "I have controlled the Zerg in the mother nest and am trying to find the hatching nest in this nest. Well, I found it. Just to the right after you go out, there is a large meat hatching nest with a lot of second-level insect eggs stored." Lin Feng nodded. "No hurry, wait until you two have absorbed it." A few minutes later, the two who had completed the absorption came to the hatching nest under the leadership of Zhang Yuner. The fleshy pyramid in front of me was inlaid with densely packed second-order insect eggs. Too lazy to take it away, Lin Feng directly let Zhang Yuner take control of the meat nest, and then injected the organic nutrient solution containing weak life energy into the Queen Mother and the colonial mecha. There seemed to be too many second-level insect eggs here. It's just an early Queen Mother, but the number of insects under her command is far more than those on the mainland. If it were placed on land, with so many biomass resources piled up, this early-stage Queen Mother should have been promoted to the middle stage long ago. Lin Feng walked out of the cockpit and spoke slowly. Zhang Yuner frowned slightly. After Lin Feng's reminder, she also discovered the problem. Why can an island country with originally poor resources support the wealthy Zerg? Since the overall size of the Zerg swarm is no less than the number of Zerg under the command of the mid-stage Queen Mother, why hasn't the Queen Mother here been promoted to the mid-stage third stage yet? Rich resources, but perhaps Neon's military is too weak and its equipment is scarce. It cannot organize a large-scale steel torrent, nor can it build dozens of meters-high fortifications in just a few days like the Federation. There was no strategic depth of thousands of kilometers, so at the beginning of the apocalypse, they were defeated step by step until they had nowhere to retreat and were completely invaded and swallowed by the Zerg, and the people and country were destroyed. We didn't encounter any fierce resistance or counterattack, so all the biomass resources we collected can be used to breed insect swarms and expand our influence. Lin Feng directly gave a reasonable analysis. For such a small country, being destroyed is a very normal thing, especially in recent years. Japan's military strength has been continuously castrated and weakened. The whole country has a dead and dying feeling. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly thought of something and asked, "What are the conditions for advancing to the midterm stage?" Zhang Yuner understood this and immediately replied, "In addition to sufficient biomass resources, we also need at least 10,000 awakened or enhanced humans to lay the foundation for expanding life energy and cultivate localized second-order Zerg, such as the warrior hunter insect, pulse war scorpion, etc." Lin Feng smiled and snapped his fingers. "No, that's it, midterm promotion, plus, the Queen Mother living here is basically isolated from the outside world. She has no pressure to survive and evolve, so it's easy for her to give up. After all, no matter how hard I try and gather all the resources, I can only enter the middle stage of the third stage at best. There is absolutely no hope of advancing to the late stage. It's better to live well from the beginning and survive until the fourth level insect king is born." After saying this, Lin Feng showed a look of regret. After all, driving a colony mecha against an early Queen Mother was completely overkill, and he couldn't bring out his true strength at all, and naturally he couldn't understand how much damage the fully enhanced colony mecha could do. The mid-stage Queen Mother had plenty of life energy, which could support the colony mecha to harvest, while leaving enough surplus energy for Chen Yannian and Zhang Yuner the goals. It is also within the plan to accumulate evolution times and upgrade the colonization mechas and golden battleships while sweeping across the southeast. For the entire morning that followed, Lin Feng was busy taking Chen Yannian and Zhang Yuner to other Zerg gathering places on the island. And from this isolated island, 3 early queens were discovered and killed. Then head to the next island. Lin Feng and his group had just harvested was only the smaller one on the west side. I looked at the time and it was almost noon. We need to speed up. The planned completion time is 3 days, and the time we stay in Japan cannot exceed 1 day, which is 24 hours. Gotta speed it up. After saying that, Lin Feng immediately picked up the Queen Mother and Chen Yannian, and slowly landed on the other side. Then, relying on Zhang Yun'er's exploration and perception, he quickly found the specific location of the Zerg here. Because it was just an early queen, Lin Feng didn't stay for long and killed it instantly with one sword. Then came the boring operations of absorbing life energy, cleaning the hive, and pacifying the Zerg. It was not until 2 o'clock in the afternoon that everyone encountered what was probably the only mid-stage Queen Mother at the moment, slightly to the left of the center of Neon Country's main island. Lin Feng, who was extremely bored, finally became interested. He raised a Hunter King chainsaw sword at his waist and arranged for Zhang Yun'er to guide the way behind him. As the mother nest went 7 or 8 meters underground, a large number of second-level warrior hunting insects and tiger-backed insects appeared inside and outside the mother nest. Lin Feng didn't know whether the previous slaughter of the early-stage Queen Mother had alerted the middle-stage Queen Mother. But he didn't care too much about it. Because there is only a mid-stage Queen Mother, it is far from threatening the colonial mecha in its prime state at this moment. Since there was a possibility of being exposed, Lin Feng simply stopped pretending. When he stepped into the entrance of the mother nest, he directly burst out with a 90% fusion state and slashed at the mid-stage queen with his sword. Of defense is completely ineffective in the face of the pseudo 4th level cosmic power, even though this middle stage queen had already summoned the divine domain to descend the moment she noticed the enemy's attack. However, the ritual of summoning the divine realm would take at least several seconds to condense and form. The reaction time for the Mach 0.1 colonial metra was less than seconds, not to mention the middle stage Queen Mother. Even the late stage Queen Mother of the 3rd stage, her mental strength cannot keep up with the speed of the colonial mecha. After 0.1 seconds, the 10-meter-long Hunter King chainsaw sword pierced into the back of the neck of the mid-stage queen. The artistic conception fluctuations released from its insect brain impacted the mental shield on the surface of the colonial mecha. Zhang Yun'er's shield was nothing in front of it and was shattered into pieces in an instant. However, the internal mass energy shield is blessed with 9,900 points of the 3rd stage late stage upper spiritual limit attribute. It is difficult for an ordinary mid-stage queen to break through such a defense. Taking this opportunity, Lin Feng made a circular slash. It circled around the neck of the LV-34 mid-stage queen, and cut off the insect head that was about 30 or 40 meters long. He also successfully obtained some valuable equipment upgrade points during the battle. Chen Yannian, who had already advanced to level 33, drew her sword and walked forward, delivering a fatal blow to the struggling queen insect head. The vast life energy flows into the body. Let Chen Yannian become the 3rd person in the savior army after Lin Feng and Long Yi, a mid-3rd stage existence. He is also the first pure-blooded human to reach the middle stage of the 3rd stage. What surprised Lin Feng was that when he just cut off the Queen Mother's head, he sensed that this middle stage Queen Mother was not only using the power of her artistic conception to launch the descent of the divine domain, but was also sending a message to the outside world. It's a pity that I'm not a Zerg queen or her clone, and I don't know how to control my body temperature. But soon, a slight shaking and vibration was heard in the insect nest cave. Lin Feng realized that something was wrong. He thought that the middle stage Queen Mother had done something before she died, or that her vitality was extremely strong, and this middle stage Queen Mother corpse was just one of her many clones. Seeing such vibrations becoming more and more intense, the source of the vibration was getting closer and closer to the center of the insect nest where everyone was considering the at which it was approaching. Lin Feng instantly thought of a possibility. That is, a 3rd level king worm appeared on the surface outside. It is over 100 meters long and weighs over 10,000 tons. Combined with the speed at which they move, they can bring a strong sense of tremor to the earth. Lin Feng immediately said, "You guys stay down there first and absorb the life energy. I'll be back soon." Chen Yannian looked worried. Lin Feng drove the colonization mecha forward, Speed nodded, and said to the Queen Mother, "Protect Yannian well. She has now been promoted to the middle stage of the 3rd stage and needs a lot of nutrition. Use all the 2nd stage insect eggs. Don't save them." After saying that, he turned into a stream of light and came to the surface of the insect nest. It was clearly not even 3 in the afternoon, when the sun was at its hottest. But the blue sky in the distance turned gray and red. Lin Feng frowned slightly and returned to mid-air. I saw Mount Fuji erupting in the distance. A giant monster covered in 1,000-degree molten lava was rushing towards this place, roaring. And such a third-order king spiny worm, more than one. Chapter 334, Raising the King Spinosaurus Tribe, Subcontinental Rainforest. There's more than one king worm. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. They came out from the opening on the top of Mount Fuji, bathed in magma. 4 giant feet, each 150 meters long, walked on the hillside, leaving footprints 20 to 30 meters deep. Because the speed was too fast, it almost completely awakened this active volcano, which was already in a semi-dormant state. Lin Feng counted them and found that there were 5 spiny king worms rushing over from the volcano 20 kilometers away. They live together in a volcanic crater. Some of it is incredible. However, after years of cooling and migration due to plate movement, the volcanoes on the surface of the blue planet are now only left in the collision gaps between 2 plates, with some volcanic groups connected to the seismic belt. Therefore, compared with the environment of the Queen Spinosid's home planet, the suitable climate of the blue planet seems very harsh. The surface has cooled down and there is no direct heat source. The king spiny worms here, like the red tribe, cannot tolerate the low-temperature environment. So there may be several king spiny worms living in a large volcano. The active magma convection in active volcanoes is enough for them to absorb heat energy. Lin Feng sighed, then controlled the colonization mecha and flew to a low altitude of 500 meters, covering those king spiny worms rushing towards the insect nest. Mother before her death. Longai once said that although the king worm and the queen are both at the 3rd level, the transformed king worm will be summoned by a certain special spiritual energy frequency. And the knowledge of this energy frequency is included in the inheritance of the queen mother's artistic conception. In addition, the queen mother has absorbed the genes of the spinal worms and has also analyzed the 3 major artistic conception powers of the spinal worms becoming a god, and also wiped out the future of the spine insect clan. The essence of this summoning ability is the deconstruction of the fearless mood, transforming the original charge call ability into a mandatory spiritual command. Summon the king spinner worm to fight by command. However, the cost of activating it is huge, and the mental burden is second only to the summoning from the divine realm, so few queens would do so alone. The previous 5 Emperors Alliance of Minzhou was able to afford the cost of summoning and manipulation because it had 5 mid-stage mother queens. The reason why Lin Feng could summon the mid-stage queen mother, who was killed at this moment, was all due to the terrain of the Fuji volcano in the distance, which attracted the king spinal worms to settle again. As long as the distance is close enough, there are not many requirements for the intensity of energy output. However, facing the aggressive 3rd-order king spiny worm, Lin Feng, however, was not very interested in killing them. Firstly, it is impossible to take away the giant jaws weighing hundreds of tons. Secondly, the benefits of killing them are too low and can only be converted into a few upgrade points. In comparison, the colonial mecha controlled by Lin Feng only needs to consume less than 1/3 of its 4th level state to kill a queen and obtain double or even triple the life energy. Moreover, these king spine worms possess the power of artistic conception, so there will not be much gain if you kill them by yourself. But if you let the late-stage perfect 2nd order or peak warriors of the Gene Regiment kill them, there is a high chance that they can stimulate or accumulate the power of artistic conception by absorbing life energy and eating flesh and blood. This was also what Shenji discussed with Long Yi after his strength improved after the Battle of Mingchen. The 3 major powers of artistic conception of the Spinner Worm clan, in addition to being obtained from the inheritance of the spine god at the source, also come from fighting among themselves higher-ranking cosmic spine king, but also the death of countless 3rd-order king spine worms. The harsh environment of the planet Spina has created the most valiant warriors, but has also made the conflicts between ethnic groups extremely cruel. So in the eyes of the Zerg at that time, the spinal planet was an uncivilized barbaric land, and the spinal Zerg living there were a group of savages without any civilized heritage. The arrival of the Zerg brought civilization to them. The 2 sides have different positions, and Lin Feng does not comment. What he cares about is the cruel growth path that the spiny worms have cultivated due to their original environment. The final 4th level spine king will be determined through direct fighting, group fighting, and devouring. It's faster and more ruthless than the queen mother's management and development. Not long after, 5 king beetles arrived in the city one after another, but they found that the signal that had summoned them before suddenly disappeared at this moment. That was a war signal in the tribe of spinner worms. It meant that a great war had begun and all third-order king spinnerworms had to participate. Now that the signal of energy fluctuations has disappeared, the kingworms are a little at a loss. But soon, they discovered that above their heads, there was an unknown existence emitting a very strong aura. So they bared their fangs and claws, and moved their giant jaws towards Lin Feng. Even two king spiny worms retreated a few steps, then accelerated and ran wildly, jumping into the air to attack. It's a pity that the crust of Blue Planet is not like that of asteroid Spinosaurus, which is made entirely of hard obsidian. If they dig into the soft soil, they will sink deeply into it, which not only slows down the movement speed of the spiny dragon worms, but also greatly reduces their strength. Lin Feng found the way they danced so funny. Before he met the king worm, he always believed that higher-level life forms must possess extremely high IQs, or at least a certain level of wisdom. But the third-order king spiny worm in front of him broke Lin Feng's inherent cognition and made him realize that there are really creatures in this world that possess powerful forces, and they are still in the barbaric and primitive stage where self-consciousness has just emerged. Fortunately, they at least know how to form a tribal system for joint survival. Otherwise, just one killer spiny worm could wipe out all spiny worms and trigger a mass extinction. When the 5 king spiny worms, affected by the summons, suddenly came out and vented their dissatisfaction with Lin Feng also sensed the power of artistic conception in their bodies. This is a group of spinnerworms composed of a fearless king spinnerworm that has reached perfection on the 7th day of the first lunar month. Leading the other 4 king spinnerworms in the state of indomitable state of mind, they have formed the rudiments of a tribe. The fearless king spine worm will serve as the leader of the tribe, constantly attracting new king spine worms to arrive and absorbing other volcanoes in the Neon Kingdom. Because this island country was formed by a mountain range that was squeezed and uplifted on an earthquake zone where plates fissured. Volcanoes are everywhere from beginning to end. Lin Feng suddenly had an idea to turn the entire Neon into a breeding ground for king spiny worms for future warriors of the genetic regiment to come for trials. At the same time, this place is far enough away from the Zerg Queen on the mainland, separated by a vast ocean, so there is no need to worry about them being summoned over. Thinking of this, Lin Feng looked at the 5 furious king spiny worms in front of him and smiled. It was as if he could see in the future his own third-level genetic warriors walking out of the Neon Country, which had turned into purgatory. At this time, Chen Yannian and Zhang Yuner, who were deep in the underground insect nest, also completed their evolution and upgrade. The former successfully entered the middle stage of the 3rd stage and became a LV-34 pure-blooded human awakener. As for Zhang Yuner, she also successfully upgraded the grade of the Queen Mother she was driving by absorbing the body of the mid-stage Queen Mother. It was successfully to level 36, reaching perfection in the middle stage of the 3rd stage. With a superposition of attributes, Zhang Yuner also has the strength to suppress the mid-stage Mother Queen spiny worms. A group of early-stage 3rd-order king spiny insects were nothing more than big ants in Lin Feng's hands when he had just entered the 3rd stage. Lin Feng might have been a little worried, but now he has mastered the power of the universe and has reached the 4th stage, not to mention the weapon in his hand. The material of the Hunter King chainsaw sword is made from the golden plate bones of the Mother Queen. It only takes one easy strike to cut through armor of the king spinal bug. Even a mid-stage 3rd-order king spiny worm would have difficulty lasting more than 3 seconds against Lin Feng. No. Let them reproduce here. The Queen Mother here has died, and the remaining black-backed worms and tiger-backed worms that have become ownerless can gradually return to their original free state. Lin Feng spoke calmly without explaining the most important reason why Chen Yannian was able to complete the upgrade and evolution so quickly this time was the early Queen Mothers who were killed before after Lin Feng absorbed their golden plate bones. The remaining purple crystal brain marrow that was inconvenient to carry was absorbed by Chen Yannian. 1 is 500 points, 2 is 1000 points. Although it's a bit extravagant, Lin Feng doesn't care as the commander of the golden battleship and the controller of the entire golden fleet. Chen Yannian's spiritual attribute value should be of unparalleled strength. It took less than half an hour, and with the help of the 2nd-level insect eggs and amethyst brain marrow, Chen Yannian quickly completed the upgrade and was about to set off. As for the brain of this mid-stage queen, it was used to upgrade and strengthen the Queen Mother. Seeing that everything was over, Lin Feng decided not to stay any longer. Then he took the 2 of them to the next insect nest, in the northern islands outside the main island. This place is close to the Arctic Circle. Because of the year-round cold weather and short daylight hours, although there are broad-leaved forests as biomass resources, their recovery is far less than that of the subtropical areas near the equator. Therefore are fewer Zerg queens landing here, and even if they do, their strength is generally low. In addition, humans are too scarce, so even after more than 4 months, the strength of the Zerg queens here is not even at the initial stage of perfection. In this global 4th level Insect King competition, Chunshin's role is just a supporting role, and the important thing is to play a participating role. However, Lin Feng did not show mercy. After all, if you let them go, they will migrate south the next day, occupy the fertile land of the island, take over the ownerless insect swarm, and become the new mid-stage queen. As the Hunter King swung his saw sword, the 4 early queens in many northern islands died one after another. Clear out the Zerg queen here. The first day of this trip is almost over. The sun gradually set in the west. Lin Feng picked up Chen Yanyan and carried the queen mother, and quickly headed west. The circumference of the equator of the blue planet is 40,075 kilometers, and it completes one circle in 24 hours. That is to say, as long as your speed exceeds 1,670 kilometers per hour, you can always catch up with the sun and never see the sunrise or sunset. And the speed is only 1.37 meters per second, equivalent to Mach. Even humanity's advanced fighter jets can reach this level, not to mention the colonial mechas that can reach Mach 24. As Lin Feng soared into the sky, he broke through the sound barrier in an instant, and at the moment the sonic boom occurred, he had already left the island country. A streak of light streaked across the boundless sea. Before the sun's afterglow sank into the darkness of the horizon, I successfully caught up with the sunlight rising in the east and setting in the west. 10 minutes later, the colonial mecha successfully arrived at the southeast of the continent 5,000 kilometers away, which is also known as the South Asian subcontinent. It is one of the few tropical climate areas on the main continent of the northern hemisphere. Tropical rainforests here are lush and green, and the long rivers are flowing. The year-round high temperatures and continuous rainfall cause plants to grow wildly and animals to multiply and prosper. Biomass resources are most abundant in tropical regions. Just sow a packet of seeds and plant them, and you'll reap a rich reward. There are 3 rice harvests here a year, 3 times that in the north. The richness of the land makes it a perfect paradise for the Zerg queen to develop and expand. In addition, the humans here are not very strong and their resistance is almost zero. Even a little mental control can make them succumb to the Zerg. So when they landed on the shore, all the queen mothers who had been lurking for a long time rushed to land on the beach in the tropical area near the equator. However, what they did not expect was that although the tropical regions are rich in biomass resources, the temperatures there are high all year round, and miasma is everywhere, making it difficult to form a strong organizational force since ancient times. Even the Central Plains dynasty was unwilling to spend more management costs to incorporate it into its territory. As a no-man's land, and with hills and deep mountains everywhere, the subcontinent has never been unified, forming more than a dozen countries of varying sizes. No country could withstand the Zerg army under the command of even a 3rd-level queen. Not to mention that more evolvers will be born through arduous and round-the-clock battles. As early as the beginning of the apocalypse, people in coastal cities fled directly, went into the deep mountains and forests, and then fled all the way to the depths of the mainland. They crossed the boundary marker and came to the Federation, but were unwilling to go forward to resist the Zerg invasion. In this case, the early queen mother who lands on the shore will encounter the same embarrassing situation as the queen mother of Japan. It is because they cannot gather converted tens of thousands of evolvers and enhancers, so the abundant biomass resources in their hands cannot be into the power for advancing to the middle stage of the 3rd stage. Stuck at the initial perfection stage of the 3rd level for a lifetime after Lin Feng landed, he found a golden beach by the sea, the emerald green ocean in the distance, the transparent water nearby, and the colorful corals below, as a place to rest tonight. Then he led Jiang Yunar to explore the surrounding Zerg territory and sphere of influence. The final result was the same as Lin Feng expected. There is no powerful midterm queen here. It's basically the initial stage. Sooner or later it will become a late stage 3rd order queen mother's mass troop base. Must be eradicated as soon as possible. Lin Feng sat on a hill, opened the cockpit, walked out of it, and reduced the invasion and assimilation of the 4th order electric drive cells on his body. Then I saw in the distance that the trees had been harvested and the extra land was being cultivated again by a group of red beetles. They actually throw fruit and vegetable seeds on the ground and wait for the land to take root and sprout again. However, Lin Feng was puzzled. As long as the food is biomass, the Zerg can digest, decompose and absorb it. Why grow food for humans? It can't be the early queen mother here. Are you already keeping humans in captivity? Chapter 335, Confinement, Sweep, and Continuous Upgrades. Realizing this, Lin Feng frowned slightly. He still remembered the first time he encountered the Zerg Queen keeping humans in captivity. It was when he had just been promoted to second-level Awakener and was controlling the dreadnought to head to Jiacheng, Zhejiang, below watching evolution of civilization. They want to use this method to master human civilization, thereby discovering a path for mutual integration and directly absorbing and assimilating human civilization. Zerg escape slavery in the future, but the ultimate purpose of this, the group of Zerg that has landed in the rainforest to raise humans, is obviously far different from the observation experiment of Lingai. Furthermore, the several small countries in the subcontinent have never produced advanced wisdom and civilization. Since the ancient barbaric and primitive times, even the feudal centralized system was not well promoted and implemented, and slavery and decentralization continued into modern society. Their deformed society today is also formed by the colonial assimilation of foreign invaders. Therefore, it is simply a pipe dream to expect to learn and deconstruct human civilization from this group of semi-civilized monkeys. It will only lead to the absurd conclusion that human beings are primitive, barbaric and stupid. Therefore, the only possibility that this group of red beetles, under the order of the Queen Mother, were growing vegetables for humans was that they were keeping humans in captivity like livestock. It is better to wait until they are fully grown and harvest them. You only need to provide some old, weak, sick, injured or deformed first-level black-backed insects and second-level insect eggs to obtain a large number of pure-blooded human awakeners. Then, after harvesting and devouring them, he obtained a sufficient human gene pool, and used it to unlock the authority and shackles of the genes in his body, successfully advancing to the middle stage of the third stage. I guess there are quite a few people who do this. After all, as a small country in the subcontinent, its military power is basically zero. Let alone engaging in a tug-of-war with the Zerg army under the command of the Zerg Queen, it cannot even hold on to an inch of land. On the day of the apocalypse, many soldiers with guns even ran faster than civilians. He fled deep inland in a panic. This resulted in a large number of unarmed civilians facing the invasion and slaughter of the Zerg army. However, the Queen Mother, who landed in the tropical rainforest, and the Zerg under her command did not lack biomass energy at all. Lacked more were the awakened humans, especially the second and even third level awakeners. However, humans, who had no resistance, were basically unable to escape the Zerg's attack and sweep, and the weapons they were equipped with were outdated and had very low power. If not many first-order black-backed insects are killed, naturally not many awakened ones will be born. In order to solve this bizarre problem, many queens even took the initiative to send the old, weak and sick among their Zerg to human gathering places. As a result, the group of monkeys scattered immediately. It is rare to encounter a few unusually brave people who stand up to kill the black-backed worms. However, after successfully being promoted to first-level awakener, they not only did not stay on the front line, but also led their team members to continue fighting hard, killing more black-backed worms and becoming stronger. However, after obtaining the first stage of awakening power, one after another, they were directly blinded by this powerful strength that surpassed that of enhanced humans and the awakened superpowers. In other words, they never thought more about staying on the front line, continuing to kill insects and making themselves stronger. Instead, after gaining power, he directly fell. He brought a group of people back to the northernmost part of the country's rear area and, relying on his own strength, established a rule without any bottom line suffering. Faced with such human strength, many queens who landed on the subcontinent showed their helplessness. Some were even furious. So this is the case, with the surviving, captured humans being kept in captivity within the Zerg's sphere of influence or right next to the Zerg's nest. This ensures that the humans who have completed their enhanced awakening can be served on the table for the Queen Mother to savor. Lin Feng stood on the coast, walked out of the cockpit of the colonial mecha, and stepped on the sand under his feet. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng did not feel the slightest bit of displeasure or anger despite the Queen Mother's intention to step on this place. In addition to the fact that the humans here are not the Federation people he is familiar with, the more important reason is that Lin Feng no longer feels strange and uneasy about these things as he did before, and he no longer feels the same way about them now, after going through so much. Some people may even feel that humans who are raised in the Zerg are more comfortable and more willing to stay there than the struggling survivors in the outside world. And the people who are held captive here may really think so deep down in their hearts. I would rather be a surrendered pig, waiting to be slaughtered, and live happily through every tiring day of my life. Of course, for some people, the treatment of not having to worry about food and clothing is more acceptable than the process of fleeing in hunger and starvation. So when Lin Feng went to kill the Zerg Queen and rescue them from the dire straits, perhaps this group of people would blame Lin Feng for shattering their dreams, destroying their originally affluent lives, and making them face everything in the end times. At this time, Zheng Yuner, who was lighting a bonfire nearby, also noticed the strangeness of the group of red beetles in the distance. At the same time, within a few seconds, she guessed the purpose of the insect swarms farming. So he said, "Do we need to go over and investigate first? I think this is the Zerg's human breeding industry, not an experiment." Lin Feng nodded, then shook his head. "It's okay, it's just a bunch of upgrade supplies. The Zerg Queen used them as consumables to advance to the second stage, and I did the same thing, using the name of tourism to clean up all the Zerg Queens in Southeast Asia, be fully prepared for the final battle. So, I actually hope that the Zerg Queen can absorb their special genes and become a mid-stage queen. Otherwise, it would be very boring to keep killing these early-stage queens, and the gains would be little. Only by allowing the Zerg Queen to advance to the middle stage of the third stage can she convert all the Zerg biomass energy that Lin Feng cannot absorb into life energy that can be turned into third stage upgrade points, and then harvest it. Only in this way can we realize the idea of honing the combat skills of the colonial mecha and increasing the harvest. Of course, the most important thing is that Lin Feng wants to watch the sunset with Chen Yannian and enjoy this moment of tranquility. The sunset at the seaside is like the end of a drama. What followed was endless darkness. The two sat beside a roaring bonfire. The colonial mecha and the Queen Mother stood quietly in the rear. The former entered the sentry guard mode and set it to attack immediately if any unidentified objects approached within a radius of 100 meters. Chen Shanshan leaned on Lin Feng's shoulder, and the two of them stayed together, watching the orange-red blood-stained sunset gradually disappearing on the sea level, leaving behind a long strip of ripples, jumping up and down. Chen Yannian suddenly spoke, "In fact, I have always had a deep impression in my heart, and I feel particularly clear and fearful about this year." Lin Feng frowned slightly, raised his arms, and hugged the woman to his chest. "Well, tell me." Chen Yannian took a deep breath and continued, "It was the day when the apocalypse happened. It happened to be a total solar eclipse. The sun was blocked by the moon. The whole world seemed to be plunged into darkness all of a sudden, especially when I was driving to the community. There was a section of the road where it was so dark that I couldn't see anything. I had to rely on the high beams of the cart to see the road ahead. At that time, I wondered if it would always be like this, because the duration of the total solar eclipse has been extended several times, from a few minutes to more than 1 or 2 hours, and in terms of coverage, this mutated total solar eclipse can appear in the same place anywhere in the world, so I'm worried that the sun will no longer rise and appear in this sudden disaster that affects the entire world, and will simply disappear after the total solar eclipse. Day was actually caused by the alien Zerg. The power of the Zerg god is unfathomable and can easily destroy star-level planets. It is not surprising that the total solar eclipse was prolonged. The power of the gods is beyond comprehension." Speaking of this, Lin Feng suddenly realized something. "During your evolutionary awakening, did you appear in a desolate wasteland with your chariot and warship?" "That's actually my spiritual world." Lin Feng smiled. He didn't expect that Chen Yannian would wake up in his spiritual world, so he continued, "So every time you break free from the spiritual world, you see that black star hanging in the air, and you need to enter it until you are completely swallowed by the darkness. Then you can break free and wake up in reality. Don't worry. The desolate week where the battleship is docked is the source of my spiritual strength." After saying that, Chen Yannian nodded and leaned in Lin Feng's arms until night fell. The sky is filled with the stars of the Milky Way. As for Zheng Yuner, she couldn't stand the food, so she ran to the back of the beach and drove away the swarm of insects. By picking up leeks, her strength has entered the initial perfection of the third stage. She is only one step away from being promoted to the fourth mid-stage existence in the Salvation Army. Time passed quickly and the bonfire gradually went out. Lin Feng and the other person lay on the beach, using the sky as a blanket and the ground as a bed. They listened to the rolling waves and fell into deep sleep. The next morning, the group woke up early. "Start your tough challenge today." Zheng Yuner stayed up all night last night. After wandering around for a few times, she discovered and collected the locations of all the Zerg queens in the subcontinent, as well as their general strength levels. After guiding Lin Feng forward, the action on the second day was fast and fierce. There are a total of 18 queen mothers, distributed across 7 countries, about 3 that are a little more remote, showing signs of becoming middle-stage queen mothers. The remaining 15 are all in the early stages and are scattered around. Because of the abundant biomass resources, the struggle among the queen mothers here is not as serious as in the Federation. Everyone has enough resources to digest, so the distance between them is also very far, about 100 kilometers per bird. This is better. We don't have to worry about forming alliances. Inside the queen mother, which was traveling in the dense forest, Zhang Yuna reported to the colonial mecha in front of her. Soon, everyone arrived at the location of the first queen. The whole process took less than a minute. After the killing was completed, discovered a village above the insect nest. There are thousands of survivors living there. It's a pity that the order inside has been distorted and civilized morality no longer exists. In order to speed up the reproduction of humans, we should be able to provide the queen mother with more awakeners as soon as possible, especially young awakeners who have awakened special gene expressions. Captivity have almost become breeding machines under the control of the queen mother among the thousands of people. More than half were pregnant women, some holding their babies, some lying on wooden boards, waiting for men to come, or for the red beetles to bring them food. This scene is like a zombie. Chen Yanyan almost vomited. Zhang Yuner, who was driving the queen mother, took over the queen mother's control of the Zerg and completely destroyed everything. Let this group of numb and pitiful fellow beings be freed. After absorbing the life energy and taking away the queen mother's brain, Lin Feng found a troop carrier in a dense forest. After a few upgrades and modifications, it becomes an orange full-level land cruiser, which is used to store precious amethyst brain marrow. The rest of the day was spent doing this repetitive work. It lasted until late at night, and the interior space of the LV-29 battleship was filled with more than a dozen queen mother brains. Because of the heavy load, even the driving speed was reduced by half. Only 60 or 70 kilometers per hour. Lin Feng then announced a break. He killed 12 of the 18 queens in the South Asian subcontinent in one go. There are still 6, including 3 midterm queens, left to be finished tomorrow. And the cumulative number of third-level upgrades in the body finally reached 9. Hunter King Chainsaw Sword. The remaining 6 points were given to Chen Yanyan, who continued to upgrade after being promoted to the LV-34 middle stage of the third stage. During this period, Zhang Yuner also gained a lot of benefits, picking up leftovers and accumulating enough life energy to complete the promotion to the middle stage of the third stage. In the dense forest late at night, Lin Feng sat on the land cruiser and looked into the distance. That's where it meets the federal border. Near Dian's Hao. There are 3 early-stage queen left, and in the wild land further west of the border, there are 3 middle-stage queens. By killing 3 early queens, the wings of the late queen currently in Gizhao can be cut off, causing it to lose its steady supply of logistical supplies. What remained were 3 mid-stage queens. This was the last feast that Lin Feng prepared for the colonization mecha to upgrade to mid-stage perfection. Chapter 336, Level 35 Colonial Armor, End of Southeast Journey. It was still dark on the third day. Lin Feng and the other 2 woke up from a big tree in the dense forest. You can see a low, empty area about 10 kilometers away, which is the trace of a swarm of insects. Like industrious leaf-cutter ants, the swarm of red beetles works tirelessly day and night, devouring all the biomass in the rainforest, including every tree and bush, and turning it into the foundation for the proliferation and expansion of the Zerg. Lin Feng looked back at the biological colonization suit beside him, which had been upgraded to level 35, Colonial Mecha LV-35/39, Gold Quality Upgrade Points. 0/6, Horsepower 5.9K, pH 5.5K, SP 5.9K. Additional attributes: synchronization stacking, self-absorption, mass energy shield, guard mode. Note: the minimum level requirement for the driver is the early stage of the third stage, LV-30 and above. Additional attribute enhancement: the power of the universe. Power of the universe. Activate the 4th order electric drive cells in the colony, enter the 4th order state, and last for half an hour. Basic physical attributes, additionally increased by 90%. Level 5.9 basic attributes: HP 10.5K, pH 5.9K, SP K. The 4th stage can be reduced to 30% and 90%, and the physical attributes will increase accordingly. The 30% stage lasts for 9 hours, and the 60% stage lasts for 3 hours. Note: the 4th stage's physical attributes increase, ignoring the 3rd stage's attribute cap. Note: exceeding the current upper limit of the tolerable time will cause irreversible permanent damage to the body. Sure enough, the combat effectiveness of the colonial mecha has increased dramatically. and it is due to the improvement of its basic attributes now with the blessing of the power of the universe and the 90% fusion degree of the 4th stage. The physical attribute value that originally only increased by 1,000 points has been turned into 1,900 points. Thanks to the white bone claw that escaped the god-descending state last time, Lin Feng obtained the gift from the insect god's mother, and the basic physical attribute value of the colonial mecha increased by an additional 500. Therefore, even without attribute stacking, the sentry guard mode of the colonial mecha itself has a physical attribute of 10,500, directly breaking through the upper limit of the late 3rd stage and reaching the minimum threshold of the 4th stage. Now Lin Feng himself is also unable to withstand the powerful punch of the colonial mecha. The force of up to 5,000 tons and the hypersonic speed of more than 10 times Mach can instantly crush Lin Feng, who is only in the middle stage of the 3rd stage and level 36. Of course, after the attributes of both sides are superimposed, the overall physical attributes of the colonial mecha will reach 15,000 points, which is comparable to the 4th order early cosmic life at that time. It will also be the best way for him to deal with the late Queen Mother and summon the 2nd form of the Divine Realm, the God's Descent mode possessed by the Divine Realm and blessed by the divine power of the Mother of Life. The Queen Mother in the late 3rd stage can directly enter the pseudo 4th stage state, the same as the colonial mecha 11,000. It is still much more balanced than the colonial mecha. For this reason, Lin Feng could only use force to defeat the Queen. Madly upgrading the level of his colonial mecha and using his physical strength far exceeding that of the Queen Mother to crush her. Now it only has 15,000 points of physical attribute. After today, when it is upgraded to level 36 of the colonial mecha, it will have a basic physical attribute of 6,500 points. After superposition, it is 16,000 points, equivalent to a static force of 6,000 tons, combined with the 4th order cell reaction of the colonial armor, 24 times Mach. It is easy to calculate the explosive kinetic energy of the colonial armor. It will reach a terrifying 200 trillion joules. The explosive energy of 1 ton of TNT is more than 4 billion joules by speed conversion. A full strength attack from a fully equipped mecha can release a force equivalent to the explosion of 50,000 tons of TNT. One punch is like an atomic bomb explosion. Kill the 3rd stage early queen with one punch. 2 punches are enough to kill the mid-stage queen. As for the late queen, 1 or 2 punches are not enough, so use 3, 4, 5, or 6 punches. It's just a matter of a few more punches. Moreover, the duration of the 4th level of cosmic power and 90% fusion degree is half an hour. In this half hour, even if Lin Feng wasted his time, he could exhaust the late-stage Queen Mother in the Divine Descent state to death. But when Lin Feng was excited, an untimely yellow alarm suddenly popped up in front of him. It is a warning about Lin Feng's own condition. Lin Feng, LV 3639 horsepower 6K, pH 6K, SP 6.9K equipment, Ion Laser Cannon LV 31/39, King Hunter Chainsword LV 33/39, Biological Reproduction Equipment LV 35/39, Golden Battleship LV 32/39 Skills, Identify, Upgrade, Copy, Telepathy, Genetic Radiation, Devouring Berserk, Unyielding Source, Fearless Call, Level 2 Upgrade Energy Reserve Times, Warning, Level 35 Colonial Armor, 90% Fusion Degree of the Cosmic Force Attribute, breaking through the 3rd level limit. Reaching the 4th level Cosmic Life State, activating the attribute, entering the 4th level mode, it will release strong genetic radiation, causing unknown effects on the driver. Note, the host's level is far below the 4th order state of the colonial mecha cosmic power mode. Long-term driving will increase the burden on the body, and there is also the risk of being invaded and assimilated by the colonial mecha cells. Please drive with caution. Lin Feng was stunned. He didn't expect that the danger of assimilation mentioned by Long would come so soon. Moreover, this was when the biological colonization suit itself was luring people to break through the 3rd level and enter the pseudo 4th level state. But think about it, the colonial mecha that has the ability to enter the 4th order state autonomously is already the next stage of things, both in terms of life level and equipment grade. Moreover, it is a qualitative leap that has entered the level of cosmic life for Lin Feng, who is only at the middle stage of the 3rd order. He has to forcibly summon the late-stage Perfect Mother Queen to proceed to the 2nd form of the Divine Realm and fuse the statue of the Mother of Life that contains the power of laws. Lin Feng has witnessed the price with his own eyes. Although at the beginning of the fusion, one can briefly grasp some of the power of the insect god, thereby exerting the full power of the divine realm to sanction and attack the enemy. Lin Feng couldn't even get into the Queen Mother's body. The infinite splitting and folding of the divine space was as magical as magic, weird and terrifying, but the cost of doing so is also obvious. The middle stage Mother Queen was simply unable to bear such a burden. Before the statue of the Mother of Life could be completely integrated into her body, the middle stage Mother Queen was completely exhausted. On its dead giant insect corpse, only a few hundred meters long, white bone arm condensed. It's probably only 1/6 of the complete body. Although the fourth order state of the colonial mecha is not like the statue of the Mother of Life in the divine realm, and the consumption after fusion is extremely high, it is still a heavy burden for Lin Feng. So strive for a quick resolution. And if the problem can be solved with 60% or even lower than 30%, then use a lower fusion gear to reduce the assimilation damage of the fourth order cells to the body. After looking at the colonial mecha, Lin Feng's gaze turned to the Hunter King chainsaw sword standing horizontally behind the waist of the colonial mecha. After the upgrade is completed, its lethality is greatly improved, and it can better complete the decapitation mission. Hunter King chainsword LV33/39, gold quality upgrade points 0 for 5, durability 10/10, basic damage 3000 inches, additional attribute, extreme speed. Saw teeth rotate 5 times per second, causing 5 times the basic damage. Unlimited endurance, bloodthirster. Each time you kill a tier 3 Zerg, you will gain upgrade points and restore little durability. Immortal Skull Crusher. If cutting the target's defense value is lower than the total damage per second, the durability will not be reduced, and the target's defense level is not more than gold, the durability consumption rate is reduced by 50%. Attacking the target's key HUD can cause double critical damage. Sword of the Hunting King relies on killing the Zerg Queen to complete the leap level promotion, has an additional deterrent effect on the Queen, and attacking the Queen will cause varying degrees of mental dizziness. Note, the basic damage will not be affected as the durability of the chainsword decreases. Note, the synchronization energy required to upgrade the initial stage 3 equipment cannot be upgraded synchronously and has been automatically converted into third stage upgrade points. After upgrading the Hunter King chainsaw sword to the initial full level, it has a basic damage of up to 3000, and with a wireless attribute, it has a 5 full damage per second. It can deal 15,000 points of damage in an instant. Killing the third stage mid-stage queen is naturally a piece of cake, but to deal cutting with a late queen, the 33 level at the early stage of the third order is not enough. Its actual killing power is not as good as the 1 meter long golden plate bone iron fist in the hands of the colonial mecha. One punch is equivalent to the explosion of 50,000 tons of TNT, which can be called a humanoid self-propelled nuclear bomb. This is also why Longai said that everyone below the fourth level is an ant, and before the universe, they are just dust. The power of fourth order cosmic life is so great that the closer you get to the fourth stage, the more you can feel its unparalleled and terrifying strength. Now Lin Feng possesses such power, although he is only in the early stage of the fourth level, less than a quarter of the level. It can enable him to move around freely on Blue Star. Let's go. Start today's mission. After looking at the attribute data of the upgraded equipment, Lin Feng stood up and spoke lightly. Wake up Zhang Yuner and Chen Yan'an who are still sleeping, and prepare to start the last mission of the day. Kill the remaining Zerg queens in the Southeast Asian subcontinent. There are still 3 early stage queens and 3 middle stage queens left for Lin Feng. They can be easily taken down soon. The team was ready to go the year after that. Chen Yan'an drove the landing cruiser, the colonial mecha and the Queen Mother, clearing the way outside and looking for the direction of the insect nest of the 6 Queen Mother. Soon, the 3 discovered that there was an early third stage Zerg Queen located in the Federation, near the center of Diane's house. She is also one of the younger brothers under the command of the late Third Order Queen Mother who has arrived in Gizhou. They are distributed across the South Asian subcontinent, including Diane's house and Gizhou in the Federation. There are about 6 early queens who have surrendered to the late queen, managing the vast territory for it and commanding millions of Zerg troops. This provided a steady supply of logistical supplies for the Queen Mother to expand her territory and conquer other places in the later period. What Lin Feng is doing now is to cut off the Zerg's logistics supply line and kill all the third-level early-stage minions under the command of the late-stage queen. As a result, in order to manage this huge Zerg empire, the Queen Mother had to work hard to bring the ownerless Zerg that had lost control back under mental control. The late queen who took this as her target was in a state of panic and dilemma every day, thus buying enough time for the Salvation Army to prepare, rest and attack. So without saying anything, Lin Feng swung the Hunter King chainsaw sword and charged into the depths of the pit in the rainforest. 3 minutes later, the biological colony was seen flapping the 6-winged membranous wings on its back, carrying a huge golden ball and returning to the surface. A queen mother's brain was received. In the next 5 hours, the group spent 4.5 hours on the road before they found the remaining 5 insect nests hidden in the deep mountains and dense forests. More than 90% of the time we are on the road. On average, a queen can only hold out for 5 to 6 minutes. A mid-stage queen mother takes a little more effort, usually taking 7 or 8 minutes to resolve. An early-stage queen mother is much simpler. Even a non-combatant like Zhang Yuner, after being promoted to the mid-stage 3rd stage, has the ability and confidence to kill an early-stage queen mother. As for the 4th-order colonial mecha, not to mention the 3 early queens, they could not even last 5 minutes in total before they were instantly killed by the LV-33 Hunter King chainsaw sword. I couldn't even see the existence of the one who could kill them after finishing all this. It was noon. The 3 of them are currently located a full 5,000 kilometers away from the Mingchang camp. If Lin Feng had activated the 90% fusion degree of the cosmic power of the colonial mecha before, at a speed of Mach, it would only take 10 minutes for him to bring the Queen Mother and Chen Yan'an back to the base camp thousands of miles away. But now there is a level 29 land cruiser beside him in its storage space. There are 18 queen brains stored. The weight of the golden plate bones alone reaches a terrifying 1,000 tons. This also resulted in the land cruiser warships only being able to travel at full speed of 40 to 50 kilometers per hour. However, the colonial mecha needs to maintain the highest speed, and it is impossible for it to carry such heavy supplies. Lin Feng tried it and found that the current level 35 colonial mecha, with a fusion degree of 60%, can carry a load of tons at a speed of Mach. If he could level up one more level, maybe there would be hope to take away this batch of a queen mother's brains. Of the 6 queens just killed, the 3 early ones provided 3 upgrade points, and the 3 mid-stage ones provided 2 points each, for a total of 9 points plus the original 2 times. Lin Feng has now accumulated enough evolution points to upgrade the colonial mecha. Then, while resting in the camp, he started further upgrading the LV-35 colonial mecha. Zhang Yuner, who was standing by, was controlling those ownerless insects and moving all the second-level insect eggs out. A total of more than 2,000 second-level insect eggs were brought out from the 18 insect nests, weighing nearly 1,000 tons in total. According to Lin Feng's plan, since these second-level insect eggs cannot be wasted, they can only be transported back by land cruisers, and they cannot be transported by land, otherwise they will be robbed by the late Queen Mother. You can only sail thousands of kilometers across the vast ocean, and this long and arduous task can only be entrusted to Zhang Yuner, who has nothing to do. After Lin Feng and Chen Yan'an complete their upgrade and evolution, they need to rush to the battlefield as soon as possible to demonstrate the value of their upgrade in the final battle of the Great Expedition to the south. And this is also the founding war of the Empire. With the death of a 3rd stage late Queen Mother, announced to the world that there is still hope for mankind. Chapter 337, Level 36 Colonial Armor, the situation in Yuzhou. The colonial metro was upgraded quickly, but at this time, Zhang Yuner was already driving a LV-29 land cruiser, carrying a single second-level insect egg, more than 2,000 in total, and under the tow of the Queen Mother, she headed to the nearest river channel, all the way to the southeast, until she entered the sea. Then it sailed across the sea through Gizhou, Yuzhou, and Kaiyongzhou, and finally arrived at the temporary frontline camp in Mingchang. Lin Feng calculated that even if it was sailing in the river, with the water flow reducing friction, the speed of a fully loaded land cruiser would not be too fast, at most 70 or 80 kilometers per hour at most, and it takes about a whole day to travel 2,000 kilometers. After a day and a half, it is estimated that the army in the Mingchang camp will be reorganized and ready to set out for the attack. Lin Feng only needs to wait until the colonial mecha is upgraded to the 36th level of the 3rd stage, and then he can carry Chen Yan'an and cross 2,000 kilometers in 10 minutes, passing through the sky above the 3 states of Dianzhou, Gizhou and Yuzhou. Finally arrived in Minzhou soon. Within 3 hours after Zhang Yuner left the landing cruiser, the LV-35 colonization armor was completed, the last upgrade before advancing to the late stage. Colonial mecha LV-36/39, gold quality upgrade points. 0/6, horsepower 6.9K, pH 6.5K, SP 6.9K. Additional attributes: synchronization, superposition, self-absorption, mass energy shield, guard mode, cosmic force. Note: The minimum level requirement for the driver is the early stage of the third stage, LV30 and above. Additional attribute, enhanced cosmic power, power of the universe. Activate the fourth order electric drive cells in the colony, enter the fourth order state, and last for half an hour. Basic physical attributes, additionally increased by 90%. Fourth order status basic attributes, physical value plus 5.9k, physical attribute 12.4k. The fourth stage can be reduced to 30% and 90%, and the physical attributes will increase accordingly. The 30% stage lasts for 9 hours, and the 60% stage lasts for 3 hours. Note, the fourth stage's physical attributes increase, ignoring the third stage's attribute cap. Note, exceeding the current upper limit of the tolerable time will cause irreversible permanent damage to the body. Note, the colonial armor has been upgraded to the upper limit of the midterm limit. You need to kill the third stage late stage existence before you can complete the upgrade. After this upgrade, the colonial mecha has reached its perfect midterm strength, which is also its strongest state before killing the late stage queen and completing the late stage upgrade. The physical fitness increase of up to 5,900 points is equivalent to promoting an entire third stage mid-stage Zerg out of thin air. And it's an incredible increase in value. This means that when Lin Feng drives it, the attributes will be superimposed, and it will have a terrifying power of up to 15,900 points. One punch weighs 6,000 tons. It has been upgraded to the fourth stage with a fusion degree of 90%. When it attacks with all its strength, each punch contains the terrifying power of a ton. TNT explosion. Familiarity with the high temperature and high pressure environment of the Earth's core. With Lin Feng's fourth level colonial mecha, they shook hands and punched each other, so this time in Yu Xiao. In the final battle with the late Queen Mother, as the colonial mecha was upgraded to level 36, Lin Feng's inner worries and uneasiness gradually dissipated as his strength skyrocketed. After reading the attribute data panel, Lin Feng slowly got up from the ground, walked into the cabin cover, called Chen Yanyan beside him, and sat on the right hand and right arm of the colonial mecha. As long as the mass energy shield assimilates and wraps it, the wind resistance problem under hypersonic movement conditions can be minimized to the greatest extent. Otherwise, at a speed of 24 times Mach 8 kilometers per second, it is equivalent to a dreadnought crashing into Chen Yanyan at every moment. Even with the protection of the golden armor, his own body could not withstand such continuous impact and compression. As Lin Feng activated the brand new level 36 colonization armor, he protected Chen Yanyan in his palms, then activated the power of the universe and entered the fourth level state at the beginning. Just increase it to 30% fusion. The speed of Mach 7 is fast enough, it's just that the return journey time has been increased from 10 minutes to half an hour. But during the flight, Lin Feng and Chen Yanyan were able to observe and search all the way for traces of the Zerg Queen in Gizhao and Yuzhao. The most important purpose is to confirm the possible location of later the Queen Mother. The intelligence collected will provide guidance and support for the upcoming final battle. Along the way, Lin Feng did discover the locations of many Zerg nests. After lowering the flight altitude, the coverage area of the telepathic perception skill also expanded from the original circle with a diameter of 10 kilometers to a circle of more than 100 kilometers. Enough to cover half of the state. During the continuous and rapid search, in addition to the dazzling and shining light sources of several third-order early Queen Mothers, Lin Feng sensed a terrible energy fluctuation at a certain moment. A golden light source the size of a basketball appeared in the telepathy in his mind. You should know that an ordinary second-level tiger spine worm is about the size of a fingernail, and even a second-level peak tiger spine worm is only as big as a finger. The Queen Mother in the early stage of the third stage is only as big as a fist. The shining light now came from a depth of more than 1,000 meters underground, almost the limit of Lin Feng's telepathic detection, and there was quietly existing a third-stage late Queen Mother, controlling more than a dozen early-stage Queen Mothers under her command, as well as a million Zerg armies, extending their claws towards the land area deep in the surrounding continents. A level 39 Zerg Queen cannot be killed even with a hydrogen bomb with a TNT equivalent of 1 million tons. Such a Queen Mother would command dozens of early Queen Mothers, hundreds of third-order king spinal worms, and countless third-order giant worms that are 100 meters long. By then, it will only take a thought to sweep across the entire main continent and completely destroy human civilization. It must be killed as soon as possible at the late stage of level 37, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Every day, its strength will increase. and the number of third-level insects hatched under its command, and the king's spinal insects summoned from the depths of the earth that control the power of artistic conception, will increase. Lin Feng, who was driving a colonial mecha, took a quick glance and found more than 10 light sources in the telepathic feedback map. The light sources were brighter than the second-order electric tiger spine worms, but smaller than the third-order early queen mother. These are either ordinary third-order zergs or king zergs summoned by the late queen, and now, it is only 10 days away from achieving the late-stage promotion. Such a fast growth and reproduction rate, in less than a month, the number of third-order zergs under its command will exceed 100. It is enough to complete the cleanup and occupation of several southern states of the Federation, and at the same time launch a general attack on the strongest force of mankind, the Salvation Army located in Jiangnan Province. Fortunately, Lin Feng reacted promptly after receiving the news from Long Yi. He immediately formulated a plan for a long expedition to the south. Cut off the expansion pace of the late Queen Mother in advance. Otherwise, with its advancing speed, it only needs to cover the entire area with its aura, and countless swarms of Zerg along the way will simply surrender. Needless to say, the early Queen Mother just needs to show weakness and surrender. As for the middle Queen Mother, those who are unwilling to hand over their life energy and pledge their allegiance will naturally be crushed by the late Queen Mother's terrible mental blow. The soul is directly scattered and the self-awareness is lost. The gap between the two sides, especially the suppression and genetic level, is several times stronger than that of the middle-stage Queen Mother over the late-stage Queen Mother. Therefore, the three places of Yu Zhao, Fujianzhao and Zijianzhao along the way will all become the possession of the later Mother Queen. They can be easily brought under her command by just passing through them once. It is precisely because of this that Lin Feng needs to capture the coastal states before it completes the encirclement of the southern part of the continent. Starting from Jincheng, they captured Haicheng, then went all the way south to Zijianzhao, removed the thorn of the Queen Mother in Hangzhou, and then attacked Minzhou without stopping in the underground mother nest of Mingcheng. 5 mid-stage mother queens were killed in one fell swoop, shattering the resistance of the 5 Emperors Alliance. At this point, the Salvation Army's logistical pressure and personnel combat status have been squeezed to the limit in a battle that covered thousands of kilometers in one breath. Truly as powerful as a tiger. However, after taking over the two states, due to the pressure of logistics and personnel rotation, they could only take a temporary rest, use Mingcheng as a temporary stronghold, build high defensive fortifications, and begin to wait for the enemy to tire themselves out. Therefore, as a last resort, Yu Zhao fell into the control of the late Queen Mother. This great expedition to the south used speed to gain advantage, and forcibly seized 2/3 of the two states' land from the late Queen Mother. Even so, the biomass resources seized from just one state allowed the late Queen to have more than 20 third-level Zergs under her command. If these 3 coastal states were all destroyed within a month, the consequences would be unimaginable. On the land where the colonizing mechas fly over, countless swarms of insects are preparing for battle. They are everywhere. Lin Feng frowned slightly. At the edge of Yu Zhao, at the junction with Minzhou, he saw a large number of second-order Zergs gathering on the border. Obviously, the Queen Mother has detected already the actions of humans and measures taken to deal with the upcoming war. After returning to the Mingcheng camp, Lin Feng placed a colonial mecha in the scientific research ship for repair and inspection. He then quickly took Chen Yan'an to the Golden Battleship and summoned the third-level strongmen of the Savior Army, the second-level battle captain, and the captain of 50,000 combat soldiers. There were more than 100 people, big and small. Lin Feng then marked what he had seen and heard along the way as well as the intelligence information on a 5-meter-wide detailed map. In particular, the location of the Queen Mother in the later period was located in the central hinterland of Yu Zhao, in Yucheng, which served as the provincial capital. It is less than 500 kilometers away from the frontline areas between Yu Zhao and Minzhou Human Salvation Army. Currently, this late-stage queen from Dianzhou and the subcontinent has already taken control of 3 states, Dianzhou, Gizhou, and Yu Zhao, which was just taken over, together with the 3 states of Jiangnan, Zhejiang, and Min under our control. We form a coastal border town in the south of the Federation. Both sides see each other as a thorn in their side. While we were actively reorganizing and preparing for this super war, the late Queen Mother, who had just taken over Yu Zhao, did not sit still and wait for death, but they are also actively preparing for war. Lin Feng waved his baton, pointed and marked the situation on the map, and continued, It currently leads more than 6 Stage 3 early Queen Mothers, each deployed 100 kilometers away from it, responsible for delivering its orders and strengthening control over the Zerg army 500 kilometers away. In addition, there are more than 20 third-level Zergs that are in the process of emergency hatching. It won't be long before they can be sent to the battlefield, together with a third-order King Spiny Worm summoned from the underground world. They will form a third-order Zerg army. This will cause an unacceptable blow to our Golden Fleet and the entire Savior Army's front guards, especially the third-order King Spine Worm. If it rushes into the front line, it can bite the dreadnought battleship to pieces in one bite. The power of artistic conception, the most common state of mind, unyielding, has an incredible effect of resurrecting the dead. If you are not careful, you will find its way and even become the breakthrough point that reverses the entire battle situation. These King Spiny Worms require a third-level strongman to cooperate with a second-level battle group to suppress them. But don't worry, at present, the number of third-level King Spiny Worms is no more than 5. We have 8 third-level warriors including me apart from Captain Chen who is in charge of the overall situation. The remaining 6 will fight alongside me to curb the charge of the King Spinal Worm. As for the other 20 or so ordinary third-order Zerg, they will be handed over to the second-order war groups, especially the commanders of the J Regiment, with the fire suppression of the Golden Fleet. This is the best time for you to achieve a leapfrog promotion, and it is also the best chance for you to prove yourself. But don't underestimate these third-level Zergs, especially the third-level King Zergs that have been upgraded from the Warrior Zergs. They are comparable to the genetic warriors among us. You can see how powerful they are from the bravery and outstanding achievements of the Gene Warriors. In the previous Battle of Mingcheng, more than half of the 30% of damaged warships and chariots were caused by the warrior insect hunters. These guys inherited the insidiousness and cunningness of humans, and also integrated the genetic characteristics of the Zerg. They are very difficult to deal with. As for the end, now the Queen Mother has millions of Zerg swarms and tens of thousands of different types of second-level Zergs. We can only use the mobility of the Golden Fleet to engage in a tug-of-war with the Zerg. All soldiers will become the strong backing and pillars to resist the Zerg's torrent. Let the veterans continue to work hard and let the new recruits be prepared. This is the most brutal battle in human history against alien invasion. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338 Lightning Man Zhou Di, Transformation Plan. After completing the pre-war mobilization and strategic deployment, the specific combat strategy will be handed over to the lower-level combat command for planning and arrangement. Lin Feng just showed up this time and gave encouragement to everyone present. After leaving the meeting room, Lin Feng saw Zhou Di walking towards him. At this moment, he had completed the preliminary fusion transformation of the fourth-order electric drive cells. Not only has his strength greatly improved, but his whole personality has become much more normal and not as childish as before. He had just entered the third stage and awakened the state of high-energy control. He gave himself a mohawk and inserted electric copper cores at the pointed ends of his hair. Then you can see the magnetic storm bomb in the electromagnetic cannon controlled by this guy, and a bunch of electric current comes out from the top of his head, making him look like a Tesla coil, with crazy lightning. Then, using electric current as a driving force, it reached a supersonic speed of 3 or 4 times Mach. With a flash of blue electric light above its head, it rushed straight into the swarm of insects. It was extremely cool for a moment at that time. Lin Feng had just recovered from a coma and overdrawn state, and was flying in the sky in a fully enhanced mecha. Zhou Di turned into the Flash, running around wildly. In just over 10 minutes, he covered a distance of 100 kilometers and explored all the other 4 insect nests near Mingcheng and Minsao. When I look at him now, he has become much more mature and stable, and his cool mohawk has become a slicked back hair. There are many gold earrings and thumbtacks on the hands and face, which look as mysterious and solemn as sculptures. From time to time, tiny arcs of electricity pass through these gold products. "Hello, Chief." Zhou Di looked slightly excited. This was the first time he had stood so close to Lin Feng. Even though he had been transformed and strengthened, he could still feel the strong aura in front of Lin Feng, who had restrained his aura. Under the leader's aura, I still feel insignificant. Lin Feng nodded. Are these nails convenient for controlling electric current? Zhou Di nodded, then shook his head. This is the suggestion given by Miss Lin. Since the electrical energy access to cells has been improved, I can use the external electrical energy to strengthen my body and obtain a significant improvement in my physical attributes. My current physical strength can barely reach the level of perfection at the initial stage of the third stage. Lin Feng nodded, and Jodi's attribute identification data appeared in his eyes. Jodi, LV 3039 horsepower 1.5 K, pH 1.9 K, SP 1.5 K. Artistic conception, high energy control, able to grasp and control high density energy, including but not limited to explosion, combustion, friction, and electromagnetic induction, etc. Very sensitive to heat sources, able to control the accumulation and dissipation of heat, successfully integrated into the fourth order electric drive cell, obtained, the power of the universe, fusion degree reaches 30%, activates the fourth stage, physical attributes increase by 30%, lasts for half an hour. Note, high energy control state of mind, highly compatible with the fourth level of cosmic power, integration degree increased to 50%, physical attribute increased to 50%, duration of 1 hour. Note, the body has undergone preliminary modification, and a thermoelectric conversion system has been implanted to continuously provide electrical energy to the body's fourth-order cells, effectively extending the duration of the fourth-order state. When Lin Feng was checking the other party's attribute identification results, Jodi also took the initiative to introduce the metal nails implanted all over his body. He said with a slightly excited look, "This was specially made by Miss Lin. She said that my artistic conception has perfectly solved the problem of energy control and output. Now that the fourth-order cells have been implanted, the energy receiving end has been opened. All that is missing is a source of energy acquisition, and then I can continue to fight without getting tired. But during the third-level battle, there is no time or opportunity for me to continue to absorb the magnetic storm bomb stored in the electromagnetic cannon at the same time. The activation of the fourth-level state is also extremely horrible in terms of the consumption of energy in the body. I can feel the continuous consumption of the reserve power. The speed is too fast. Almost 1 plasma energy ball of magnetic storm bomb is produced every half a minute with my current level. It can only last for less than 10 minutes at most. This amount of time can be used to decapitate the Queen Mother, completed in 10 minutes at the slowest, but what follows is a level 3 melee, especially when facing groups of level 3 Zerg. Once I lose my level 4 state, with my level of strength, it may be difficult for me to kill even the most common level 3 Zerg, so in order to solve the problem of too fast energy consumption and inability to continue fighting, Miss Lin specially designed this energy conversion device for me. Gold has very high electrical and thermal conductivity. It can convert the energy released by the whole body and the heat energy controlled by my artistic conception into electrical energy through the thermoelectric conversion device placed inside. Then it can be released into my body and fully absorbed by the fourth-order cells under these devices. In this way, we can continue the fourth stage state during the battle without absorbing additional energy balls from the electromagnetic cannon. Now I can probably extend it to an hour if I'm at full strength. I can last more than half an hour, which is enough to handle a small-scale battle. Once you run out of energy, you just need to get away from the battlefield as quickly as possible and reabsorb it. And after doing this, my high energy control state of mind was consumed very little, unlike the day before, when it took a long time to recover, and most of the power of state of mind was consumed after a battle. Lin Feng nodded and listened patiently to Jodi's excited introduction. The other party is the great contributor to the completion of the fourth-order electric drive cells, and the piece of the puzzle that solves the energy release end. He is also the first pure-blooded human to undergo surgical transformation of the fourth-order electric drive cells, and the pioneer who successfully completed assimilation. It is both moral and reasonable that Lin Feng deserves respect. What's more, his special qualities can bring a lot of inspiration and enlightenment to Lin Feng. For my own fourth-order cell fusion surgery, I still have to learn from him and accumulate experience. Seeing Jodi clenching his fists, the energy converter on his arm made a crackling sound, and he looked eager to try and perform for the leader on the spot. Lin Feng quickly patted his shoulder, interrupting the still immature second-generation youth, and said, "Because of the special nature of your third-order cells and the effect of high energy control of artistic conception, there is almost no cooldown time after activating the fourth-order state. In other words, entering the fourth stage of possessing cosmic power will not be a burden on your body. This is your real talent, form at will, and only burst out with full strength at the most critical moment. Reduce the usage at other times. The third-order cells in the body can adapt anyway, and the energy pressure can be released in large and small amounts, if it were any other third-level awakener. Even I wouldn't be able to control it so quickly and accurately. The leader's words gave Joe D., who was stuck in the dilemma of constantly increasing his reserve energy, a sudden realization. Since the rate of continuous consumption is too fast and the duration is too short, why not just change the way we fight? Anyway, for the final killing blow, you just need to use all your strength. Looking at the leader's receding back, Joe D's eyes became more and more respectful. Lin Feng, who was leaving, naturally had other ideas. The successful transplantation and fusion of the fourth-order electric-driven cells in Joe D. gave Lin Feng a bold idea: state of cosmic power. Why can't we do the same and implant third-order cells into the second-order awakeners of the second-order regiment, and then wear a colonization armor suitable for the human physique made of fourth-order electric-driven cells? And it is a colonial suit that controls the power of the universe. It is estimated that at least a warrior at the peak of the late second stage can control this biological suit at full power. But in this way, at least their combat effectiveness can be like those genetic warriors at the peak of the second level who have mastered the power of the spinal insect's artistic conception, and they have the power and confidence to challenge the third-level insects. This will solve the current dilemma in the Salvation Army, where there are too few level 3 warriors to cover all fronts. This is also one of the reasons why Lin Feng has not made up his mind to take the initiative. In addition to the logistical pressure, the biggest problem is actually the huge gap in the third-level cutting-edge combat power between the Zerg and the human savior army. Don't underestimate Lin Feng's current condition driving a level 36 colonization mecha, killing the early and middle stage. Third stage Zerg is easy and stress-free, but this is only his, and he is too busy to take care of other places now. The late Queen Mother in Yuchang has laid out a battle line and is targeting your savior army, which is at an absolute disadvantage in terms of the number of combat members. Use the Zerg's numerical advantage to extend the battle line because an offense defense are easy to use. Now the Zerg only needs to wait for the enemy to tire themselves out. Use the border area between the two states to extend a 200 to 300 kilometers front line, and consume your logistical supplies. Move in and out quickly and carry out a decapitation operation. They can kill the late queen in a Zerg nest 1,000 meters deep underground, thereby disrupting the Zerg's offensive rhythm. Otherwise you will just be busy running around on the front line. Because of the difference in the number of Tier 3 combat forces, in the later stage, the Queen can let a third-level Zerg act alone, and when the third-level strong human men are delayed by groups of third-level Zerg, she can lead the remaining Zergs to attack the human positions from hundreds of kilometers away with extra third-level Zergs. The armor-piercing cannons and electromagnetic cannons on human fingers are good for dealing with Zerg queens with weak armor, but for other third-level Zergs with enhanced physical attributes, it is really difficult to break through their defenses unless the damage is less than 1,000. If you can't break the armor's defense, there's naturally no way you can deal more than 900 damage. Even if it hits a weak point, it can only cause dozens or hundreds of points of damage at most, which may not be as much as some third-level Zergs with extremely fast recovery speed. Especially the third-order king spiny worm, which lives in volcanic magma with a temperature of thousands of degrees, and its tolerance and resistance to high-temperature explosions have been fully trained. It also needs to absorb heat sources to develop and evolve. Human firearms, including mortars and battle guns, are like a tickle to the king spiny worms. The bombardment of the electromagnetic cannon could only leave a fist-sized hole on the surface of the armor, which was 1 or 2 meters thick. For the king spiny worm, the lethality may not be as good as the reinforced chainsaw sword with added plate bones. Although the latter is also unable to break through the defense, it can at least cut a hole before the saw blade is worn out, so that subsequent mortars and electromagnetic cannons can penetrate the internal armor, cutting hurt the real flesh and blood of the king worm. Therefore, in order to prevent this from happening and allowing the third-level Zerg to wantonly destroy the formation and slaughter humans, the savior army must first ensure that the second-level regiment maintaining the front line has the ability to contain and resist the third-level Zerg. Instead of being defeated by them, which led to the failure of the entire defense line, the savior army on the nearby fronts was caught in a dilemma of being attacked from both front and back. Thinking all the way, Lin Feng arrived at the scientific research ship Liu Yi, who had just finished a meeting, came here without stopping and couldn't wait. Changed the previous aversion to Zerg meat nest technology. At this moment, Liu Yi wished he could carry out the fourth-order cell integration surgery immediately, so as to transform and strengthen himself into a strong man who could master the power of the universe and display the fourth order state. After all, after seeing Jodi's leap, he was troubled by the lack of artistic conception power and the title of the weakest third order strong man. How could Liu Yi sit still? I only hope that I can complete the surgical transformation before the final use how war breaks out, so that I can master the power of the universe at the third stage threshold of level 30, possess the perfect burst strength of the initial third stage, and be able to compete with a Zerg of level 33. So that you can truly stand on your own. Naturally, Lin Feng would not say anything about this enthusiasm and urgency. On the contrary, he was extremely supportive. After all, in the upcoming battle, even a third-level strongman cannot guarantee that he can easily survive. Therefore, the improvement of strength is crucial to the victory of the Savior Army in this war. Following the command of Long Yi, Liu Yi took off his armor, wearing only a pair of large shorts, and slowly lay down in the meat nest and entered the egg cabin of the second-order insect eggs. The tentacle hose is inserted into it, making it quickly enter a semi-dormant state of sleep, relaxing completely. The fusion of the fourth-order electric-driven cells began quietly in the biological liquid, filled with organic nutrient solution. Lin Feng looked at this scene and couldn't help but sighed. Now the integration is much safer and easier. It's not like my time, which was painful and torturous. Ling rolled his eyes at him, and while debugging the biological mother nest, he began to introduce, that's for sure. After 3 or 4 days, with Jodi and your experimental data, the technology iteration is not very normal. Besides, you are in the middle stage of the third stage, so you can deal with it quickly because you are thick-skinned. But Liu Yi is just an ordinary awakener without the relevant state of mind. Directly injecting a bunch of fourth-order electric drive cells will cause serious damage to the vitality at best, and in serious cases, the person will fall into coma. By the way, your body is not affected, right? Lin Feng shook his head. No, I'm careful. By the way, the samples of the fourth-order cells you are using now are all based on Jodi's third-order cells, right? Third-level cells into second-level awakener. Chapter 339, Transformation Possibility, Thunder Warrior. Hearing what Lin Feng proposed, Long was stunned for a moment, and it took him a few seconds to react, and he immediately replied, are you crazy? Jodi's third-order cells contain the power of artistic conception. Transplanting them will cause a huge burden on the ordinary awakened warriors of the second-order regiment. This is no different from the Federation's experiments on using children to transplant mutant cells, and doing so would severely overdraw their life potential, so that their lifespan of thousands of years would be reduced to less than 100 years. Each time I activate the third-order cells to drive the fourth-order electric drive cells in the biological colonization armor, it is equivalent to using 1 horse to pull the weight of 10 horses. And then towing a train forward, this load is 100 times heavier than the Federation's Superman projected is simply burning oneself in exchange for a short period of power. Lin Feng had a blank expression on his face. He only cared about whether he could win the upcoming war that would determine the fate of mankind. Even if this is not done, a large number of soldiers from the second-level regiment will still be lost in the end of the war. Instead of letting them die insignificantly on the battlefield, it is better to burst out the power of life before they die. Use 1,000 years of life to gain the precious opportunity to advance to the third stage. Lin Feng believed that, just like Liu Yi in front of him, most of those who had awakened physical abilities would be eager for this. Compared to the doubling of physical strength, what does that little bit of load and overdraft cost matter? So Lin Feng spoke calmly and replied. Although Long Yi wanted to continue questioning and refuting, all the words were stuck in his throat and he couldn't say anything. Yet, so what? This is a war for humanity to save its own nation. Even a strong army like the Salvation Army, led by Lin Feng, who holds the hope of humanity, and with many third-stage warriors, can face the entire Zerg race, and even the gods behind them. They have no choice. Even though Lin Feng held up half the sky and gave them a brief and precious respite, but the fact that humanity is on the brink of extinction has never changed. Even with the birth of late-stage third-order queens in various parts of the world, this day is becoming increasingly closer. At this moment, humans have no choice. All that is left for them is to burn themselves in exchange for a glimmer of hope for their own and their race's survival. Any hesitation in reason other than this is just an excuse for one's own weakness. Looking at Liu Yi, the third-level awakener floating in the second-level insect eggs in front of him, Ling Yi gradually understood Lin Feng's intention and nodded. Okay, I'll arrange it as soon as possible, but this is a huge project. It is not as simple as transforming a few third-level awakeners. The organic nutrient solution required is calculated in hundreds or even thousands of tons. Sign up in the future, Ling Yi continued. We only collected more than 500 second-level insect eggs this time, and most of them were consumed in advance by the Five Emperors Alliance in order to resist our attack. 5 mid-stage queens should have at least 1,000, or even 2 or 3,000, second-order insect eggs, but only 500 have been collected so far. This is also the reason why the Salvation Army's logistical subsidies are so tight. 1 second-level insect egg can only satisfy the consumption of 5 second-level combatants in one battle on average. Each person needs to consume 30 to 50 kilograms of organic nutrient solution to sustain several hours of continuous combat. However, after deducting the losses caused by the wounded and the extra supplies from the battle, there were only less than 400 missiles left. Out of the 500 missiles, it can only support up to 2,000 second-level combat group members to fight a battle. But the following decisive battle in Yuzhou was a continuous stalemate, fierce fighting, round-the-clock battles, an anxious tug of war. Even if Lin Feng didn't want to get bogged down in the quagmire of war, the late stage queen on the opposite side had already made her stance. Either they go straight in and get surrounded, fighting like trapped beasts, or they line up in the safest way and fight on a front line 300 or 400 kilometers long, drag the war into a protracted and tedious one. The former will face huge casualties in a short period of time. This has been confirmed in the Battle of Hangzhou in Zhejiang Province and the Battle of Minchang in Fujian Province, which just ended. Unless the strength is absolutely overwhelming, the attacking party will always be the losing party at any time. In ancient times, sieges required several times the number of soldiers as the defenders in order to capture the city. Now for Lin Feng, as the attacking party, the savior army is already far fewer in number than the Zerg army and is at an absolute disadvantage. If they have to take the initiative to attack, the damage will only become greater. If they chose the latter, they would use a long snake formation to fight against the Zerg's defense line, although it would not cause too many casualties in a short period of time, as long as the third-level strongmen could provide timely support and lead their men to kill the third-level Zerg sent by the late queen. Maybe you can use war to support war and give birth to a large number of third-level beings, but this is exactly what the Queen Mother wants, because the Zerg, with their absolute advantage in numbers, can fight with humans forever, although humans can improve their own strength by killing Zerg. The Zerg's late queen can also collect the corpses of strong human beings and accumulate their genes to prepare for the final promotion. Compared with the number of Zerg lost on the front line, the queen in the later period cares more about her own promotion and eventually ascending to the throne, wiped out in the offensive of the human Salvation Army. In the later period, the Queen Mother won't care at all. But for Lin Feng, engaging in a tug-of-war would mean the failure of the great expedition to the south, the collapse of the plan to establish an empire, and the future of mankind would be ruined by the appeasement of the late Queen Mother. So he had no way out. Even though he had collected more than 2,000 second-level insect eggs during his trip to South Asia, which was enough to sustain a long-term war, he still chose to take a gamble. Rely on the modified second-level super soldiers to resist the encirclement of the Zerg army and seek a breakthrough. At the same time, it was laying the final groundwork for killing the late queen. This action has a ripple effect on the entire body. Lin Feng cannot afford to be soft-hearted. Facing Ling Yi's question at this moment, Lin Feng nodded and told him that the supplies were on the way. No, it should be said that they were on the sea. We went to the southeast of the continent this time and killed a total of 18 Zerg queens in 2 days, including these 3 in the third stage, middle stage. In the end, we collected a total of, Lin Feng slowly raised his hand and extended 2 fingers, more than 2,000 second-order insect eggs, or to be more precise, 2,400 second-order insect eggs. Are they enough to support the transformation? Ling was stunned for a moment, then showed a look of joy. The biomass and life energy of an insect egg are enough to support a late stage perfect awakener warrior of the second stage to complete the initial transformation, but the only problem is the cultivation of the third-order cells in Jodi's body and the manufacture of the biological colonization suit. The energy required for this part is secondary. The key is that with such a large amount of work, even if Zhang Yuner and I work together, it will take at least 5 or 6 days to prepare. Also, Zhang Yuner and I need to rest, although she has also been promoted to the middle stage of the third stage. The two of we can only work for a dozen hours at most before our inner realm power is exhausted and our spirits are easily exhausted. The best way is to take a break after consuming 30% of your energy, which is about 6 or 7 hours. This way you can recover within 6 hours and then continue working, with 2 people taking turns, We can ensure that the first batch of surgeries for the electric cell transformation soldiers can begin in 4 days. Lin Feng frowned. This was too slow. Troops on the border. Soon, even if the saviors do not move, they will press forward step by step until they are at the gates of the city, forming a pincer attack. The preliminary preparations must be completed within 2 days, and then on the third day, energy production will be possible. A second-order peak electric-driven cell-transformed warrior. Lin Feng told her the latest time available, and Long Yu naturally shook her head and refused. Even if she was overdrawn until her lamp was completely exhausted, she could not continue to use the power of artistic conception and work for several days without stopping. But Lin Feng immediately talked about his plan. Those 18 Zerg queens can bring back more than just the second-order eggs. In addition to the insect eggs, there are also 18 corresponding brains of the Zerg queen. 15 ordinary early-stage mother queen brains also have half of the spiritual energy that can be directly absorbed. These are all at your disposal. How about it? Are you sure? Long was stunned. She didn't expect that Lin Feng would be so generous and spend so much money in order to cultivate second-stage transformed warriors as soon as possible, just to ensure that the savior army could make up the gap with the Zerg in high-end combat power. But doing so actually has many benefits for Linga. The release and reabsorption of mental power can continuously train her mental strength. If this continues for a long time, you will be able to reach the point of breaking the limit, become a being infinitely close to the late Queen Mother. It is equivalent to the spiritual attribute value, breaking through the upper limit of the 36th level of the midterm perfect Mother Queen, 6,999 points. Reaching more than 7,000, then driving the colonial mecha is enough to compete with a late-stage Mother Queen to see who has stronger spiritual strength. Of course, the opponent can also directly summon the Divine Realm to launch a dimensionality reduction attack on Ling Yi, who is driving the Queen Mother. However, for such a difficult decapitation task, it is not necessary for Long Yu to be on the field. At most, he can play a supporting role in the back. But the 18 pieces of the Queen Mother's amethyst brains in front of them are real treasures and sources of power. After Ling Yi recovered from his shock, he took a deep breath and slowly spoke. If that's the case, plus Jiang Yun'er's assistance and cooperation, I can complete all the preliminary preparations within 2 days and 48 hours, and start mass production of the modified electric-driven cell-level second-level warriors on the third day. How long will it take her to arrive? Lin Feng glanced at the time. Before he set off, he waited for 3 or 4 hours for the colonial mecha to be upgraded to level 36. It took him half an hour to cross a distance of more than 2,000 kilometers, and less than 2 hours had passed when he arrived at the temporary camp in Mingchang, so it took 6 hours in total. According to the sailing speed of the land cruiser, it would take at least 20 hours to reach the coastal port nearest to Mingchang. To actually get to Mingchang's scientific research ship, we still have to travel another 200 kilometers, which takes more than 2 hours. Therefore, the earliest Jiang Yun'er can transport the supplies, including people and vehicles, to the temporary camp in Mingchang is tomorrow afternoon. Ling Yu was somewhat speechless and said, "This is too slow. The food needs to be delivered tomorrow morning. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I can mass-produce the second-level transformed warriors with electric drive cells the day after tomorrow." Lin Feng nodded. "You're right, it's a bit slow. I will arrange for someone to provide support and try to bring her back early this morning to start the experiment. Now you take care of this first." As he spoke, Lin Feng looked at Liu Yi standing beside him. He had followed him very early and was almost the first one to follow him, except for Shenji and others. However, his talent is average, and he only has the ordinary supernatural power of physical enhancement. The peak state of this physical ability is the 4th level cells in Jodi's body now. It is also the special ability that all ordinary awakeners dream of. And now Lin Feng is going to help them realize their dream of becoming a Superman who can fly into the sky and hide underground. When Lin Feng asked about his work, Long Yu smiled. "Not bad, very stable, all up to standard. After Jodi's body adapts to the third-order cells, we will implant him with the mutants of the electric-driven cells. Fortunately, they all come from human genes, and they are also physical-specific mutants, so the rejection reaction is very low, as much lower than Jodi. Right, so the increase in physical fitness may not be obvious in the early stages. You have to explain this to him in advance. After all, the changes after the implantation of the 4th-order cells also require a gradual adaptation process when they use this power to kill enough third-order Zergs and improve their basic physical attributes, and enter the middle stage of the third order. They will understand the true strength of the power of the universe. Long Gai agreed in agreement. Just like the divine realm summoned by the Queen Mother in the early days, it was too powerful to withstand it. Now Lin Feng can easily deal with it even without driving a colonial mecha. However, the divine domain summoned by the Queen Mother in the late third stage can bring down divine punishment on the world and destroy all organic life. Thinking of this, as Liu Yi's transformation was initially completed, Lin Feng was also ready to get up and leave, and arranged for someone to go and pick up Zhang Yuner. Ling stood up and asked, "What do you plan to call these transformed second-level awakeners? Genetic warriors are definitely not suitable. After all, the cells implanted are still human cells, and there is no hybridization phenomenon." Halfway through the walk, Lin Feng turned around and saw Liu Yi in the egg chamber, with arcs of electricity emitting from his body. So replied, "Use the power of lightning to bring down divine punishment. Let's call him Thunder Warrior." Quotation mark. Chapter 340, Ready to Go, Thunder Warrior Fusion Plan. After finalizing the transformation plan for the Thunder Warrior, Lin Feng drove the rested level 36 colonization mecha northward to the 100-ton dock in Gancheng. The river here is only 60 to 70 meters wide, and can only accommodate 10-meter-wide ships, carrying a maximum load of 500 tons. Therefore, the supplies transported to the front line are like a path followed by ants moving their homes, like a trickle of water, endlessly flowing. But the delivery input is too low. In order to ensure the logistical supply of the nearly 40,000 saviors, at least tens of thousands of tons of supplies must be delivered, including food, replacement armor, and the most important medical supplies. Once the war enters the white-hot stage of stalemate, there will be more and more bloody close combats, and the demand for nutrients and medicines, as well as the number of medical rescue personnel on the front line, will increase exponentially. Fortunately, during the days that Lin Feng was away, good news came from the watching base in the rear. With the help of hundreds of second-level combat group members, Zhang Yurao successfully launched a clearing operation. By winning over the middle and lower-level management and using the large number of second-level awakeners under his command, he captured all the middle and upper levels of the entire Iron and Steel United Group and detained them in the bureau. As for the elders of the board of directors, except for her father who was arranged to go to the mining area in the north to appease the people, the other members were all confined to their homes. As the highest executive president of the entire alliance, Sister Yuro is now the highest-ranking person to appear. Nature takes over everything naturally. They immediately began to transport supplies and provide logistical support to the Salvation Army, far away in Mingcheng, Minshao. However, the problem now is that the transportation route is too long and the river is too narrow, so it is necessary to cross several rivers, load and unload at the dock and set off again. After entering Ganzhou, large ships of thousands of tons can only be replaced with small boats of hundreds of tons, and the unloading and loading of supplies will take up broad daylight. Most of the manpower and material resources are wasted in transportation. Often, 1,000 tons of supplies require hundreds of tons of supplies to ensure that they reach the front line. The means of transportation for delivery are not good, the cost on the road is too high, and a lot of precious resources are wasted. This is also why in ancient times when transportation was inconvenient, the army always adhered to the theory of sending food and fodder before troops moved wars. After the original infrastructure and operating systems are destroyed and paralyzed, things can only be transported over thousands of miles bit by manpower. This is also the convenience of connecting to the river. The use of river transportation greatly reduces losses. Otherwise, the delivery cost cannot be below 100%, and it must be at least twice or three times the consumption. The Zerg cannot stand such consumption. Before this, when Shen Yanyan accepted the job and started handling all the major and minor plans of the Salvation Army, she informed Lin Feng of the request and suggestions sent by Zhang Yurao. That means a new location must be selected on the map of the southern part of the Federation as a transit point for material delivery and a temporary frontline storage base. At present, the location of Gancheng is still too far and too awkward, which not only affects the delivery efficiency but also increases the delivery cost. Zhang Yurao's suggestion was to choose Ruchun near Gancheng for supply delivery. Ruchun is located on the left side of Gancheng, is an affiliate of the Wuchun base, and is specifically responsible for the refining and forging of non-ferrous gold, and sending the finished metal ingots to Wuchun for further processing. As the only branch of the Iron Alliance Group, Sand City must not be exposed to the Zerg's attack. Therefore, Zhang Yurao's move, In addition to seeing that Russian can reach Donghu directly through the Xiang River, and finally go through the big river to reach the Wuchen base, also wants to use the power of the Salvation Army to build an impenetrable solid line before the cities below the Sand City. Lin Feng had no objection to this. After all, he still had to deploy troops and set up defenses in the end. If left alone, the late queen in Guangdong City would be able to expand her territory, absorb the accumulated biomass, hatch countless third-order Zerg, and tear the human defense line apart. At this moment at the dock, Lin Feng was upgrading and modifying a small, second stage, initial level 20 cargo ship of 29 tons, using the power of artistic conception to upgrade it to level land cruiser. Then, he gave the task of preparing for the transfer to Wanglei, the third-level awakener stationed there. You will lead this second-level battle group of 100 people, and cooperate with 3 dreadnought battleships to go to Ruchen on the west side and build a temporary dock there. 80% of our supplies are now delivered by the Wuchen base. Going through Ruchen can save 40% of the transportation distance and more than half the time, but the problem is that Ruchen is 50 kilometers away, where the border between Xiangzhou and Yuzhou intersects. There are already tens of thousands of Zerg troops stationed nearby. Later, I will continue to send 3 more 100-man regiments and more than 10,000 soldiers to ensure the stability and reliability of Ruchen's defense line and the sufficient rotation of troops. After giving the instructions, Lin Feng immediately boarded the brand new level 29 land cruiser battleship behind him, with a colonial mecha also docked on it. Although the upgraded land cruiser is on the same level as the dreadnought, its firepower is as weak as that of the flying wing tank, in order to obtain more abundant forward power and storage space. At this moment, the land cruiser is 100 meters long and 20 meters wide, and can accommodate 200 cubic meters of cargo. When the maximum load is below tons, it will not affect its average speed of kilometers per hour on land. Specially designed for transporting goods. Rushing all the way to the outskirts of Mingcheng, Lin Feng went to the combat command center on the way and announced his arrangements for Ruchen. Let Chen Yannian discuss specific implementation measures with a planning consultant. Then they continued to board warships and rush to the coastal areas of Minzhou. After an hour, the empty ship traveled more than 200 kilometers and saw the coastline not far away. Then, with a momentum of soaring into the sky, it plunged into the vast ocean, gaining the buoyancy of the seawater. The giant tires and tracks under the hull turned into a row of propellers, and then it rushed into the depths of the sea at full speed. According to the arrangement made by Lin Feng before he left, Zhang Yunar was asked to control her fully loaded land cruiser and circle around the southern part of the Federation 50 kilometers away along the coastline. This way you can reach Minzhou. And there is no need to worry about being discovered by the Zerg Queen, because the barrier of seawater to mental power is even more severe than that underground. The underground coverage area is reduced tenfold, only 1/10 of its original size, while the seawater is filled with water elements and is basically airtight. Moreover, seawater has extremely strong water pressure when it moves downwards. The seawater is under pressure from the upper layer, and the gaps between atomic molecules become tighter, so the density naturally increases. Therefore, the range that originally covered 100 kilometers is now less than 1 kilometer in the ocean. Even at ultra-low altitudes above the sea, the perception becomes blurred and distorted in the distance due to the influence of sea breeze and steam. Therefore, as long as they are far enough away from the coastline, the Zerg will not be able to find any trace of Zhang Yunar. In addition to her own mental cover, there is no need to worry about this matter. When Lin Feng rushed all the way, he found the traces of Zhang Yunar and the land cruiser battleship at the junction of Gizhou and Yuzhou, 800 kilometers away. After the successful meeting, half of the fully loaded land cruiser was divided into another empty ship. In this way, with half on each side, each ship will be less than 3,000 tons, and there is no need to worry about the weight pressure under full load, resulting in slow speed. The land cruiser, which originally had a speed of only 50 kilometers per hour, suddenly increased to over 100 kilometers per hour. More than twice as fast as before. Soon, 5 hours later, you arrived near the coast of Minzhou and found the estuary where you disembarked. Lin Feng controlled 2 warships, one in front and one behind, to complete the landing one after another. Even with cargo that accounted for 1/3 of the maximum load capacity, the speed of the 2 land cruisers did not drop significantly. They were still able to maintain a speed of 150 kilometers per hour on land and reached Mingcheng in less than 2 hours. 2 hours later, when 2 land cruisers entered the outskirts of Ming City, Chen Yannian had already brought 5 logistics warships to assist in the transfer of the second stage insect eggs. And the most important thing is the Queen Mother's brain now. The only things that can threaten the third-level Zerg, apart from the third-level human warriors and the third-level weapons and equipment in Lin Feng's hands, are the weapons mixed with golden plate bones. For example, the LV-29 golden chainsaw sword. And their source is naturally the 18 golden ball bones outside the Queen Mother's brain. There are 15 early-stage Mother Queens, each weighing an average of 50 tons, totaling about 800 tons, and the two together weigh a full 1,100 tons. According to the more than 1 ton of content integrated into Tiger Tooth Chainsaw Sword. About 1,000 second-level peak golden chainsaw swords can be produced. Their ability far exceeds that of ordinary second-order weapons. Even the early third-order King Spiny Worm, with its solid armor tempered by magma, cannot withstand the blow from the Queen Mother's golden plate bones. Except for the Zerg Queen, the golden chainsaw sword can cause substantial damage to all third-level Zergs. 1,000 golden chainsaw swords are just right for the assembly of the Thunder Warriors that are about to be born in large numbers with the help of biological colonization suits equipped with electric-driven cells. A large number of second-order peak Thunder Warriors that can pose a threat to the third-order Zerg are about to enter the battlefield not long after. Liu Yi and the scientific research ship completed the transformation after Lin Feng checked him and found no problems. He used up his upgrade ability and equipped him with a real third-tier melee weapon, the LV-30 Hunter King Chainsaw Sword. There is also a set of level 33 golden armor. Combined with the electric-driven cells in his body and activating the fourth-order state of cosmic power, with such strength, it would not be a problem for him to deal with a third-order mid-stage queen. After completing the equipment enhancement, Lin Feng immediately appointed Liu Yi as the commander of Russian, replacing Wang Lei there, and let him continue the electric-driven cell transformation fusion. Now every pure-blooded human third-level awakener is extremely valuable and is the key to enhance human power. Moreover, it does not improve their combat effectiveness and increase their survival rate on the battlefield. Once they are killed by the third-level Zerg and their corpses are captured by the late-stage queen, they can be upgraded to the next level. Become a terrifying existence at level 38. The power of summoning the divine domain to descend becomes stronger, making it more difficult to kill. After completing the deployment, Lin Feng came to the 2 sealed scientific research ships as soon as Deng Yunar arrived in Mingcheng. She was called away by Long Yi to help deal with the work related to the Thunder Warrior project. They still have 2.5 days, less than 50 hours in total, to develop a lightweight power armor that can carry and function the fourth-order cells. It is necessary to add biological tissue structure inside the Flying Tiger armor originally worn by the second-level combat group members, and integrate a muscle extension and driving function. Feng entered the laboratory of the scientific research ship and discussed the attribute plan of the light power armor with Long Yi. What are the current arrangements? Long Yi is debugging a cluster of third-order cells from Jodi's body. Observe and experiment whether they can form a stable contact fusion with the cells of human second-level awakeners. After all, in terms of the manifestation of superpowers, third-order cells include second-order cells, which is equivalent to second-order cells with physical enhancement superpowers and is a subset of third-order cells. Third-order cells are derived from second-order cells, but the gene content and expression contained in the cells are much higher than those of second-order cells. Therefore, if the second-order cells want to withstand this force, they must be replaced selectively. Replace its own structure and expression with the core part of the third-order cell, and discard all other incidental functions. Only the part that can activate the fourth-order electric drive cells is needed to control the electric drive light armor outside the body at present. There are 3 options for the second-stage late-stage war group members who participate in this transformation plan to choose from. The first is the most radical plan. Number 1. Raising the fusion degree to the upper limit of 30% can stimulate the threefold physical improvement of the colonial armor, allowing a perfect awakener in the late stage of the first or second stage to burst out the middle-level power of the early stage of the third stage. It can barely withstand the attack of a third-stage early-stage King Spiny Worm with a golden chainsaw sword you made. It can even counterattack. Lin Feng nodded. Triple strength was probably the threshold for level 32. There is indeed no problem in challenging the King Spinosaurus in the early stages. Then he changed the subject, but the cost of doing so is also high. Such a high degree of fusion requires the consumption of a large number of second-order cells in the body, accelerating the proliferation and division of stem cells, thereby madly overdrawing their life potential. The moment you activate it, 1% of your vitality will be consumed, and every minute thereafter, 1% will be consumed. It sounds very exaggerated, but it is the truth. They are just late-stage, second-order awakeners who have not even awakened or mastered the power of state of mind. They are ordinary beings. If mortals want to master the power of God, they must continue to pay a high price. Lin Feng's mouth twitched 1% per minute. As second-level peak warrior, I can only fight for an hour and a half and the oil will run out, and they will die of old age? The price is too high. No. Let's go to the next one. Chapter 341 Phase 2, Zerg Probe. What about the next stage? Lin Feng asked immediately. Although the Savior Army currently has as many as 2,500 second-level awakeners, among them there are nearly 500 in the late second level. There are more than 29 awakened people at the late stage of the second stage and perfection level who can participate in the transformation operation. But each of them is a seed of future third-order awakeners, and each of them has the ability to become a pseudo-fourth-order existence that integrates fourth-order electric-driven cells and activates the power of the universe. There's no way it could be wasted here. Moreover, 30% fusion degree is too much of a load for the second level, and can only be maintained for 1.5 minutes. Although this also reflects from the side that the huge gap between the second stage and the third stage is like a chasm, blocking countless second stage awakeners below the threshold of the third stage. So although the current situation is serious, it is not yet time to seriously overdraw future strength. Hearing Lin Feng's refused, Long nodded slightly and continued to talk about the next stage. Then let's go a level lower, 20% fusion. It can increase the physical strength by 200%. In this way, the physical strength of a late-stage second-stage fully awakened person can be roughly equivalent to the middle level of the early-stage third stage. It won't be a big problem to deal with ordinary newly hatched third-level Zerg under the late queen, but if we have to face a third-order king spiny worm that has mastered the power of artistic conception, it will be a bit difficult. But escaping should be no problem. The consumption overdraft in this gear is relatively small. After activation, it can last for 5 minutes. During this period, as long as the activation state is turned off in time, there will not be much impact. It is activated at a critical moment on the battlefield. The 5-minute cosmic blessing power phase is enough to deliver a fatal blow. If you force yourself to continue this state, it will consume about 1% of your life potential in 5 minutes, so the total overdraft is about 8 hours. Generally speaking, no battle between Tier 3 Zergs can last for more than an hour, so don't worry. Before they overdraw all their life potential, they must have completed the task of killing Tier 3 Zergs and advancing to the third stage. At that time, the third-level cells in the body will be assimilated and absorbed, and there is a high probability that the power of artistic conception evolved from the physical enhancement ability will be stimulated. It may not necessarily be Jodi's energy control, but also other special artistic conception abilities derived from the physical body, and the electric-driven cell biological colonization suit outside the body will also be slowly integrated into the body in the future. Become a pseudo-fourth-order enhanced warrior in the future, just like Jodi and Liu today. Lin Feng agreed. Very satisfied with the modification effect and load level of this gear in this way, those who have completed the third-level promotion first but have not awakened the special power of artistic conception are the ordinary third-level awakeners who are at a loss the most. It was obvious that he was the strongest among the second-level battle group, but after being promoted to the third level, he suddenly became the last one. Not only does he have to do the dangerous work of the third level, facing the most powerful third-level enemy, the Zerg Queen, but he is also inferior to others in the third level and is criticized fusion of the fourth-order electric drive cells. He still looked as sad as before. The second-level awakeners of the current second-level regiment are simply the beneficiaries of the late promotion. It is also a technology that benefits from technological progress. Otherwise, before this, if one wants to acquire the ability to face the third-order Zerg directly in the second stage, one can only undergo genetic transformation and become a genetic warrior with the blood of the spinal worm. The power of artistic conception, such as the need to go through dangerous artistic conception trials, the risk of merging with the land of the end, etc., or the subsequent troubles brought about by integrating alien genes and becoming a hybrid. These are the fundamental reasons why Lin Feng refused to expand the number of genetic regiments. Those 72 genetic warriors were experimental products that were created out of necessity due to the technological limitations and lack of strength in the era. This is a problem left over from before. This problem should not be allowed to continue. Today, The fourth-order electric-driven cells extracted and fused through the human gene tree are the orthodox genetic modification surgery of humans. Cells can absorb and fuse each other's gene sequences without hindrance, and intercept and splice their electrical energy expression fragments into the original cell nucleus during transcription and replication for absorption and utilization. In this way, one can receive the gift of genetic bloodline inheritance like the third-level queen and the third-level king worm of the Zerg. Of course, all this is the result of Lin Feng's hard work with the help of Long Yi. Humans have achieved a combined conquest of the fourth-level physique. Lin Feng himself has a mother, He Yuan, who is a pseudo-fourth-order life form of the spiritual system. As long as she is promoted to the peak of the late third stage, she can almost smoothly enter the fourth stage today. This blessing has been returned to the Salvation Army and humanity itself. Let's just choose this one. Will only 10% be fused in the next stage? The Scorpion nodded slightly. That's about right. It's equivalent to an enhanced version of the physical enhancement ability. I guess it will only have a slight impact on the late stage second stage awakeners. You have to keep it on for 24 hours to exhaust all the vitality in your body. After the third level Zerg are hatched, they will undergo a second strengthening by the Zerg Queen. Basically, when they leave the hive, they are already early stage intermediate level life forms. Given the second stage late awakeners, the physical strength is doubled, but it is not enough to kill the third stage Zerg. After barely fighting one or two, they will have to run away. After all, activating the power of the universe and controlling the fourth order power is equivalent to adding a negative aura to yourself that causes you to lose blood continuously. Your own vitality has not been improved at all, and it is still being overdrawn, and the third-level Zerg are real third-level life forms. Even ordinary third-level Zerg that have not mastered the power of artistic conception have 3 or 4 times the vitality of a second-level awakened one. Lin Feng nodded. Okay, then let's temporarily set it to the second level of fusion, and at the same time clearly inform the cost and consequences of using the power of the universe. No need to be secretive. Just say this is the path they will take in the third phase. After considering the cost of using it in advance, you should have a high enough awareness before undergoing the surgery. The Scorpion slightly. I understand it's your own choice in the end. If you are content with the status quo, you won't participate in the transformation. Zerg, you can undergo the second level third level cell transformation, but next, there is one more thing. It would be better if you did this. Lin Feng frowned slightly. What's up? Ling Yu then spoke. The source of all the fourth-order cells now is your third-order midterm peak colonization. Mecha Jodi is only involved in a part of it, so in the future, these fourth-order cell-enhanced warriors, as well as those who grow into pseudo-fourth-order beings, will be affected by the cell genes in your body. Similar to the fourth-order Spine King, the command to the King Spine Worm is like the fearless state of mind, so the electric-driven cell-like biological colonization suits of this batch of Thunder Warriors need to obtain those parts that are integrated into the fourth-order cells from the colonization suit mecha, so that the cosmic force can be activated smoothly and unimpeded, and the power of the electric-driven cells can be released. Lin Feng hummed. Let's ask the colonization mecha to come over, right? How long will it take to extract it? Ling Yi thought for a moment. It will only take a few hours, and we can also give it a comprehensive assessment during the extraction process. This trip to the southeastern subcontinent lasted a total of 3 days and 2 nights. This was probably the longest period of continuous combat for the colonial mecha. Have you felt the effects of being assimilated by it? Hearing this question from Long Yi, Lin Feng recalled the previous ongoing battles, especially the decapitation operation against a third-stage mid-stage Mother Queen. Kill 3 mid-stage queens in a row. In order to speed up the killing process, Lin Feng integrated the cosmic power of the colonial mecha into almost 90% and pushed it to full operation. The colonial mecha at that time almost turned into golden lightning. The golden armor on the shell of the whole body emitted terrifying golden arcs of light, and the sound of crackling was like the arrival of the god of death. At that moment, Lin Feng really felt that he had entered the 4th stage, becoming so powerful that he could do anything. That feeling of trance even made him feel so arrogant that he looked down upon all living things in the world, and for a moment he forgot to count down for the continued use of the power of the universe. I almost forgot to turn off the 4th level state. When he reacted, it turned out that the cells on his body's surface had already colonized the mucous membrane in the mecha cockpit and fused together. The biological colonization suit that has entered the 4th stage is devouring Lin Feng, who is the driver and command transmission center. Fortunately, with a particle control state of mind, The invasion of the 4th level cells into the body was blocked in time. When Lin Feng thinks back on it now, the memory is still fresh in his mind, and at the same time he feels a little scared. So after saying this, he added, "You're right, the complete 4th order cells are really terrifying. Apart from my particle control, there is almost no way to restrain and control their existence. We must complete the promotion to the late 3rd stage as soon as possible to obtain the qualification for complete transformation." 60%. The improvement brought by the 4th order cells is related to the gap between one's own strength and the strength of the cells. It's not a 30% increase, but it depends on the actual gap between the two. It's like a peak existence in the late 3rd stage, almost just one step away from the 4th stage, even if he is given 90% of the 4th stage cells. The lifting force is also minimal. But if Lin Feng implants 4th order cells with a 90% fusion level now, he will most likely be affected. Leaving aside the overdraft of vitality, the key point is that these genes, which are almost indistinguishable from real 4th order cells, will actively improve themselves, influence and take over the brain. It is equivalent to the situation where the physical body is too strong and it controls one's own thinking. Long Ai mentioned this to Lin Feng, so Lin Feng never implanted the 4th order cells, but instead put them all into the colonization mecha cells. It has no self-awareness, and even its control center is a crystalline structure that cannot be affected by 4th order cells. The comprehensive replacement and transformation also allows the colonial mecha to unleash the full combat power of the 4th order cells, which means breaking the 3rd stage upper limit of 10,000 points. In the future, Lin Feng will at most only provide his 3rd order strongmen with transformations of 4th order cells with a 60% fusion level. Unless they are promoted to the late 3rd stage, the complete version of human 4th order cells will be sealed like Pandora's box. Otherwise, once the abuse spreads, the impact caused is no less than a biological nuclear bomb with genetic radiation. Even the Zerg Queen, who is proficient in biotechnology and the power of artistic conception, has to pay an extremely high price after forcibly using the divine domain. Equivalence balance is one of the basic laws that govern the world. All promotion channels and strength enhancement are the utilization and optimization of this equivalent exchange method. Just like the release of heat, from the combustion and explosion of chemical energy to the direct conversion of matter into energy through nuclear fission and fusion, as well as the annihilation of antimatter in a higher form. The improvement of cognition and technology, and the improvement of utilization methods are essentially no different from the evolution of life. It's just that one tends to explore external technology, while the other attributes technology to one's own power. These words, spoken by Long, gave Lin Feng a different perspective on the universe and evolution. The translucent biological mother nest, a different feeling arose in Lin Feng's heart. It seemed that the world suddenly became clear at this moment. We also have a clearer understanding of the subsequent evolutionary path. However, Lin Feng has another matter at hand that needs to be dealt with as soon as possible. From the side of Ling Ai, after learning about the transformation plan of the Thunder Warriors, making deployments and choices, the Salvation Army's highest command center, where Chen Yanyan was, also sent an urgent message. At the border junction between Minzhou and Yuzhou, the million-strong insect nest army on the opposite side can no longer hold back. The first attempt was made in the evening, during the dark period after the sunset. According to reports from the frontline outposts, a mixed Zerg team consisting of 100 second-order Zergs crossed the isolation zone between the two sides and launched a surprise attack on a Savior Army outpost. Fortunately, a second-level combat team consisting of 10 people and 100 first-level combat soldiers in the outpost were able to rebuild 5 flying wing tanks in time and leave the base because it was a temporary observation post and had no defensive function. The team chose to give up and actively conduct guerrilla warfare after defeating most of the mixed Zerg squad. The remaining dozen or so second-order King Worms fled back to Yuzhou in shame, but when the second-order team was cleaning up the battlefield, they discovered that the team's warrior insect hunter was wearing a piece of white cloth. There were also crooked human characters written on it. Chapter 342, Negotiations with the Late Queen Mother, The Road to Becoming King. The title is wrong. Chapter 342. The soldiers at the frontline outpost transported the remaining white cloth clothes of this mixed second-order Zerg squad to the Mingcheng camp 150 kilometers away overnight. Mainly because the above content is a bit too horrifying. When the things were delivered to the command post by the second stage late stage team leader of the second stage regiment, Lin Feng had already received the news in advance, walked out of the scientific research ship, and sat in the command post waiting. The team leader presented the white cloth respectfully. Lin Feng took it and looked at it. The first page was covered with crooked hieroglyphs written in blood. On the other side are the curly letters of the Federal Republic. I can vaguely make out the word negotiation. Lin Feng frowned slightly, and so did everyone present, especially some old men who had experienced several human-insect wars before, and they also found it unbelievable this was the first time that humans received an invitation for negotiations from the Zerg. Someone said, could it be that our savior army is already strong enough to force the Zerg Queen to give in? Perhaps it is true. After all, we have already conquered most of the southern part of the Federation. Now only Yuzhou, Gizhou, and Yunnan are left. As long as we kill the last late-stage queen, we can unify the entire southern part of the Federation and formally establish an empire. And last month, one of our Bishan rescue teams, led by our leader, broke through the siege of the federal capital and rescued millions of survivors. We also received support from the top leaders of the Federation and various parts of the north. Obviously this is the late Queen Mother being afraid. I am worried that we will both lose in the battle on the front line and at the top, but there are also rational people who are worried and think that this is just a delaying tactic of the Zerg Queen. They wanted to use this to confuse the Savior Army and prolong the time for the Queen Mother's high-level Zerg reserve plan in the later stage. As more and more Tier 3 Zergs are hatched, the balance of victory will gradually tilt towards it. Your logic is completely invalid. In the eyes of the late Queen, if she and her millions of Zerg troops cannot withstand the attack of the Salvation Army, the first thing the late Queen should do is to withdraw her troops, shrink her forces, and store the remaining troops in places with more advantageous terrain. At the same time, it will also leave the front line to prevent our third-level warriors, led by the Supreme Legion commander, from beheading it. This negotiation invitation was hidden in the warrior hunter insect. It is obviously just a late-stage Queen Mother. It is a countermeasure in case the team is wiped out. This time, more than 100 second-level Zergs brazenly crossed the state border line that we had tacitly agreed upon and launched an attack on the frontline outpost. This is the result of our frontline soldiers winning the battle. But what if they lose? In the later stages, the Queen Mother will find that as long as she organizes 100 second-order Zergs, she can wipe out a stronghold of the Human Salvation Army, kill more than a dozen second-order battle group members, and hundreds of first-order combat soldiers. The Zerg in Zhejiang Province and Fujian Province during the Battle of Hangzhou City and the Battle of Ming City. But in the later period, the Queen Mother's army of millions of Zerg swarms had more than 10,000 second-order Zerg alone, and this is just a conservative estimate. Once the Queen Mother understands that she can rely on the Zerg's numerical advantage to directly wear down the Salvation Army, do you think this white cloth inviting negotiation will appear here again? The Zerg Queen never thought of negotiation from the beginning to the end, especially now that it owns 3 states, as well as a small country on the subcontinent south of the Federation, and the Zerg swarm that is infiltrating and expanding inland. It has enough biomass resources to produce tens of thousands of second-order Zergs, and third-order Zergs are hatching. Before a major war with us, this negotiation is either to test the waters or to delay time. After this person finished speaking, someone else wanted to put forward a new opinion. Lin Feng pinched his brows, looked at Chen Yan'an who was also helpless, and sighed. Let them sort out one of them. I'll go find Ling Gai first to see if there's any special meaning behind these hieroglyphs. Chen Yan'an patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. It's okay, go ahead. Leave this to me. Lin Feng quietly and slowly stood up. Don't report this matter to anyone for now. The troops at the frontline outpost are doing a good job. Let them rotate out and take a break. Chen Yan'an nodded and understood Lin Feng's intention. The Zerg are willing to take the initiative to negotiate, which is not a good thing. The Salvation Army includes the rear and human survivors. The general public is willing to unite as one and participate in the normal war against the invasion of alien races. The biggest reason and motivation is not that their homeland was occupied by the Zerg, and the biomass resources on the blue planet were infinitely seized, absorbed and consumed. Instead, the Zerg always maintain a condescending attitude and do not communicate or contact with humans. There is a kind of contempt that regards humans as primitive animals, and it's none of your business to destroy you. It is really this kind of refusal to answer, refusal to communicate, and directly sweeping across the world, destroying the existing order and civilization of Blue Planet, and turning all humans into biomass resources for the Zerg to advance. This kind of extermination expansion makes every human survivor feel deeply that their own death is imminent. This led to a strong outbreak of resistance and support. If the news that the Zerg are willing to negotiate actively spreads, Lin Feng knew that even among the Savior Army, there would be some signs of being tired of war and wanting to give up the fight, not to mention the survivors of the base who are not fighting on the front line, and those senior executives who are still in high positions. Maybe they are already celebrating and toasting to celebrate the coming of this day. It was after seeing through all this that Lin Feng chose to become independent, form a team of his own, and train them into the strongest resistance force on the continent today, the Invincible Salvation Army. And if the news that the Zerg are willing to negotiate leaks out, among the bases in the rear, and even among the top brass of the Federation, there must be a considerable proportion of human surrenderists by then, even if the Zerg put forward any excessive conditions, for example, leading the entire human race to surrender to the Zerg, and paying the price of kneeling down and becoming slaves in exchange for a chance to survive as long as their power and status among humans are not shaken, even if they are asked to sacrifice tens of millions of men and women every year, or the first and second order awakeners, or even the third order awakeners' superpowers, artistic conception cell genes. They will present it with both hands respectfully. Lin Feng was worried about this, so he asked Chen Yan'an to keep it a secret for the time being. After figuring out whether the Queen really wants to negotiate this mother time, or is using the opportunity of negotiation to achieve her other goals, we will consider whether to announce this news. Thinking of this, Lin Feng returned to the research ship with the white cloth dyed red. Before I even entered, I heard the question from Long Yi, "You have come into contact with that late-stage queen?" Lin Feng walked out slowly from the shadow corridor and saw Long Yi, who was replicating the fourth-order electric-driven cells in the body of the colonization mecha, staring at his hand. "To be precise, it is the white cloth in my hand. This is what it gave you? No wonder it smells so bad." Long Yi frowned and spoke. Lin Feng smiled. "It seems that the relationship between your queens is not harmonious. This was brought back by a soldier on the front line. It was stuffed into a warrior hunting insect by the late queen, what it says." As he spoke, Lin Feng picked up the two corners of the white cloth and spread it out in front of Long Yi. Seeing the word negotiation painted on the white cloth, even though Long Yi had a serious expression on his face, he couldn't help laughing out loud. "Ha ha, ha ha ha, killing me. So it came to you just for this. It is impossible for a late-stage queen mother to negotiate with humans. Even if it were, the conditions it would offer would not be something the Savior Army could agree to. Are there any of you who are really interested? Well, if humans haven't produced a fourth-level being before the fourth-level Insect King is born, then human civilization on Blue Planet can be declared over. The fourth-order Zerg will absorb and devour any biomass on the Blue Planet as biological material for cultivating the Zerg army, preparing for the next wormhole jump and the next planet to invade, so you don't have to have any illusions. There's even a possibility that this negotiation will turn into a Hongman banquet. What we should do now is to prepare for war. If you can't get it on the battlefield, then you can't get it at the table." Lin Feng nodded, agreeing with what Long Yi said, but then, when Long Yi smiled with tears in his eyes, he slowly turned the white cloth in his hand, showing the hieroglyphics painted all over the back. Seeing that Long Yi's laughter had stopped abruptly, Lin Feng continued to ask, "I seem to have seen these characters in the Queen Mother's spiritual heritage. They seem to be the characters used by the ancient Zerg, right?" After being stunned for a moment, Long Yi quickly fell into deep thought and slowly said, "Yes, this is the Zerg language, and this is news that only higher-level Zerg can understand, such as Queen Mothers like us." As he browsed through the contents, Long Yi's eyes gradually became solemn, and his expression became deep. "This isn't for you to see, this is for me to see." Lin Feng was stunned. "For you to see?" But he reacted immediately and said with a little surprise, "What I showed you was not the late queen of the Zerg and Yu Chang until you were here." The scorpion slightly, "Yes, it knows. It should be the result of speculation based on the recovery of some autonomy after advancing to the late stage of the third stage, but it could also be just a test." Lin Feng looked down at the white cloth in his hand. At this time, Zhang Yunar also came over. After seeing the bloody white cloth in Lin Feng's hand, she was also stunned. "You understand it too?" Zhang Yunar nodded, then shook her head. The general content is that she hopes to invite the leader of the Savior Army, the only hope of mankind, to the front line. She hopes to have a deep exchange with the leader of mankind about the fate of the two groups. At the same time, after this, she believes that she can serve as your partner and help you accomplish more things that the Queen Mother of Heicheng cannot do. For example, I can help you kill other third-stage late-stage Zerg queens, and then do my best to make you a fourth-stage cosmic life. As for the request, it has nothing to do with the current human beings, but only with a human leader himself. Zhang Yuna read more and more slowly until the last sentence. You should know these words better than me. Wait, this sentence doesn't seem to be said to you, it seems to be said to me. Lin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth, put the white cloth on the table, then looked at the silent Ling Yi and asked, what does the late Queen Mother of Yu Chang want? Could it be my third order cell gene? Ling Yi shook his head. It has nothing to do with your genes, it's the Battle of Mingcheng. What happened in the insect nest beneath our feet? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. You mean the gift of divine power and law left by the mother of the insect god? After that thing is absorbed, it will be very beneficial to your Zerg Queen. The scorpion nodded slightly. Yes, and it must be a 1000th summon of the divine realm. The divine power of the laws contained in it must be condensed into the statue of the Mother of Life, and finally integrated into the body of the Queen Mother, is the path to becoming a 4th-level Insect King. The previous summons of the Five Emperors Alliance, although the divine power laws contained in the overlapping divine domains reached the minimum conditions for initiating fusion, due to their own mid-level third-order strength, they were unable to serve as the carrier of the power of laws, which ultimately led to the overflow of the energy of the laws. But the Mother of Life finally took action and transferred them to you to prevent the spread and contamination of the laws of divine power. This is the real reason why it took the initiative to find you and seek negotiation or even cooperation, whether it's the Savior Army or the Zerg expansion. They are just superficial things. The only thing that can impress a late-stage Queen Mother is the 4th-order Insect King throne. Through you, I can obtain a portion of the power of the law in advance without summoning the statue of the Mother of Life and integrating the laws of the divine realm, while improving my own strength. I can also greatly increase my chances of defeating other late-stage 3rd-order peak queens and breaking through to the 4th-order Insect King. That's the real reason why it came to you. 4. This divine law that comes from the Mother of Life, even if it means giving up the millions of insect swarms under my command, as well as the 3 states it currently occupies within the Federation, to the late Queen Mother of Yucheng, these are trivial conditions that are not worth mentioning. And the reason I'm here now is because when you were repairing the colonial armor, you used a small amount of extra power. After being absorbed by me, it merged into my body, and was sensed by the late Queen Mother who was thousands of miles away. That's why it traveled all the way to the front line in the past few days to seek this power. After saying that, Ling Yi looked at Lin Feng. So, what do you mean? Chapter 343, How to Advance to the Insect King, Son of God. Lin Feng did not directly answer Ling Yi's question. Turning to another question, so for the Queen Mother, how many divine laws does she need to absorb in order to complete the 4th level of advancement? Take my last output as an example. Law. What really needs to be accumulated is the divine bones that carry the divine power and laws, that is, the 4th-order bodies of the Mother Queens. There are only 2 ways to do it. Either we can have a life and death battle with 5 or more late-stage 3rd-order Queen Mothers, and when all of them summon the divine domain to descend, merge the power of the divine domain's laws, enter a pseudo 4th-order state, and then fight it out. The late-stage peak queen that wins in the end will absorb the bodies of the other 4 queens, forming a divine skeleton that can carry the laws of divine power, and will be promoted to 4th-level Insect King. In this way, the upper limit of the Insect King will be greatly increased. He only needs to continuously absorb life energy to become stronger. The upper limit of the divine power law is only related to the number of late-stage peak queens who finally participate in the war. Generally, the upper limit can only be increased by 50 thousandths each time. 4 is 3 thousandths, plus the 1,000th of the original winner. That's 4 thousandths. That is to say, since the birth of this 4th-order Insect King, its lower limit of strength is the middle stage of the 4th order. You just need to absorb all the life on the blue star and transform it into life energy in your body. And you can advance all the way to the middle stage of the 4th stage. This is also one of the great advantages of the Zerg Queen as a descendant of God. Even at the stage of cosmic life, she possesses the bloodline inheritance of the gods that other ordinary cosmic races cannot achieve. The above is the traditional 4-level promotion model. Since there are traditional and ordinary ones, there are also those who take a different approach and go their own way. Lin Feng frowned slightly. It's me who absorbs the laws of divine power in advance, controls the degree and amount of absorption, and allows the 3rd-order body to adapt in advance. Ling slightly and snapped his fingers. Yes, that's it. This is the deal I originally wanted to propose to you. In other words, it is also a form of cooperation, the second form of the God's domain. The advent and fusion of the laws of the God's domain can only be summoned by the late Queen Mother with her life capacity and strength. that is 1,000th of the true divine realm, but during the Battle of Minchang this time, the Five Emperors Alliance encountered a bug. The 1,000th of the divine domain that originally required a late-stage Queen Mother to summon, now reached a minimum condition after the divine domains summoned by the two mid-stage Queen Mothers were superimposed. The most important thing is that one of the mid-stage Queen Mothers was killed by you after completing the summoning of the divine domain. That is, the divine domain it summoned was directly taken over by another living Queen Mother. It's equivalent to 5/10,000 plus 5/10,000, plus the complete overlap of the two divine domains. Under normal circumstances, the probability of this happening is very, very low, but it still happened unexpectedly. I don't know if the Five Emperors Alliance prepared for it in advance. It must have been a coincidence. Then it discovered that even though it had summoned 1,000th of the divine domain, with the blessing of the power of the law, it was still unable to stop the colonial armored mecha that had entered a 90% fusion state from killing it, so I finally chose to enter the second stage of the God's realm, hoping to use my own death to replace you. As a result, after the Mother of Life statue, which contained the divine power and law, was integrated into the body, it was discovered that the body of the Queen Mother in the middle stage of the three realms could not contain this divine power. Its body was not worthy of being the divine skeleton that carried the divine power and law. After the final power of the law descends, it can only rely on its body to condense a 1 kilometer long giant bone arm. Feng was stunned and said hesitantly, "Am I also considered a condition? Could it be a blessing from the Mother of Life?" Leaving that part, 1,000th of the divine law, in my body. The dragonfly nodded slightly, then shook his head. "Yes, but not completely. That divine power was left in your body by the Mother of Life. But what is really important is that you have the qualifications and ability to bear the coming of divine power, while maintaining its own capabilities, requires at least 5 peak level 3rd order Queen Mothers to be able to withstand it. This is the most critical point. It is not difficult for the Zerg Queen to summon the divine domain and condense the divine power and laws contained in it and bring them down to the world. The real difficulty is how to completely integrate them into the body in one breath and achieve a leap in life level. There is an insurmountable obstacle in the middle, that is the divine domain that can condense the laws of divine power. It requires a late-stage 3rd order Mother Queen to summon 1,000th of the divine domain. And to carry it, you need to gather more than 5 late-stage peak Mother Queens, so even a peak Queen Mother at the late 3rd stage can only use the second form of the divine realm once. After using it, she will die suddenly because she cannot withstand the advent of the divine power of the law. But we can't. But you can. After all, I never thought that in this solar system, which is considered a remote place in the Milky Way, a primitive race that has not yet produced 4th order cosmic life could actually produce a direct descendant of God. The 1/3 of God's blood flowing in your body is the important reason why you can bear the 1,000th of the God's power law without any pressure. Rather than saying it's a blessing from the divine power, it's better to say it's the divine law that's nourishing your demigod body. Lin Feng looked a little shocked. Through Long Yi's detailed introduction, he had a more direct and clear understanding of what he was carrying. This can explain it very well. Why can his spiritual world accommodate so many rubbings of artistic conception and integrate the blood heritage of other races many times? So much so that occupying most of the mental space was the terrifying black star without a trace of light. Perhaps it came from the strange changes in the solar eclipse overhead on the day of the Zerg invasion. That black unknown star completely obscured the sun original. The entire blue planet also became a dark world without the sun. And this power is the same as the race in the past that was inherited from the Queen Mother's bloodline. At that time, when the Dark Lord King appeared, the entire star field where the Zerg was located was completely covered by the black star body behind the Dark Lord King. Now that it appears in his spiritual world, it can only prove 2 things. One is that when the Zerg opened the wormhole and invaded the solar system, they used the power of the God King Black Sky. Another point is that his own bloodline of the gods is far more than what Long Yi imagined. It comes from ordinary gods, or even stronger 9th order true gods. But he is at least as powerful as the Dark Lord. Otherwise, it would be impossible to copy the artistic conception or the power of the laws of the Lord Darkness and store them in the spiritual world. Thinking of this, Lin Feng suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. But then he became nervous again. Because his father, Lin Yu, was still in the Endland deep in the center of the earth, imprisoned by the god-locking chain in the 4th level body of a 4th level Spine King. Only by rescuing him first can we uncover the truth behind all this. And find from it, a way out, and the only hope for human survival. Thinking of this, Lin Feng had actually made a decision in his heart. I need to advance to the late third stage as soon as possible. If this late stage Queen Mother can help me advance to the late third stage, I can negotiate a deal with her in exchange for a portion of the Mother of Life's divine power law, but if not, then it's conditional. Ling nodded slightly and put away the white cloth on the table. It will most likely say that it will help you solve the problem of the late stage Queen Mother who was just born on the other side of the continent thousands of miles away, but distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. Why go to a foreign land where you are unfamiliar with the world and don't even have the help of your own savior army when something is within your reach? So this negotiation may be the best opportunity to seize it. If it wants to trade the power of the hive will, it must take the initiative to reveal its true form. This is our best chance to strike. No Queen Mother can endure such temptation. Lin Feng nodded. I see. When will the colonial mecha be ready? Just in case, I'll drive it to the border for negotiations. Ling Yi shrugged. Soon, early tomorrow morning, for the Thunder Warrior plan, we will be able to conduct preliminary experimental surgery and collect data tomorrow night. We will probably be able to put it into formal use the day after tomorrow morning, but if you want to speed it up, you can use some of the power of the hive will. For example, even just give me 100,000th of it. According to the agreement sent by the Queen Mother in the later period, she will arrange for the second-level Zerg to wait for your arrival at the border before midnight tomorrow. Lin Feng nodded and gave Long Yi a blank look. He obtained 1,000th of the divine power, which was divided into 10 parts by the mother of the insect god, each part being 1/10,000th. In order to fully perfect it, the cosmic power of the colony metra was integrated, so that the fourth stage state was strengthened to more than 90% of the limit value. 1/10,000th of it has already been used. 1/10th of the remaining 1/10,000th, that is, 100,000th, was input into Long Yi 10,000th. For a normal HP of only over 6,000, even 100,000th of the laws of the hives will be enough to benefit her greatly. If it weren't for the infiltration and nourishment of the power of law, it would have been impossible for Ling Yi alone to complete the entire process from research to experiment and finally implement the third-level enhancement and transformation plan of the Thunder Warrior in just 2 or 3 days, or less than 70 hours in the past. It would have taken at least half a month. For example, the development of human fourth-order electric-driven cells. From the initial proposal to its official launch a week ago, it took a total of 1.5 months. As a result, if Jody had not appeared unexpectedly, the launch of the final product would have been delayed by more than half a month. Now, if he could give Long Yi 100,000th of that, Lin Feng estimated that she could directly absorb life energy and enter the late third stage. But if we were to waste the use of the divine power law just because of this 1/10th of the power, Lin Feng felt it was a bit too luxurious. It's better to save them until you need them most. For example, not long after, when he went to the land of the end to rescue his father Lin Yu, he had to use the power of the laws of the will of the insect nest, the mother of the insect god, to unlock his father's seal. After all, the one who imprisoned my father was the mother of the insect god who had just arrived in the solar system, and he had previously bestowed upon himself the laws of divine power, apparently predicting his future journey to the land of the end and giving himself the key to unlock the secret in advance. Thinking of this, Lin Feng began to cherish the 9 remaining uses of the insect nest's willpower even more. Lin Feng knew what to do next, so he stood up and prepared to leave. Glanced at Zhang Yuner in the laboratory. In his conversation with Long Yi just now, apart from asking Zhang Yuner to read out the Zerg text on the white cloth, this guy was just watching the whole process. Now, apart from Long Yi, he is the one who knows Lin Feng's identity and background the best. At this moment, the two of them turned their heads and looked at him. Zhang Yuner, who had already advanced to the middle stage of the third level, suddenly felt a chill on her back and broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly said, I didn't hear anything. No, I heard a small part of it, but I won't tell anyone else about it. No one else will know about this, I swear on my mother's bloodline. Long turned his head and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng shrugged. Forget it. It doesn't matter whether I say it or not. In fact, I was planning to promote it this way. After all, those who have a claim to be kings and emperors in history all like to cover themselves with myths and legends, saying that they are the sons of gods or the sons of heaven. Now the true son of God is here. Even if she is the Zerg queen, what can she do? As the offspring of God, humans cannot lose face and become slaves of the Zerg. After saying that, Lin Feng stood up and prepared to leave. Before leaving, he passed by Zhang Yuner, raised his hand, looked at the woman who shrank and tightened her neck, and patted her shoulder. You are also a woman I had a one-night stand with. I am not that fussy about it, federal capital, but now you are on my side. When the time comes, you will also have a share of the laws of the insect nest will from the mother of the insect god. After saying that, Lin Feng stepped forward and left the research ship. Zhang Yuner was left looking at Long Yi, and they looked at each other in bewilderment. Ling Yi snorted lightly and said seriously, "Why are you daydreaming? Hurry up and finish your work. If the Thunder Warrior project cannot be put into operation on time, do you still expect to have the law of divine power?" Zhang Yuner hurried back to her post. After returning, in the middle of the night, in the bedroom of the living area inside the golden battleship, Lin Feng talked about this matter with Chen Yannian, who looked tired. Chapter 344, Night Talk, Suffering from a Broken Bones, an Elimination Plan. Let's talk about the accident that happened during the decapitation operation of the underground nest in the Battle of Ming City, and the unexpected gift that was received afterwards. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, and then told the woman beside him the truth about the past month, especially what he had unearthed in his mother He Yuan's laboratory in the Lanchang base in the rear area after the battle in the capital city. Chen Yannian lay in Lin Feng's arms, frowning slightly. "So, you are not a pure human, but the offspring of aliens and humans from Blue Star?" Lin Feng nodded. "To be more precise, my father, Lin Yu, is a noble being from a powerful race of gods. According to the concentration of divine blood flowing in my body, he is at least a direct blood relative of a great god, which is equivalent to father-son relationship. As a descendant of the god, I inherit 1/3 of the god's bloodline, so the one in front of us is also a son of God, possessing a demigod body that can contain and withstand the power of God. For example, in this Five Emperors alliance, the two late-stage Mother Queens summoned the divine realms, which entered the second form, the insect race's god. The statue of the mother of the insect god merged into the Mother Queen's body, and brought the divine power laws condensed by the divine realm to the world with the Mother Queen's body as the carrier of the divine bones. But the power of the middle stage Queen Mother is too low. Its Queen Mother body is simply unable to withstand the advent of the divine power law. This is a force 100 times more powerful than the power of artistic conception. It is the power of countless artistic conceptions, integrated into law, representing the power of rules that directly affects reality. Even a Queen Mother at the peak of the late stage cannot bear it alone, so in the future human-insect war, the Zerg will need to gather at least 5 late-stage third-order peak Queen Mothers before they can summon the divine domain to descend and decide who will be the fourth-order insect king. And the most important thing for promotion is the power of the laws of the hive. Well, that comes from the divine realm, but now it's inside me. Chen Yannian's face showed shock. Inside you? Then how did you? By the way, you are the son of God, possessing the body of a demigod, so you can naturally withstand the power of this law. Lin Feng nodded. Yes, that's why. So the late Queen Mother who has arrived in Yuzhou, which is the final target of our expedition to the south, wants to negotiate with me through the white cloth. Chen Yannian narrowed her eyes and quickly guessed the late Queen Mother's true purpose. It wants the power of the insect god's law in your body, and is even willing to trade it with the remaining 3 states in the southern part of the Federation? Lin Feng hummed. Yes, I am even willing to pay a higher price, including a group of third-order Zergs, the ordinary third-order Zergs it hatched, the third-order queen under its command, and the third-order king's spinal worms it summoned. As long as I am willing to trade a portion of the power of the laws in the divine domain, it will leave the Federation on its own. We even left the subcontinent we had swept before and headed to the southwest of the continent to fight a great battle with the late queen there. At the same time, you are willing to invite me to kill together. This will also help me enter the late stage of the third stage. Chen Yannian took a deep breath. The conditions offered by the late Queen Mother of Yuchang were too tempting, even to the point of being unbelievable. So after thinking for a few seconds, Chen Yannian remembered the staff officers who were discussing the plan in the combat command center and the real purpose of the opponent's active invitation to negotiate. Randomly speaking, the conditions are too good. Could it be a scam? Lin Feng shook his head. It's unlikely. I can definitely make a deal with the late queen thousands of miles away, and then you can lead the Salvation Army to launch a general attack and kill their third-level Zerg. As long as we kill them all, even if the Queen Mother plots a trick in the later stage, by then the matter will be done and there will be nothing we can do to save it. They can only flee the Federation in disgrace and seek a chance to make a comeback in the southeastern subcontinent or the southwestern continent. But the problem is, if I do this, it will delay my promotion to the later stage. and delay my progress in going to the center of the earth and resolving my father's problem in the land of the end. On the other hand, this is also an act of aiding the enemy, especially when the power of the law in my body is limited. Every bit of it consumed is a bit less. Rather than handing it over to an unknown Zerg queen, I'd rather leave it to Lin Feng, who knows me well. At least I can guarantee that its strength will always be weaker than mine. Moreover, as the Queen Mother, she is at best just an incarnation, not the real Queen Mother, and cannot train a million-strong army of insects under her command, so the threat level of Lin Feng has been reduced to the lowest level. But this late queen is different. Not long ago, it successfully crossed the last threshold before becoming a fourth-order insect king. Now with the nourishment of the divine power law, its strength can be directly upgraded to the next level, consolidating its first-place ranking among all the queen mothers in the world. Then launch a large-scale attack on other late-stage queen mothers in advance. Use this advantage to keep snowballing and eventually become the first late-stage peak queen. By doing this, I am nurturing a tiger to cause trouble. Chen Yannian nodded. That's right. With our current strength, we can control the queen mother in the later stage. So what is your plan? Lin Feng let out a long sigh. Pretend to be friendly and find an opportunity to agree to the deal first. Secretly prepare for a war, and then in the final stage, delay its control over the million-strong insect army, creating the most favorable conditions for your general attack. Chen Yannian was stunned for a moment, then shook her head. It's too late. According to the headquarters statistics, with the current progress of material delivery, it will take at least 5 days before we have the personnel and material reserves to actively launch an attack, and according to the observations of the outpost, the aerial reconnaissance of the Gene Corps members, and the number of Tier 3 Zerg detected when we came back, we are about to face the late Queen Mother. There are nearly 1 million first-order black spine insects, 30 to 40,000 first-order green-winged insects, and as many as 100,000 second-order Zerg, including more than 60,000 second-level tiger spine insects, 40,000 warrior hunting insects, more than 10,000 pulse war scorpions, more than 10,000 tank fire beetles used for siege, and tens of thousands of second-level reinforced Zerg, sprinting spiders, springtails, etc. Besides that, the most troublesome thing is the third-order Zerg. It has at least 10 Zerg queens in the early stage of the third stage who are loyal to it. These 10 early queen mothers will share the pressure of frontline command with the late queen mothers, and will be evenly distributed along the 200-kilometer-long battle line. Exactly every 20 kilometers, there is an early queen mother serving as the front line command center. It ensures that even if the queen mother is not around in the later period, the battles on the front lines will still be under the command and control of the queen mother in the early period. So we have to plan and arrange at least 10 decapitation missions, but the above are only the third-level queen mothers. There are more than 20 ordinary third-level Zergs, not counting the invincible king spine worm of the realm, which is invincible in a single fight. If these third-level Zergs were to enter the battlefield, each of them would be an invincible existence capable of tearing through the front lines and leading the Zerg army to capture cities and territories. Our 7 third-level warriors are already overwhelmed with just dealing with 10 initial targets. They are completely unable to deal with the targets on the front battlefield. Those ordinary third-order Zerg can only be handed over to ordinary second-order war groups first. As for the third-order king spiny worms, the current arrangement is for the third-order Gene warrior Zhang Yang to lead the second-order Gene regiment, 70 Gene warriors, to deal with their attacks, and Shen Ji is the firefighter, specializing in dealing with those precarious fronts to ensure the stability of the situation. Its killing state has a special attack effect on the Zerg. The only problem is whether an ordinary second-tier war group can withstand the attack of ordinary third-tier Zerg. After all, the gap between the second and third levels is almost 10 times. After listening to Chen Yannian's concerns, Lin Feng smiled. Don't worry. How long has it been since the Queen Mother of Yucheng was promoted to the late stage? It's only been less than half a month. Even if she uses all her resources to cultivate the third-order Zerg, at most she can produce a batch of ordinary Zerg that are perfect in the early stage of the third order. The gap is only 3 to 4 times that of a late-stage second-order awakener, and I have already designated a new plan similar to the transformation of genetic warriors. That is, we will use the fourth-order electric drive cell transformation program used on Zhou Qi and Liu Yi to transfer it to the members of the regiment who have reached the late stage of the second order. In this way, we can train a group of Thunder Warriors with 200% physical enhancement. I call them the Thunder Corps. It is a super powerful group composed of fully awakened people who have reached the late stage of the second stage, and they are pure-blooded human awakeners. After activating and using the 4th level electric-driven light armor, each one can burst out with strength no less than that of the early 3rd level, which is equivalent to temporary 3rd level existence. And currently we have 200 late-stage 2nd order fully awakened people. It's equivalent to the Salvation Army being able to send 200 early-stage 3rd order warriors to the battlefield at the same time, and it lasts for more than 5 minutes. In a battle between level 3 warriors, 5 minutes is enough to decide the outcome. The key is that if we calculate it this way, our number of level 3 people is absolutely superior. It's equivalent to 7 or 8 Thunder Warriors dealing with an ordinary 3rd level Zerg. Don't even mention 5 minutes. An experienced warrior can end the battle in just 1 minute, so don't worry. Chen Yannian nodded, feeling reassured, and then asked another question. Do we need to notify everyone about the negotiation with the Zerg Queen? Lin Feng thought for a long time and shook his head. There is no need to promote it or block it intentionally. Just let the news spread naturally, but remember to make a list of those who have changed their combat mentality because of this incident. It's time to use this incident to clear out those opportunists in the team. We are the saviors. We are mortal enemies of any alien race that invades the blue planet. As long as the Zerg are still on Blue Star, there is no possibility of any reconciliation between the two sides. Blue Planet can only be a blue planet for humans. After the establishment of the Empire, those who are cowardly and unwilling to continue fighting, including those in the Salvation Army who retreated and wanted to enjoy themselves, eliminate them all and arrange for them to reclaim wasteland in various places, re-establish order, and restore the operations of various cities. Isolate them from the Imperial Center and the Salvation Army to prevent the team's progress from being hindered subtly. The Empire and the Salvation Army have existed to save the world since their birth. After saying this, Lin Feng let out a long sigh. Ask a capable confidant to do this, and keep it secret so as not to reveal the truth. Chen Yannian nodded, fully agreeing with Lin Feng's idea. As a former assistant to corporate executive, and as someone who had accompanied Lin Feng all the way, as the captain of a battleship, and the supreme commander of the fleet, she also realized that after 3 rounds of expansion, the overall combat effectiveness of the Salvation Army was actually declining seriously. Just like when there were 100 people, the combat effectiveness was 150%, but after it increased to people, it was only percent of the original. Now, when there are people facing the same number of enemies, the casualty rate has increased instead of decreased. The increase in combat effectiveness brought about by the expansion of personnel is showing a marginal decrease. This shows that the overall combat effectiveness of the team continues to decrease after being averaged. The once elite veterans were assimilated by the new recruits who were promoted after killing the Zerg. Among them, there are too many people who have not received adequate training or who do not work hard. Gradually became a parasite in the Salvation Army. This made it increasingly difficult for this once invincible team to win the next war. Lin Feng has already noticed this problem keenly. If we leave it alone, even if we win the final battle of this great expedition to the south by killing the late Queen Mother, the Salvation Empire that is established will quickly corrupt under the erosion of these termites. It gradually became an organization even more bloated than the current Provisional Federation. Once Lin Feng leaves, he will lead Ling Yu to the end of the world deep in the center of the earth. It can be as short as half a month or as long as several months. If the encounter empires the next late Queen Mother, who is accompanied by a million-strong army of insects and is at the gates of the city, it will not be able to defeat the late Queen Mother by relying on a group of lazy soldiers. Therefore, this negotiation with the Queen Mother is a good entry point for Lin Feng. Use it as a sharp razor to remove the rotten flesh that has become a bone-deep cancer on the giant body of the Salvation Army. Only by scraping the bone and removing the poison can we create the pure basic conditions for future strength. After a long conversation with Chen Yannian, Lin Feng, who was tired after a day of work, fell into deep sleep. I woke up at noon the next day. During this day, the second-level teams and soldiers who had been separated were also released from house arrest and were able to enter and exit freely. In addition, the heated discussions in the combat command room have also spread in various ways. Behind the ideas of many staff officers are the views of a group of people, and they need support. Naturally, we will spare no effort to promote it. Lin Feng, Chen Yannian, Liu Yuqi, Shen Ji and other top leaders remained silent and avoided talking about it. This caused even more confusion among the people below. Many people who could not bear the pre-war pressure wanted to push for peace talks between the two sides and cede Yu Zhao and Giz Hao in exchange for peace. Lin Feng watched all this with cold eyes. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345, There are many opinions, I can also cooperate. One day during the day, Lin Feng disappeared in Ming City. As the supreme commander and leader of the Salvation Army, and also the center of the vortex of this turmoil, Lin Feng deliberately avoided in order to ensure the smooth implementation of the purge plan. Institute at this moment, their representatives and the candidates sent to be promoted to the third level are in the Mingcheng camp in order to stay away from the disputes. Lin Feng drove a colonial mecha and directly left Minzhou, and even entered the Federation. Start your own journey alone anyway. The speed of the colonial mecha is fast enough, maintaining a 30% degree of fusion. It still has a speed of Mach. One circle around the equator of the blue star is only kilometers, and half of it is just over kilometers. It only takes 2 hours for the colonizing mecha to fly to the back of the planet, and 5 hours for a round trip. With 30% status duration, it's totally fine. During this period, Lin Feng could stop and walk along the way, killing the third level Zerg he encountered and replenishing his nutrients. As long as he doesn't face off against the late-stage Queen Mother, with Lin Feng's current strength equipped with the LV-36 Colonial Mecha, even if he encounters a mid-stage perfect Queen Mother, he can use the Hunter King Chainsaw Sword to kill her with one blow. It just so happened that Lin Feng also wanted to look around to see if there were any other human forces in the world that were resisting tenaciously like the Savior Army. If you have any, I can help weigh it. While resolving the crisis they are currently facing, they can also continue to accumulate upgrade points and upgrade the Hunter King Chainsword and Iron Laser Cannon to level 36. Naturally, this also includes the level 32 Golden Battleship. Lin Feng's most important goal is to search the world for the 4 third-stage late queens that have been born so far. In addition to the late-stage Queen Mother in the south of the Federation, 3 late-stage queens have been born on Blue Star within this month. Among them, Lin Feng's closest one is the joint attack target mentioned by the Queen Mother in the late period of Yucheng. It occupies the entire southern part of the continent, and the radiating range of its power is nearly reaching tens of millions of square kilometers due to geographical factors. The bases of India and its origins and development are all in the south, namely the central and northern parts of India, especially in the states close to the world's high mountains, where the environment is harsh and the vegetation is sparse. The weight of biomass is naturally less, just like the Central Plains region of the Federation. This also makes the country's invasion slower and less severe. But a population of more than 1 billion still ensures that the Zerg queen who landed here has enough to eat. Among them was a late queen who stood out, killed the rest of the mid-stage queens, and took the 15 nearby early-stage queens under her command to assist her in continuing to control the million-strong insect army, killing all around. Lin Feng the colonial mecha and flew to the west of Blue Star. During the flight, the figure of the colonial mecha Gundam was clearly visible in the camp. It was discovered that it was heading back to Yuzhou for a while. News that negotiations were very likely to began to spread throughout the camp, and based on the time when the colonial mechas left, there was also a high probability that they were going to conduct peace talks and end the southward expedition that normally lasted for more than half a month. The final and most difficult decisive battle will end in the highest form without bloodshed, fantasizing that when an empire was established in the future, the power and status they would gain through their own strength would also increase. But there are also some people who firmly believe that there is only one way to deal with the Zerg, and that is to kill them. Kill. These alien races that invaded the blue planet slaughtered countless human survivors, destroyed human cities, and destroyed human civilization. The tug of war has lasted until now, and the sacrifices made by both humans and insects have become irreversible. Either the 4th level insect king is born and devours all the biomass on the surface of the blue planet to satisfy the greedy insect king's need to continue to advance. As for humans, if they don't expel all the Zerg without leaving any alive, they will kill those who want to be killed and drive those who want to be driven away. There will never be peace in the future. After all, the Spine King crisis in the inner world will completely destroy this planet. There is only one way for mankind, and that is to keep fighting. In this negotiation discussion, the group with the most objections turned out to be the captains, deputy captains, and team leaders of the second-level regiments. Their strength has reached the perfect state of the late second stage, and they are only one step away from the third stage. In the past, the fighting spirit might not have been so strong. But now the opportunity is at hand. Because in the later period, there are a large number of ordinary third-order Zergs under the command of the Queen Mother, and because there is no path to the realm of birth, their strength is only 2 or 3 times stronger than theirs. If you work hard, get enough equipment, and fight together, there is still a chance to kill the third-order Zerg. This way he could be promoted to a higher level and become an absolute top leader in the Salvation Army. Although there seems to be only one step between the two, the actual status and strength are like a chasm. Mecha to kill more than a dozen queens and return triumphantly with a large amount of equipment. It also brings great news to the commanders of the second-level regiment who have completed the second level and the 29th level. That is to be able to transform them in advance so that they can gain the power to defeat the third-level Zerg. Moreover, this technological transformation is different from the previous genetic modification. It does not require the integration of the bloodline of the spiny worms. Instead, it directly uses human genetic cells and transplants them into everyone to obtain the third-level power. This can drive the lightweight biological suit of fourth-order electric drive cells installed outside the body, so that the driver's physical strength can be increased by 200% in a short period of time. Enough to make up for the gap with ordinary third-level Zerg. Such a good thing, he will not turn into half-human, half-ghost appearance like a genetic warrior, but will still be a pure-blooded human. At one time, all the 29-level Awakeners signed up and enthusiastically participated in the preliminary experiments and operations. Even many members of the late second-stage regiment, such as those at level 27 or 28, began to use their connections to obtain second-stage eggs or live second-stage insects after hearing this shocking news, or they wanted to actively rush to the front lines to fight with the second-stage Zerg. He just wanted to start a war as soon as possible, and then get promoted to level 29. So that he could catch the last train for the transformation surgery and become a Thunder Warrior and on the battlefield, kill the third-level Zerg and become a powerful existence like Captain Liu Yi and Zhou Qi. The stronger they are, the more determined they are to be on the offensive side. On the contrary, many level 20 Awakeners who have just become combat soldiers or just been promoted to second-level combat group warriors choose to escape when faced with a question of whether to continue fighting. Chen Yannian sat in the command room at the bow of the golden battleship, looking coldly at the tens of thousands of Salvation Army soldiers below her. Just because of such a small matter, they were caught up in a dispute. Write down comments and the factions they support, so that we can decide whether to let them stay or go in the future. Chen Yannian spoke coldly. The female assistant behind him nodded and took out the list of all the members of the Salvation Army. Yes, on the other side, the colonial mecha driven by Lin Feng had already passed Yuzhou 200 kilometers. Soon, 10 early-stage Queen Mothers and a late-stage Queen Mother lurking under Yu Chang were discovered. The other party also used spiritual power to send an invitation message, which was directly blocked by Lin Feng. We went all the way to Guizhou, Yunnan, and then overseas, passing by the familiar subcontinent, on the peninsula. Without the control of the Queen Mother, the tiger-backed worms and black-backed worms here have returned to their original state, and began to gather in groups and form their own clan tribes. The red beetle swarms continue to farm, collect food and store it day after day. There are more than 3 million red beetles among the Zerg under the command of the 18 queens. After killing the late Queen Mother of Yucheng, Lin Feng decided to let Longai stay here to unlock the genetic shackles on millions of red beetles so that they can evolve and give birth to second-level individuals that can inherit the artistic conception of the Red Clan. Summon the Red King. After leaving here, Lin Feng entered the southern part of the main continent, where the Indian country was located. We have entered it. Different from the original rainforest in the southeast of the continent, which is full of the smell of earth and leaves, the entire southern part of the continent where India is located is filled with a foul odor. And it's everywhere. It's like a cesspool on this blue planet. Although from the geographical location of the planet's surface, it can be seen that its location does look like a place to shit. But what Lin Feng couldn't tolerate was that in this country that was like a cesspool, there were actually more than 1 billion humans living there. I guess the Queen Mother had to pinch her nose and swallow the power liquid they extracted with difficulty. After entering this place, in order to avoid the smelly environment, Lin Feng immediately rose to an altitude of 10 kilometers to observe the surroundings. We flew all the way and soon arrived at the bottom of the country. A peninsula structure extending from the road. In the middle of this peninsula, Lin Feng telepathically sensed the location of the late Queen Mother at this moment. It has completed its promotion and is half exposed above the surface, enjoying the sun. Seeing the colonial armor flying overhead, the late Queen Mother from India slowly released her spiritual power and sent a message to the colonial armor 10 kilometers away. You are here. The legendary child of prophecy, Lin Feng, stopped at 10 kilometers, which was the maximum range that a direct mental attack by a late-stage queen could extend. Look at this huge late-stage queen. It was nearly 800 meters long and was lying upside down in a deep pit. With half of its body buried in the underground tunnel, the width of the body is nearly 200 meters, and the head of the insect is 100 meters wide like a mountain range. Standing above the earth and beside it, there are more than 10 third-level zergs and 6 third-level king spiny worms. In addition, there are tens of thousands of second-order wing insects and first-order green wing insects in the nearby airspace. Obviously, we are fully equipped to deal with those who dare to show up on the surface, whether it was an attack on Lin Feng or a long-range nuclear bomb strike. Hearing the other party asking, Lin Feng asked with some doubt, I am not some child of prophecy. I am the leader of the Salvation Army in the Federation, the slayer of the middle-stage Queen Mother, the Queen Mother's nemesis, and the future killer of the late-stage Queen Mother. The late Queen Mother of India used her spiritual power to send a response to Lin Feng. A prophet in this land once told me that in the near future, a warrior from the east will change my destiny. This warrior exudes the power of the universe, and also exudes the divine power laws of our race. He will reach an agreement with me and become the key to the continuation of the Zerg. After hearing what the Queen Mother of the late Indian Empire said, Lin Feng in the cockpit of the colonial Mecha frowned slightly. I didn't come here to make a pact with you. It's the first late-stage Queen Mother born in the southeastern subcontinent. She plans to cooperate with me. It will give up all the lands of the Federation and its third-order insect swarms, and invite me to come together to kill you. After that, it will be able to take over your place, and I can also kill you and advance to the third stage. Late stage? The Queen Mother of India did not seem to panic in the face of such a crisis. She just continued calmly, since you have already told me the whole plan, I will not continue to follow it. You came here, presumably for cooperation. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. Cooperation? What can we cooperate on? You are thousands of miles away. If you want to help me, it will take you more than half a month just to get here. I don't need cooperation. I just want to see which one is easier to solve between you and it. The Queen Mother of India did not refute, but just replied, you humans have an expansion strategy called making friends with distant countries and attacking nearby. I am indeed a little weaker than the Queen Mother of the southeastern subcontinent in the late stage, but you can't send your rescue troops here by a roundabout way. You are alone, and you have to deal with an entire Zerg race, including me, a late-stage queen, and dozens of Tier 3 Zergs. This may be more difficult than dealing with a late-stage third-order perfect Queen Mother. Believe me, you won't make such a stupid decision. The late Queen Mother of Southeast Continent only wants to use you to break the balance between the three of us so that she can always suppress you. The end will not come until it reaches the third stage and reaches perfection. Since you can cooperate with it, then I can cooperate. Lin Feng looked down from above, looking at the 800-meter-long late-stage Indian Queen 10 kilometers away. Cooperation if a war breaks out between me and the Queen Mother of Southeast. What kind of help can you provide? Waving flags and cheering, or cheering from the other side of the river? Once I am defeated, the Queen Mother of Southeast will immediately turn around and start attacking the south of the continent until she kills you and annexes you. And even if I win, I will only gain one more human awakener in the late third stage. The threat to the Zerg and you is far less urgent than that posed by the Southeast Queen. So how much help can you provide to make me determined to take the greatest risk and fight to the death with the Queen Mother of Southeastern Asia? The Queen Mother of India pondered for a moment. 10 ordinary third-level Zergs. Chapter 346, Level 3 Insect Eggs, Level 36 Hunter King Chainsaw Sword. The Queen Mother of the late Indian state offered a whopping price for 10 third-order Zergs. For team leader Lin Feng, this is actually worthless. Because there are nearly 1,000 third-level Queen Mothers worldwide, only the top 200 of them have been promoted to the middle-level third level, and there are currently only 4 in the late-level third level. Therefore, Lin Feng has no shortage of third-order Zergs, and with his current strength, killing a third-order early-stage queen is as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. A mid-stage queen is just like slaughtering a dog, and is not worth mentioning at all in the later period of India. The conditions proposed by the Queen Mother became more favorable, but for Lin Feng, it was just the difference between spending 1 day or 1 hour. Moreover, During this trip westwards, in addition to seeing the other 3 late-stage queens, Lin Feng also wanted to kill the 3rd-stage queens along the way. The level 33 Hunter King chainsaw sword in his hand was upgraded to level chainsaw sword with a basic attack of up to points. This infinite attribute can burst out 5 times the damage per second, a terrifying 22,500 points of damage. By then, let alone the late-stage Queen Mother in a pseudo-4th order state, even the peak stage 3 order King Spinosaurus, Lin Feng, driving a colonial mecha and holding the Hunter King chainsaw sword, would have the confidence to fight it. At present, Lin Feng has killed 18 Queen Mothers and upgraded the LV-34 colonization mecha to level 36, with energy left for 2 more upgrades. If you want to upgrade the LV-33 Hunter King chainsaw sword to level in one go, you need to consume the upgrade energy 18 times again. The 10 third-level Zergs provided by the Queen Mother of India do not include the mid-stage third-level Zergs. It cannot meet the upgrade requirements of LV-33 Hunter King chainsaw sword, which spans the early and middle stages. So Lin Feng flatly refused. Too little. 10 early-stage third-stage Zergs. Who are you going to send away? I came back from my walk outside and found more than this. There are so many lagging third-order early-stage Mother Queens and Mother Queens who have just entered the middle stage, all waiting for me to clean up. I don't even think highly of what you have. After hearing Lin Feng's answer, the Queen Mother of the late state laughed instead of getting angry. After laughing a few times, she suddenly changed the subject and used her spiritual energy to transmit her joking words. 10 surviving third-order Zergs are certainly not worthy of your attention, but if they were 10 that had not yet hatched, where are the third-level insect eggs? Lin Feng was stunned for a moment and was immediately stunned. The value of 10 third-level insect eggs is much greater than that of the third-level early Zerg after hatching. After all, the organic nutrient solution in the insect eggs contains a large amount of life energy, and most importantly, it can be absorbed directly by drinking it. Normally, the life energy absorbed from killing a third-order Zerg is actually less than 1/3. The rest can only be left to the Queen Mother's clones like Long Yi or Zhang Yuner, who have the same origin as the Queen Mother's body. But insect eggs are different. They contain the purest and most pure life energy. Even humans can absorb the life energy after killing them to gain the qualification for promotion to a higher level. At the same time, they can remain the organic nutrient solution to help them advance to the third level and improve their physical attributes, especially now that Lin Feng still owes 2 third-level Zergs to the Old Federation and the Research Institute. 10 third-level Zerg eggs can really be of great help. Just as he was about to open his mouth and take the 10 third-level insect eggs that he had verbally picked up for free, Lin Feng habitually began to bargain. 10 is too few, at least 18. The number of third-level awakeners under my command is very small. The gap in strength between me and the late stage Queen Mother of the subcontinent is too big. We must have more. The late Queen Mother of India trembled all over and said in surprise, my entire reserve is not as high as this. Do you think these third-order Zergs are just as cheap as the second-order Zergs? Each third-order insect egg contains all the hard work of our late-stage Mother Queen. It takes 100 second-order insect eggs and a large amount of life energy to condense it. I defeated the other 6 mid-stage queens and finally cultivated less than 30 third-level insect eggs. You took most of them in one go. That's too much? Lin Feng snorted coldly, ignoring the excuses of the Queen Mother of India, and said coldly, if our Salvation Army is defeated, the late Queen Mother of the subcontinent will occupy the entire southeastern part of the continent and be promoted to the late middle-level Queen Mother. Her strength will be 3 times stronger than yours by then. Your small country of India will also be in her pocket and can be easily taken over. Helping me is helping yourself. Your competitor is not me, but the other 3 late-stage Queen Mothers. To be more precise, they are the late-stage Queen Mothers of the subcontinent that are closest to you and border you. After I defeat or even kill it, I will not be able to start a new war in the short term. You can expand your territory and increase your strength as much as you want. There is now 1 million square meters of rainforest missing in the southeastern part of the subcontinent. If you can get these, your strength will definitely rise dramatically. As he spoke, Lin Feng patiently said, this is your most cost-effective investment. You only need 18 third-level insect eggs to make a late-stage Queen Mother disappear. At the same time, you can also take over the territorial vacuum left by it and quickly improve your strength. Before the death of the Queen Mother in the late subcontinent, we were in a cooperative relationship, making friends far away and attacking those, but you and I are 5,000 kilometers apart. Even if we advance 100 kilometers a day, it will take 2 months before we can make contact again. In the short term, I pose no threat to you at all, But the late queen of the subcontinent sees you as a thorn in her side. After Lin Feng's analysis, the queen mother of the late period of India took some action and immediately made concessions, but 18 is still too many, let's make 12 at most. Lin Feng responded sharply, no, even if you want me to lower the requirements, the minimum cannot be less than 15. Otherwise, I can cooperate with the late queen mother of the subcontinent and help it come to kill you, in the late period of India. The queen mother hesitated again and again, but finally agreed to change the original 10 third-order insect eggs to 15 third-order insect eggs. In exchange for the victory of the Salvation Army, the threat of the late queen mother on the subcontinent will be blocked. After the deal was done, Lin Feng flew to a big city in the north, found a level 11 truck that was still drivable, and upgraded it into a level 29 land cruiser in one go. Its firepower is almost zero, but its internal space is extremely large as 50,000 cubic meters. Leadership of a mother clone controlled by the Queen Mother of India, they drove the land cruiser to a huge insect pit on the edge of the Zerg territory. Lin Feng could sense the rich breath of life energy emanating from it. In his telepathy, he could also sense 15 third-order insect eggs stacked together, emitting an aura far stronger than that of the late-stage second-order peak tiger spine insect. It is second only to the late second stage and early third stage. Along with a large group of red beetles, a giant light golden meatball 10 meters wide was slowly carried out from a 20-meter wide pit. Lin Feng walked forward with a slightly excited look on his face. Control the land cruiser, open the warehouse door at the rear, and let the swarm of red beetles move the third-level eggs into it. I walked forward to check, and the results of the appraisal immediately appeared in front of me. Level 30 Zerg Egg LV100, Gold Quality Evaluation, the middle stage of the hatching of a level 500 Zerg after a period of nurturing. A level Zerg can be hatched after killing it. You can start the third stage of promotion and gain a lot of life energy. Taking the level organic nutrient solution inside can quickly restore the level state and repair physical damage. Drinking one can increase the third stage physical attribute value by points and the second stage physical attribute value by points. Note, organic life forms cannot be upgraded. Note, you can use the source of life to catalyze and create special third-order life forms that will according to your wishes. Seeing the two comments behind the evaluation, Lin Feng's mouth twitched. It turned out that the source of life was the law authority of the insect god and the mother of life, able to fabricate life at will. Even a third-level life form can be easily dealt with. Lin Feng was not very interested in these. But the organic nutrient solution in a third-level insect egg could increase the upper limit of physical attributes by 100 points. Maybe in the future, I can use this to improve my physical attribute value from more than 9,000 to 9,900 after reaching level 39, thus reaching the peak realm of the late third stage. Along with a swarm of red beetles, they transported giant third-order insect eggs from deep underground to the rear space warehouse of the land cruiser. 15 third-level insect eggs were obtained. Lin Feng is in a good mood. This trip was not in vain. In order to show his respect, Lin Feng randomly promised the late Queen Mother of India that he would help her clear the early and middle Queen Mothers in the back and west of India afterwards. Because the distance between the two sides was more than 2,000 kilometers, the Queen Mother of India would not move her own position. She could only remotely control a few early Queen Mothers who were loyal to her and lead the Zerg army to launch an expansion attack. But the mid-Queen stages were not stupid either, and they quickly formed an offensive and defensive alliance to curb the development of the late-stage Queens of India. For the Queen Mother of India, she could only try to dismantle their defenses as much as possible, but at a distance of 2,000 kilometers, she could only do so out of reach. But now that Lin Feng, a thug who is comparable to the late Queen Mother, has been hired, the situation is naturally unstoppable. As Lin Feng drove the land cruiser, which still had more than half of its space empty, it arrived at the suburbs in the back. It was interesting to see that the alliance consisting of 3 mid-stage queens was actually separated by a battle line of 100 kilometers. Each queen was 30 kilometers apart, and Lin Feng out loud immediately. What's the difference between this one and no defense? Only a tactic like the Queen Mothers, which prefers to use a large army to attack the enemy, can create a stalemate situation within this 100 kilometers. Without saying a word, Lin Feng drove the colonial mecha, turned into a golden stream of light, and broke into the underground world. The middle stage Queen Mother had not yet reacted and was about to be torn apart when she wanted to summon the Divine Realm for defense. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng returned to the surface with a huge golden plate bone brain and 200 second-level insect eggs. After stuffing them into the land cruiser's warehouse, they quickly headed towards the next target. Half an hour later, The 3 mid-stage queens were easily and smoothly dealt with a large number of second-level insect eggs. In the end, Lin Feng obtained a total of 6 upgrade energies and 700 second-level insect eggs. For most of the next day, Lin Feng headed westward, continuing to sweep away the third-order early and middle-stage queen mothers along the way. One can be found almost every 100 kilometers. There are probably 4 or 5 queen mothers in one state. In order to speed up efficiency and prevent the birth of more late-stage queen mothers, Lin Feng killed almost all the middle-stage queen mothers within a radius of thousands of kilometers. In the end, 9 mid-stage queens were killed. A large area of resource space vacuum was left for the remaining 30 or so early queens. A new round of competition will start again here. On the way back to the city in the afternoon, Lin Feng sat on the bow of the LV-29 Land Cruiser, admiring the beautiful afterglow of the setting sun, while starting to upgrade the LV-33 Hunter King chainsaw sword in his hand. After consuming 18 upgrades, Lin Feng still had 5 upgrade energies left, 3 of which were upgraded simultaneously and converted and retained in the warehouse of the Land Cruiser battleship under Lin Feng's feet. In addition to 15 third-order insect eggs, there were also 9 huge plate bone brains and as many as 2,000 second-order insect eggs. It was packed full. As a result, Lin Feng had to give up his original plan to travel around the world and set off for the return journey before 2 p.m. It travels slowly on land at a maximum of 150 km per hour. 5,000 km takes 30 speed hours. After that, Lin Feng had no choice but to consume the upgrade energy once and build another level 29 land cruiser. After the 2 warships shared the load, the speed was increased to the normal 250 km per hour. After that, we enter the ocean, gain sufficient buoyancy and help from ocean currents, which increase our speed dramatically and allow us to enter a ground effect flight state, barely reaching 500 km per hour. Finally, we returned to Minzhou before midnight. At the same time, Lin Feng didn't have time to change his clothes, and rushed directly to the negotiation place agreed with the Queen Mother of Yucheng. During this time, the LV-36 Hunter King chainsaw sword in his hand was finally upgraded. Hunter King chainsaw sword LV-36/39, gold quality upgrade 0.048, durability 10/10, basic damage 4,500 inches. Currently the highest damage is 22,500 points. Bloodthirster, each time you kill a tier 3 Zerg, you will gain upgrade points and restore little durability. Immortal Skull Crusher, if the target's defense value is lower than the total damage per second, the durability will not be reduced, and the target's defense level is not more than gold, the durability consumption rate is reduced by 50%. Attacking the target's key HUD can cause double critical damage. Sword of the Hunting King, relies on killing the Zerg Queen to complete the leap level promotion, has an additional deterrent effect on the Queen, and attacking the Queen will cause varying degrees of mental dizziness. Note, the basic damage will not be affected as the durability of the chainsword decreases. Note, the synchronization energy required to upgrade the initial stage 3 equipment cannot be upgraded synchronously and has been automatically converted into 3rd stage upgrade points. Carrying the upgraded giant sword, Lin Feng headed towards his destination with full confidence. Chapter 347 Surrender to me or die. Wearing a level 36 colonial mecha with a murderous aura and holding a 12-meter-long dark golden giant sword, he arrived at the border between Guangdong and Fujian states. Lin Feng's telepathy quickly detected the late Queen Mother's delegation from Guangdong City that had arrived in advance from a battle line hundreds of kilometers away. A second-order peak negotiation Zerg mother body controlled by a late-stage Queen Mother. Behind it, there are more than a dozen second-order peak 50-meter-long tiger spine insects, 5 ordinary third-order Zergs, and 2 third-order early-stage perfect king spine insects. She wanted to use this to show off her power as a late-stage Queen Mother in order to intimidate the Human Salvation Army and their leader, the legendary third-order awakener known as the Queen Mother Killer, Lin Feng. But when that figure appeared under the bright moonlight in the dark night, the late Queen Consciousness and the Zerg mother body realized that her own deterrence was not worth mentioning at all. In front of the man in front of her eye saw an 8-meter-tall colonial mecha controlling 2 dreadnoughts and heading towards the Zerg. Although its figure is small, it exudes an unrivaled powerful aura, especially the dark golden armor watered by the blood of the 3rd stage mid-stage Queen Mother, which exudes an aura that is like a demon god descending to the world. For a moment, the second-level peak tiger spine worm was thrown into disarray and began to retreat. The ordinary third-level Zerg didn't dare to raise his head and look directly at the colonial mecha in front of him. Only the third-order king spiny worm, which never stops fighting, can barely stand its ground in front of the colonial mecha. Even the Zerg mother body containing the third late-stage queen was only able to hold on thanks to the thousands of points of spiritual power that broke the limit. At this moment, Lin Feng has not yet used the cosmic power of the LV-36 colonial mecha, which is in the fourth stage with 90% fusion degree at present. In order to keep up with the land cruiser, the speed of 200 km per hour is just an ordinary superposition state, which is equivalent to the perfect state of the late third stage. The three basic attributes reach 9,500 points as long as the power of the universe is slightly activated. The attribute value of physical strength can break through the upper limit of 10,000 and enter the pseudo fourth level state of 10,000 at that time, except for the late third stage Zerg Queen. Any other third stage Zerg would not be able to stop Lin Feng's attack and advancement. As long as he has enough time, Lin Feng can defeat all the third level Zergs by himself. The problem is that there is not enough time and I am unable to do everything. Moreover, the fourth order state of cosmic power can only maintain 90% fusion degree for half an hour, and can only be used to kill the late stage queen. If it can maintain 60% state, it is enough to kill other third order early Zergs in seconds. But the problem is that the battle line is more than 250 kilometers long. The coverage area reaches 25,000 square kilometers, which is equivalent to the size of half a federal state. To kill more than 30 third-level Zergs in such a large area, Lin Feng would need at least an hour. 1 minute to travel, 1 minute to complete the kill. During this hour, the third-level Zergs on the other defense lines can, under the command of the Queen Mother, lead their thousands of Zerg troops to break through the Salvation Army line opposite Minshao. Tearing apart the entire defense line, it pointed directly to the Mingcheng camp and the Rujing material transfer station in the north, off the logistics supply line that the Salvation Army currently relied on most. And this is what Lin Feng is really worried about. Moreover, once the cosmic power of the colonial mecha is spent on these 30-odd third-order Zergs, 60% cutting of the body's energy consumption will be spent on the journey. After this, Lin Feng needs to rest for at least half a day, and the LV-36 colonization armor also needs to be re-inspected and recharged. By then, the third stage late Queen Mother of Yuchang can completely push down all defense lines, or simply shrink her forces and fight to the last. It is precisely because of this that Lin Feng needs to make up for the shortcomings of the Savior Army and implement a Thunder Warrior plan, but it will take 3 days before combat effectiveness can be no matter what. The decisive battle must be delayed to 3 or even 4 or 5 days later. In this way, the Salvation Army with 202nd level peak Thunder Warriors will be able to sweep across Yuzhou invincibly and cooperate with Lin Feng to severely damage or even kill the third level late queen. The key to whether it can be achieved lies tonight, right now. Lin Feng acted decisively and activated the cosmic power of the level 36 colonial mecha to 90% fusion, not far formed from the negotiation delegation of the late Queen Mother of Yucheng, entering a pseudo-fourth order state with a physical attribute value of 15,900 points. One punch would weigh 6,000 tons, not to mention a mid-stage third-stage Queen Mother. Even a late-stage Queen Mother, with a colonial mecha in its current state, could be knocked blind with one punch, unable to tell east, west, or north. At this moment, the colonial mecha, with electric current flashing all over its body, descended in front of the Zerg negotiation delegation. It descended from mid-air and landed on the ground at a speed of several Machs. Not only did it strike the ground within a radius of hundreds of meters, creating a cracked deep pit with a diameter of 500 meters, it even triggered a small-scale earth tremor. With such power, the force of smashing down from the empty space alone is enough to severely injure a mid-stage queen. After that, the shock wave that was created directly knocked dozens of second-level peak tiger spine worms away. The second-level peak Zerg queen controlled by the late queen was only able to avoid being blown away by the 100-meter hurricane because of the protection of several 100-meter class third-level Zergs. After Lin Feng's grand appearance, it was not until 5 minutes later that the dust that was raised in the sky gradually dissipated. Lin Feng dropped the 36-meter-long level Hunter King chainsaw sword to the ground, and then looked at the trembling third-level Zergs present, whose coming, the Zerg mother body, controlled by the late queen, slowly walked over at this moment. Just like the mother body controlled by Long Yu that she met in Jiacheng, she also had a Zerg body in the lower half of her life, and a controlled female human in the upper half. Negotiate. It's mainly for the win-win cooperation between our two sides. You humans are right. More enemies are not as good as more friends. Now I can give up these 3 states in the Federation in exchange for our friendship. We are equally matched in strength, If we insist on fighting to the death, it will only benefit the other Zerg late queens who are eyeing us covetously. Don't you agree? Lin Feng sneered. Friendship? Between humans and insects, there is only a life and death. How can there be such a thing as friends? Does friendship in the universe mean going all out to invade other people's homes and slaughter and devour other people? If that's the case, sooner or later I will return to the Zerg's home planet and be your so-called friend, Lin Feng replied sarcastically, mercilessly exposing the hypocritical faces of the Zerg. The last sentence struggle deeply stung the Queen Mother's sore spots and revealed the scars of all the Queen Mothers. The Zerg mother, controlled by the late Queen of Yucheng, was immediately furious and almost exploded. However, for the sake of future plans and to be able to advance to the peak of the late third stage as quickly as possible, it still held back and held its anger course. He can be on an equal footing with us Zerg. Besides, there is only one Mr. Lin in this world. I think you should have a great chance of becoming the 4th level human king. By then, I will be able to win the Global Queen Mother promotion competition, ascend to the throne, and become the next 4th Order Insect King, and continue to be on equal footing with Mr. Lin. Our ultimate goal is to have a relationship without conflict, but to be able to cooperate better, just like Mr. Lin's current partner, a perfect 3rd stage Zerg Queen in Tehu Lake in Jiangnan Province. The Queen Mother's clone that had condensed and split should have always been by Mr. Lin's side, right? Since it can cooperate, I think as the world's first 3rd stage late queen, I should be more qualified to become Mr. Lin's partner. As she spoke, the Queen Mother of the late Yucheng began to talk about her ultimate goal. As long as you are willing to share some of the power of the laws left by the great insect god, the mother of life, I am willing to swear on my future position as the 4th Order Insect King that I will never be an enemy of Mr. Lin and the humans under his command, and cooperate with Mr. Lin to complete the killing of the 3rd stage late queen in the south of the main continent, and assist Mr. Lin in advancing to the 3rd stage late stage. Make sure your strength is in sync with mine. This way we can avoid being defensive and suspicious of each other. How do you think of this proposal? It can not only avoid a vicious battle between us and reduce the loss of our respective personnel, but also prevent the rich south of the Union from being turned into a scorched earth. At the same time, we can work together and move forward together. You kill the late stage 3rd Order Queen, and I control the millions of Zerg troops under my command and drag the Zerg under the target. The cooperation between the two can only ensure that there is no one in the world who can threaten us. When I am promoted to the 4th level Insect King, I will lead the insect swarm and leave Blue Star to the next stop, and you can also ascend the throne and become the 4th level human king, commanding all humans on Blue Star and opening the era of the great universe for mankind. Explore this vast world and let the footsteps of mankind spread throughout the entire solar system. You, the great Lord of humanity, will become the eternal God of humanity. As a human god, you will shine brightly in this galaxy, and all we have to pay is a cooperation that is extremely beneficial to both parties. I think there are a lot of you humans who want peace and want to end this tragic war between humans and insects. Even the soldiers on the front lines and the warriors of the Savior Army have this idea. As a qualified commander, you should listen more to the voices of the grassroots soldiers and understand what your people need most. We have been fighting for almost half a month. It's time to use a peaceful negotiation to gain the final victory in the 3 states, and put a perfect end to the normally exhausting Great Expedition. The Salvation Army has proven itself through its successive conquests to recover the 3 states. What it needs most now is not a final, militaristic attack, but a rest and recuperation to prepare for the future march north to unify the country. Is that the truth? To be honest, if Lin Feng had not made preparations in advance and was ready for a fight to the death, he would have been truly moved by the sharp-tongued face and well-reasoned remarks of the Queen of Logistics of Guangdong City. After all, the Savior Army is now at the end of its strength and has been holding its breath. I just hope that once the last battle in Yucheng is over, this expedition that has lasted for almost half a month will come to an end. But now, after a few days of rest, some people are already feeling uneasy. And once the news that the Zerg are willing to negotiate leaked out, this restless atmosphere has become more and more intense. After the expansion, many of the newly joined Awakened Ones have begun to not want to stay on the front lines and participate in the final battle full of dangers and uncertain life and death. Most of them were refugees who returned to Jinchang from the rear. Naturally, they had witnessed how the Awakened Ones, even ordinary First Order Awakened Ones, acted arrogantly and enjoyed the treatment of superiors in the safe zone of the base in the rear. As for joining the army, of course, I had heard that it was very easy to become an Awakened One in the Savior Army. All you have to do is hold a gun and keep shooting at the swarms of insects all over the mountains. Now many people have become first level awakeners and have become members of the combat soldiers. There are even some veterans who were recruited a month ago. After being lucky enough to get promoted to second level awakeners, afraid of close combat between the second tier war group and the Zerg unwilling to continue to be on the front line and fight, Lin Feng could understand these people's thoughts, but he would never tolerate them. The only option left for them was a fight to the death, so even if it was just to clear these people in the team, they would gradually accumulate termites and ulcers. It was impossible for Lin Feng to agree to the win-win cooperation with the Queen Mother of Yucheng in the later period. He doesn't need to compromise to win. Lin Feng has never compromised in his life. If he was a humble person, he would not have resigned from his job before the end of the world. Otherwise, the next game will start in the company. Even parents cannot change it, and you will go down this path to the end. So now. Lin Feng shook his head. What you said is indeed true, and I am indeed very moved, but you said one thing wrong. We have never been equals. I have experienced your second form of the divine realm in the underground of Ming City, and it is just like this. Your late-stage Mother Queen can only be summoned once in a lifetime, but my fourth stage state allows me to summon her infinitely. Do you see these two land cruisers behind us? There are more than a dozen purple crystal brains of Queen Mothers, and more than 2,500 second-level insect eggs, and this is just my performance in one morning. I have eliminated all the third-level subordinates of the late-stage Queen Mother in Yinbang in the south of the continent. As he spoke, Lin Feng slowly floated into the air, his eyes glowing golden as he looked down at this group of vulnerable Tier 3 Zergs. As long as I want, I can make all your hard work for half a year vanish in one day. We were never equal. Submit to me. Or die. Chapter 348, Submission of Cooperation, Level 3 Insect Egg Candidate. Submit to me or die? As soon as these words were spoken, coupled with the 90% fusion degree of the cosmic power of the colonial mecha, the strong aura directly suppressed the third-level Zerg present, making them unable to raise their heads. The level 36 Hunter King chainsaw sword held in Lin Feng's hand exudes an incomparable terrifying aura. Along the way, it was stained with the blood and lives of dozens of third-level queens, worthy of its title of Hunter King. The Zerg mother controlled by the late Queen of Yucheng was so frightened that she froze on the spot. My whole brain went blank, briefly lost contact with the late Queen Mother's body. It was not until Lin Feng put away his domineering aura that the controlled woman on the bust of the Zerg mother slowly raised her head and opened her eyes that were shining with golden light. In the late stage, the Queen Mother was concentrating her full attention, and she did not hesitate to use the power of infinite reproduction to empower her clones in order to counter the aura of the colonial mecha in front of her. Submit? As long as you can guarantee my position as the fourth level Insect King, I will surrender. Give me the power of the Insect God's law, and I will bow down to you and obey you. Immediately lead the millions of insect swarms under your command to withdraw from Yuzhou and even the entire Federation, and never set foot here again for the rest of your life. Under the control of the late Queen, the Zerg mother clone slowly opened the door and replied that it only cared about interests, and the so-called submission was just a false name. Lin Feng snorted coldly. He knew the other party's plan and would not fall for such a low-level trick. He immediately replied, whether you retreat from the Federation or not, I have the ability to defeat these early-stage Zerg with ease. What I want is that you come with me to the Indian territory in the south of the continent and join hands to kill the late Queen of the Federation. When I am promoted to the late third stage, I will naturally agree to your conditions and hand over the power of the law of the Mother of the Insect God. Beyond this, I reject any peace terms. Between you and me, there is only one battle. After saying that, Lin Feng waved a 12-meter-long Hunter King chainsaw sword in his hand, ready to go. As long as the late Queen refused mothers, he will kill the 5 ordinary third-stage early-stage Zergs and the 2 third-stage early-stage Perfect King Spine insects that came to join in the show on the spot. In Lin Feng's current state, it would take less than 5 seconds to kill an ordinary third-order Zerg. Even a third-order early-stage Perfect King Spine bug would only take 2 cuts. This is because he cherishes the LV-36 Hunter King chainsaw sword and doesn't want it to lose too much durability. For Lin Feng, the biggest problem in killing Zerg below the late third stage is not to kill them physically, but that they will be distributed over a vast area of land after they are dispersed. They need to be chased over a long distance. The time spent on the road and the consumption of the fourth stage state are the most difficult. On the contrary, gathering all the third level Zergs together like this is simply a lot of upgrade points delivered to Lin Feng, the willful self-propelled nuclear bomb. Fortunately, The late Queen Mother of Guangdong City agreed to Lin Feng's request through the Zerg Mother clone she controlled without much hesitation, but after agreeing, he also put forward his own requirements. Yes, but I have to mobilize the army. It will take at least 5 days to transfer the millions of insects under my command to the southern Indian territory. You will hold back the Federation's third stage Queen Mother, and I will deal with the Zerg under her command in the rear. With our cooperation, we will be able to defeat the southern Zerg. I will live in India, and you will be in charge of the federal territory in the southeast of the continent. There is a 3,000-kilometer subcontinent between us, so we don't need to be on guard against each other like we are now. Lin Feng smiled and thought, if you could transfer all these millions of Zerg troops away, then what can I use to train my troops? What else can we use as a deterrent in the war of founding a nation? If I don't fight this battle, where will I get the dozens of third-level awakeners I'm missing? Now that they have occupied the 3 states within the Federation, there is no way Lin Feng would let go of these Zergs that have been killing, burning and looting. They must all be left behind. Transform the biological resources taken from this land into upgraded life energy and return it to the surviving humans on this land. Therefore, the swarm of insects must not leave, and the late Queen of Yuchang must not stay either. So Lin Feng immediately replied, too slow, moving the entire Zerg race, with millions of Zerg swarms, would be such a hassle. Not to mention the risk of being discovered by the Queen of the late Indi dynasty. The scale of the entire swarm's movement is too large, and it will take another 5 days. By then, the late Queen of India may have invaded the western part of the continent. We will have made a wasted trip. Then, Lin Feng slowly opened his mouth. So my suggestion is, you personally commanded a large army of Tier 3 Zerg and several hundred Tier 2 late perfect Zerg elites to attack the south of the continent in 2 nights. When the time comes, I will launch a frontal battle, and you will lead your elite troops to charge into the Indian state. India is a triangular peninsula country. It only takes me 1 hour to clear out all the Third Order Zerg, including the Third Order early Queen hiding underground. Then I will turn around and help you kill the late Queen Mother of India. The late Queen Mother of India, of Yuchang, also sneered and asked in a questioning tone, if I leave? Would that mean I'll just let the remaining millions of Zerg I've worked so hard to gather be handed over to your savior army to slaughter at will? With your ability, it probably won't take an hour to kill all the Third Order Zerg that have lost control and command. Lin Feng nodded. He was indeed sure at this time, but he also knew that the Queen Mother of Yuchang in the late period could not be so stupid and must have thought of the consequences of doing so. So Lin Feng dropped a bombshell. What if I go with you the whole way? If you're still worried, I can walk ahead of you. You only need to send a few second-order wind-winged insects to keep up with my speed and ensure that I am on my way to the south of the continent at the same time. I will launch an attack in advance to attract the attention of the late Queen Mother of India. Make sure you can become as strong as India quietly, and eventually help me kill the late Queen Mother of India. If you're still not reassured, do you think that the millions of Zergs under your command, dozens of third-level Zergs, can't defeat only 7 humans who have just entered the 3rd level? On the contrary, after doing this, I should be worried that the Salvation Army in Minsahau will be attacked by the Zerg. If you really can't beat me, then I don't think you have the qualifications or necessity to cooperate with me. I will start a war immediately and wipe out this mob under your command. Lin Feng spoke in a sonorous and powerful voice. The Queen Mother of Yuchang late stage sneered. She was of course very confident in the million-strong Zerg army under her command. Early stage queens in command, a big war will be fought, and it will be very chaotic. So maintain the standoff with the Salvation Army until he invaded India in the south of the continent and captured the late Queen of India. By then, the Emperor would be far away and he would own the entire most fertile tropical rainforest area in the south of the continent. It is equivalent to taking over this prosperous land. Coupled with the power of the insect god's laws that Lin Feng promised, the late Queen Mother of Yuchang is already 60% sure of winning the final battle for the Insect King. I can also advance to the next level in 10 days. Enter level 38. After thinking it over, Lin Feng's proposals were perfect, but there was one last point. The Zerg mother controlled by the late Queen of Yuchang agreed to Lin Feng's topic and then slowly said, there is one more thing. The late Queen Mother of India, whose body was lost, you can take her purple crystal brain with you if you want it, but the remaining body of the late Queen Mother must be left to me. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, realizing that the other party wanted to rely on and absorb the remaining vitality of the late Queen Mother's body to move up to the next level entire tropical region of the continent according to the current agreement. In short, at present, Lin Feng is more inclined to the former. After all, Killing the late-stage queen in front of us has long been a foregone conclusion after the other party set foot in the Federation and poisoned the survivors of the Federation. He was already on Lin Feng's kill list. What's more, it came to the negotiations with an arrogant attitude and a condescending attitude. Just from this point, we can see that the late Queen Mother of Yu Cheng has evil ambitions, which is far inferior to the late Queen Mother of India, who is willing to cooperate. Thinking of this, Lin Feng had already made a decision in his heart, and immediately agreed, no problem. As long as you stay in the south of the continent and never set foot in the southeast of the subcontinent, I will give you the body of the Queen Mother. After getting Lin Feng's promise, the late Queen of Yu Cheng controlled the Zerg Mother body and slowly spoke, that's decided then. I hope our first collaboration can be a complete success. Both sides can win, and a war that would cause devastation to all lives can be avoided. It can be said that his merits are immeasurable. Lin Feng sneered. Why, you Zerg believe this too? The Zerg Mother body slowly retreated with a third-order swarm of Zerg. Before leaving, she opened the door and said, this world is a world of probability. Anything can happen. It's just a probability. In this case, the cause and effect that affects probability must exist rather than believing in cause and effect. It is better to understand the entire unpredictable world. After all, the world you see when you enter the pseudo-fourth order state is still different. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. I'm going back to take care of some things. We'll set off early tomorrow morning. You can leave early. I'll be waiting for you at the border of Gizhao, the Federation. After saying that, Lin Feng controlled 2 land cruisers and returned to the Mingchang temporary camp in Minshao with full loads. Then he immediately summoned the top leaders of the Salvation Army. All third-level members, including Long Yi and Zhang Yuner, who were still studying Thunder Warriors, and Liu Yi, who was guarding Ruchan far away, were also recruited in advance. At the secret meeting, Lin Feng shared his gains of the day, especially his cooperation with the Queen Mother of the late state in the West. We now have 15 third-order Indian insect eggs in our hands. I am considering whether to give them to you to kill and collect the organic nutrient solution for backup, or give them to those awakened people who have reached the perfect stage of the second stage. You guys should think about this matter on your own. Everyone will raise their hands to vote and nominate the person of their choice. Several people present looked at each other. Sitting on Lin Feng's left is Chen Yannian, and on his right is Liu Yuqi. The combined strength of the two is currently the strongest, except for the Queen Mother's clone and the genetic warriors. Next to them sat Shenji and Wang Lei and Liu Yi, Zhou Qi, and Zhang Yuang. They represent the 2 major factions in the Salvation Army: genetic warriors and ordinary second-level awakeners. However, with the completion of the development of the fourth-order electric-driven cells, ordinary pure-blooded human awakeners will no longer be ordinary. Sitting opposite the round table were Long Yi and Zhang Yuner, 2 third-level beings who could be considered outsiders of the Savior Army. Especially Long Yi, whose strength has reached the perfection of the middle stage of the third stage, and he also masters a little bit of the power of the insect god's law. His strength is second only to Lin Feng, and even higher than Chen Yannian, who has just entered the middle stage of the third stage. There were 10 people present, including Lin Feng, in the early and middle stages of the third stage. They also represent the highest will of the Salvation Army stage. What is certain now is that both the Gene Warriors and the Thunder Warriors who are about to appear will possess the power of artistic conception after being promoted to the third stage. Therefore, every time a third-level strongman is born, there will be one more combat force that is no less powerful than the early third-level strongman. 15 coins mean 15 digits. It can greatly relieve the pressure on the Salvation Army on the 250-kilometer-long front line. In this way, by allocating a third-level strongman every 25 kilometers, the attack of the third-level Zerg can be effectively restrained. Unlike before, each third-level member requires 3 to 4 third-level Zergs from the other side. Not only were they stretched to the limit, but their distant defense line was breached by the Zerg, and they were too painful to take any action to go and rescue. They could only watch as the Savior Army was slaughtered crazily by the third-level Zerg. After Lin Feng spoke followed, Chen Yannian and Yuqi Sudliuan expressed their opinions. It doesn't matter to Shenji's genetic warrior faction. After all, he has been promoted to level 32 and will soon reach the initial perfection of level 33. The main task in the future is to kill the mid-stage Zerg. The third-level insect eggs have little effect on him. It would be better to allow a few more peak-level second-order genetic warriors to become third-order existences. In this way, when the fearless state of mind is activated, the cumulative attribute gains will become greater. Let Shinji be more confident and go to challenge the third stage mid-stage King Spinosaurus. Following the statement made by the genetic warriors, a situation of 5 tickets has been formed on the field. Long Yi directly chose to abstain, and Liu Yi and others who were still hesitating were no longer important, so we go directly to the next stage. It is also the most troublesome stage. The user of these 15 third-level insect eggs, candidates who are about to advance to the third stage, how to choose. For a moment, the atmosphere on the field became tense. Period. Chapter 350, Predicting the Future. The decisive battle is about to begin. When the spiritual attribute breaks through the upper limit of the third stage late perfection and reaches a value of more than 10,000 points, if the physical body has not also broken through the limit, the strange phenomenon of spiritual ascension is likely to occur. Long Yi had explained this to Lin Feng a long time ago. Including his mother He Yuan, it is very likely that she is also a pseudo-fourth-order life form, with outstanding spiritual evolution. Eventually, due to excessive use of spiritual power, her weak body collapsed, and her soul directly achieved psychic ascension and merged into the deep world under the universe. The virtual world of energy photons is different from the material world. There, the conscious being who enters the spiritual form will see the past and future of the universe related to itself. Through the interactive connection between the two, you can gain insight into everything happening in your place. Lin Feng felt that she seemed to know something. For example, the counterattack strategy that he is planning and the second-level Peak Thunder Regiment. If he used his insight ability in the pseudo-fourth-order mental state to escape into the virtual world of energy particle flow and see what was about to happen in the future, then this so-called Indian expedition plan was most likely a conspiracy against himself by the late Queen Mother of Yuchang and the late Queen Mother of India. What awaits him is being annihilated by 2 late-stage Queen Mothers. Thinking of this possibility, Lin Feng asked the Zerg Queen Lin Yi, who was also in front of him as the incarnation of the Queen Mother and also the strongest Queen Mother below the late third level. Lin Yi fell into deep thought after hearing Lin Feng's question. Long Yi's incoherent words. After trying to understand, Lin Feng replied, "You mean, the so-called future is actually Schrödinger's cat?" Before the box is opened and observed, it is actually a superposition of life and death. This is a famous theory about microscopic quantum theory by blue star scientists. Even though he had long forgotten the relevant principles learned in college, Lin Feng still found similarities among them. After listening to this, Long Yi smiled and nodded. It's not wrong to understand it this way. In short, the future is more uncertain as the entropy increases further away. Only when a life form becomes stronger and stronger, and possesses stronger spiritual power, can it observe more unknown variables that affect the future, thereby increasing the probability of a certain possible outcome. As for the late-stage third-order queen, even if she received a brief blessing from the power of the insect god when she was promoted to the late stage and obtained a complete third-order life gene tree, her spiritual power at the moment of promotion was at most just enough to break the limit, and it's only a few seconds. And you can only see what will happen 4 or 5 days in the future, so what you are planning now will never be possible unless the late Queen Mother of Yuchang activates the second form of the divine realm and integrates into the law statue of the mother of the insect god. You will understand what we are going to do now, but the fact that the Queen Mother of Yuchang can't see it doesn't mean that the Queen Mother of the later period, who was born not long ago in the territory of India in the south of the continent, can't see it. Lin Feng frowned slightly. No wonder it was willing to cooperate and gave me 15 third-level insect eggs. Could it be that he already knew that I was planning to kill the late-stage Mother Queen of Yuchang, so he decided to add fuel to the fire and get rid of this potential opponent first? The scorpion slightly. So most likely, what you are worried about will not actually happen. Besides, the place where we finally killed the late Queen of Yuchang should be on the border between India and other small countries in the southeast. It is at least 1,000 kilometers away from the late Queen of India, unless it leaves early. Even if it wants to plot against you with the Queen Mother of Yuchang, it will have to leave early. Lin Feng nodded, thinking that what Ling Yu said made sense, so he replied, "So, the time note for launching the attack will be changed from 5 days later to 4 days later. The transformation of the Thunder Warriors will probably begin the day after tomorrow, and all the surgical transformations will be completed the day after tomorrow. We will have the last day left to carry out the third level upgrade and prepare the entire army. In the early morning of the 4th day, launch an attack directly. In order to prevent being surrounded and framed, Lin Feng decided to launch a general attack in advance so that the 2 late-stage queens would still be thousands of miles apart when he took action. In this way, The target, the third stage Lake Queen Mother of Yucheng, can be easily eliminated. After arranging for Long Yu to leave, Lin Feng answered his doubts and then notified the new orders and combat plan again, informing each unit to prepare for a decisive battle in advance. After arranging everything, Lin Feng found Chen Yannian on the golden battleship and told her his plan in full and earnestly advised, "With my current strength and condition, I can barely deal with a third stage Lake Queen Mother at best. With the help of Ling Gai, I can defeat and kill the opponent, so I am at least 70% sure about this operation, but once the battle breaks out, things will change rapidly and there are too many factors that affect it, so I am not completely sure. If I really encounter two late-stage Queen Mothers and they try to set a trap to lure me in, the chance of me escaping is only about half, so in the worst-case scenario, if I get injured and overseas flee, you must complete the battle within 3 days, then withdraw your forces, build a country in Wuchen as usual, and carry out my will, pretend to be a triumphant return. In addition, we rely on the Golden Fleet, Yuki, and Liu Jiangyunar to maintain the balance between the two factions of the Salvation Army, especially the genetic warriors represented by Shenji. They are my chassis for dealing with the spinal insects, and they are still very useful at the moment. Take care of their emotions. Finally, in the worst-case scenario, if something unexpected happens to me and I and Ling Yi all die in a foreign country, the Golden Battleship will definitely give you a warning and transfer all ownership to you. This Golden Fleet will be the last hope for mankind. Take good care of them for me." Explaining, Lin Feng smiled, looked at Chen Yannian who looked nervous, and pinched her face. "Don't be so worried. This is the best solution I have worked hard to get. I have more than 90% chance of winning. Don't worry too much, we have experienced things that are more dangerous than this. So this last one in the late third stage is no less dangerous. I will leave the ion laser cannon on the battleship, so that the replicas such as shotguns, mortars and electromagnetic guns in the hands of the saviors can be effective." After saying that, Lin Feng turned and left. Chen Yannian was left watching his receding figure and rubbing her eyes. Back in the rear cabin of the golden battleship, Lin Feng boarded the ship after charging and recovering completely. As the armor above his head slowly opened, a golden figure soared into the sky under the silver light of the moon. 3 minutes later, the colonial mecha that traveled 500 kilometers arrived at the center of Guangdong City. This once prosperous city, the largest in the south, is no longer as brightly lit and neon lit as it used to be. Not only is it in a dead silence, but the city buildings are also desolate and dilapidated, like the ruins of a city that has been abandoned for decades. Lin Feng sighed softly, feeling quite regretful. The industrial potential of Yucheng and the surrounding cities is actually not lower than that of Jiangnan Prefecture, and may even be better, but the only problem is that the Guangdong city circle is less than 50 kilometers away from the coast, and even develops directly from the coast to the inland. There are plains in the middle, not only with no terrain obstacles, but also with a well-developed Zhujiang water system left over from the upper reaches, which allows the Zerg Queen and her Zerg army to travel unimpeded deep into the inland area within 100 kilometers. In addition, the Zerg invasion broke out so suddenly that there was no time to react. They could not build 3 lines of defense in Wuchen at the cost of sacrificing Heicheng and Wuchen like Jincheng did, curbing the Zerg army's pace of expansion, thus creating opportunities for the transfer of Jincheng industry. However, Yucheng was unable to do so. The federal troops stationed there could only transfer some ammunition depots and equipment, as well as some important personnel, to the rear, and then use the hilly area behind Yuzhao as terrain cover to build a blocking line. As a result, the resistance forces in the south were defeated due to insufficient logistical equipment and were unable to take the initiative to attack. Now Lin Feng took a quick look and found that many factories in the suburbs of the city were still well preserved, and there were also many building materials and steel production bases. If they could capture Yuzhao, as the Salvation Army, they would continue to move south to clear out the Zerg's frontline base. Its status and importance would even exceed that of the Jincheng base that currently guards Jiangnan province. And with a level 36 colonial mecha, it appeared above Guangdong City with an incomparably powerful aura. Countless low-level Zerg swarms and second-level Zerg were frightened and slowly fled in all directions. Only a few Tier 3 Zergs were lucky enough to raise their heads, hissing threateningly at the colonial mechas. After a moment, a mental wave suddenly spread out from underground in the city, affecting the mass energy shield outside the colonial mecha and transmitting the information into the body. I have arranged for some Tier 3 Zerg to set off on the road ahead of time. You can go first. Anyway, Your speed is more than 10 times faster than theirs. It will take less than an hour to reach the destination. Lin Feng sneered and swung the 12-meter-long level 36 tiger tooth chainsaw sword in his hand. But I still have to deal with the Zerg Queen along the way, so I'm only a little faster than you at best. It's time for you to act. The final battle still depends on your late-stage Zerg targets. I don't have the ability to kill it alone. Not long after, the spiritual fluctuations of the late Queen Mother of Yuchang came again. This time its tone was much more rebellious. Of course, she is a late-stage third-order Queen Mother, a divine being that can unleash fourth-order power before dying. Even a third-order human who has mastered special artistic conception power cannot stop a fourth-order Zerg Queen Mother, although there is only one chance. Once it is used, it will be a fatal situation for its opponent. I will help you deal with its attack. All you need is to catch it by surprise and kill it instantly. With your pseudo 4th level physical strength and the chainsaw sword made from the Queen Mother's brain armor in your hand, it is enough to kill it. Let's go. I'm also leaving here and heading to the south of the continent outside the Federation. Lin Feng nodded and said nothing. Instead, he looked at the second-order wind-wing insect flying from not far away. It was hovering above the colonial mecha 6 or 7 kilometers away, monitoring his actions. This is to prevent the colonial mecha from suddenly turning against the Queen Mother of Yuchang after she leaves, and returning to the frontline areas of Minzhou and Yuzhou within the Federation. A crazy harvest was launched against the millions of Zerg troops under the Queen Mother's command, like cutting melons and vegetables. However, after the Queen Mother of Yuchang sets off in the later period, she will also use remote control methods to slowly control the entire swarm, shrink her base, and gradually withdraw from Yuchang, and even the entire Federation. It is very clear that after the human queen killer in front of it achieves his goal of killing the late Queen of Yinbang and completing the promotion to the late 3rd stage, he will immediately attack the 3rd stage Zerg under his command. After dealing with the 3rd level Zerg under his command, he will bring the Salvation Army to besiege him, who has just arrived in the southern part of the continent. Currently, there is a 3-way balance of power. Once the late Queen of India dies, the balance of power in the southeast of the continent will be broken. If 2 tigers fight, one of them will perish. So don't underestimate the late Queen Mother of Yuchang, as she was said to be so light-hearted. In fact, she also planned to hold back when besieging the late Queen Mother of India. It would be best if both Lin Feng and the Queen Mother of India were seriously injured so that he could reap the benefits. Thinking of this, the late Queen Mother of Yuchang, who was 600 or 700 meters long, controlled a swarm of more than 100,000 red beetles, carrying her towering body like a mountain, and slowly left the place she was in along the underground wormhole she had dug when she came. Head northwest all the way. Catch up with the forest's wind and footsteps that are already far away. After leaving the Federation, the latter directly found a level 16 armored vehicle abandoned on the roadside along the way, and used the upgrade system and particle control artistic conception to transform it into a level 29 land cruiser. Then he placed the colonial mecha on the battleship and sat on the bow, controlling the battleship at a leisurely speed of 100 kilometers per hour to the destination, while lying on the recliner, drinking a drink and admiring the moonlight. The straight line distance from here to India in the south of the mainland is 4,000 kilometers. Considering the rainforests and rugged terrain along the way, the actual distance is probably about 7,000 to 8,000 kilometers at Lin Feng's speed. It would take at least 3 or 4 days for him to reach the Indian border. He was waiting for the Queen Mother of Yuchang to leave the Federation far enough, and then cooperate with the arriving Longai to launch a surprise attack. As for what is happening within the Indian territory, it is estimated that we won't be able to wait until then. Both sides agreed to launch a feint attack to attract firepower. With a late Queen Mother's speed of 50 kilometers per hour, when the Salvation Army launched a massive attack on the front line of Yuzhou, it was only 4 days later that it arrived at the Indian border. At that time, Lin Feng will directly kill the late Zerg Queen in front of the Queen of India. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.